Lord of the Mystery, Lucky by author Nan Haiyu Xing Chen. Chapter 251-300. Chapter 251 Chapter 125 The Great Misdestiny. Derek didn't know how to respond to that statement. Being a chess piece was certainly not a pleasant experience, but to be a chess piece in a game between two deities, perhaps he should feel honored. Derek clearly didn't possess that level of awareness yet. He unconsciously clenched his fists, a strong desire for power surging in his heart. Alger didn't comment on Alice's words. He looked at Derek and offered a more detailed explanation of betting on both sides. The danger of the true creator is something any intelligent creature with eyes and a brain can perceive. Your chief would never put all his chips on him. He would inevitably seek a power that could counterbalance the true creator. And you, who exposed their conspiracy and were possessed by the blasphemer Amen, perhaps represent another possibility. The more Lovia and others try to harm you, the more the chief and other elders will protect you. In this way, any lingering doubts about you that might have existed previously will be conveniently overlooked. Audrey now understood. She wasn't surprised by the significant gap between her understanding and Alger's, but she glanced at Alice and couldn't help but reflect on herself. Why could Miss Fate understand it? Audrey really wanted to puff out her cheeks or do something else to vent her emotions, but the noble upbringing ingrained in her bones made her give up on that. Looking down at Alice's legs swinging under the bench, Audrey suddenly sighed inwardly. Furs listened to Alger's analysis with astonishment and was a bit stunned for a moment. How did this turn into a good thing? Emlyn found this part quite difficult to follow. He didn't know the background of Lovia, but having some understanding of the little boy Jack and the cycle of fate, he still barely grasped what others were discussing. Only Katlia was filled with shock and bewilderment, looking at the Tarot Club members whose sequences weren't very high, feeling her confidence take a hit. After listening to Alger's analysis, Derek's body relaxed slightly, then he sat up straight again. He asked with a tense voice, "Will this cause our city of silver to be destroyed by the fallen creator?" "I think," Alice turned to him and said, "if you said, fallen creator, out loud, it's hard to say if the city of silver would even last until then." Derek was taken aback. Alice was already smiling as she continued, "You've worshipped your former lord for thousands of years. Now, not only do you suddenly change your faith, but you also want to insult him." Derek then rephrased his words, "Will this cause our city of silver to be destroyed by the true creator?" Alice spread her hands and said, "Hard to say. For someone at the true creator's level, merely turning over in his sleep would be enough to destroy any human city nearby. And your chief is now actually betting on both sides. You should be praising Mr. Fool's benevolence right now. Because if I encountered such a situation, even if it ruined my own plans, I would still destroy the most cherished thing of that audacious human." In fact, Alice believed the choice she was more likely to make was to let the other party see hope, and then destroy everything, but after glancing at Derek's expression, she rationally kept silent. But that was enough. Derek became flustered. He nervously looked at Mr. Fool, who was seated at the head of the bronze long table. Just as he stood up, he heard Alice ask in surprise, "Are you really going to praise his benevolence?" This left Derek not knowing whether to stand or sit. He paused in place, maintaining a slightly bent knee posture. Klein, unable to bear it any longer, warned aloud, "Don't make such jokes." Alice suddenly remembered Klein's cold remark, "This joke is not funny." She turned to Derek and said with unprecedented sincerity, "I'm very sorry. I shouldn't joke about something you care about." It's all right, Derek said after a few seconds of silence. "Thank you for your reminder, Miss Fate. And thank you for your forgiveness, great Mr. Fool." Alice finally couldn't resist asking the question she had wanted to ask earlier, "Why don't you call me, great Miss Fate?" After a few seconds of silence, Derek said to Alice, "Thank you for your reminder, great Miss Fate." Alice withdrew her gaze, satisfied. Just like a child asking for something, Katlia watched this scene and felt she could suddenly understand the dynamic between the world and Alice. Katlia suddenly had an idea. She turned to Alice and asked casually, "Miss Fate, you mentioned Amen with a very familiar tone. Are you friends? Why aren't you afraid of me anymore?" Alice looked at her in confusion. Katlia was suspiciously silent for a moment, then smiled and replied, "I suddenly realized that you are truly an approachable great existence. Alice's mouth dropped open in surprise, and after a full 10 seconds of silence, she finally said, "You know, I finally understood how Amen felt when I praised him as a benevolent deity. Yes, I am an approachable great existence." Katlia wanted to say something, but clearly, continuing this topic was a bit too difficult for her. Alice blinked twice and then smiled. "I don't know how you define friendship. Amen and I have a lot of fun, but that's all. The most intense emotion I ever felt towards Amen was one time I wished I could kill him. Mr. Fool never hit me, so why should Amen?" Klein, in the gray fog, began to seriously consider the possibility of giving Alice a beating. Wait a minute, wasn't he unable to beat her now? No, forget it, it was meaningless. With Alice's personality, she would probably start acting pitiful and crying out in exaggerated pain before he even made a move. Klein sighed deeply in his heart. He never got hit. Mr. Fool has such a good temper. Such exclamations flashed through the minds of the Tarot Club members, but soon, some of the earlier members cast sympathetic glances at the world. Mr. Fool didn't hit her because it was usually the world who suffered, right? At this moment, Katlia spoke up and asked, "Was Mr. Sun ever possessed by Amen?" "Actually, I was also possessed by Amen." Alice raised her hand, unwilling to be outdone. Katlia was silent for 2 seconds before asking, "So, how was that resolved?" End of chapter. Chapter 252. Chapter 126. Can the time worm be eaten? Yes, that was his avatar, Derek replied proactively. However, it has already been purified by Mr. Fool, and I wasn't harmed. Purified by Mr. Fool, Katlia suppressed the urge to turn her head and began to ponder the meaning of that sentence. She had originally thought that Mr. Fool, who was in the process of revival, couldn't use too much power. Now, it seemed that Mr. Fool could, under certain circumstances, temporarily break through restrictions and display the strength of a deity. Speaking of which, why was Miss Fate parasitized by Amen? Katlia turned to Alice, not bothering to hide her curiosity, and asked, "Miss Fate, how did Amen possess you?" Alice said with a profound expression, "Amen wanted to use me to escape his destiny." Klein immediately recalled those 2 ridiculous books and understood what Alice meant by destiny. It was indeed very necessary to escape it. But Katlia didn't know this part of the content, nor was she confused by it. After carefully choosing her words, Katlia asked again, "So, you allowed him to possess you?" Alice immediately understood the meaning of the question. She glanced at Katlia with a half-smile and responded to the probing question. Only a fool would allow such a thing. As a blasphemer, as a former king of angels, even a true god could fall for it if they weren't vigilant. For example, a donation box from the Lord of Storm's church was stolen by Amen. He's still on Backlund's wanted list to this day. After a pause, Alice added, "Amen has already admitted to it, I'm not slandering him." Klein felt a wave of weakness in the gray fog. Amen has already admitted to it. Connecting this to the last gathering, Katlia immediately knew that Amen definitely didn't do it. However, what is a king of angels? Katlia remembered the term. Without hesitation, she directly inquired, "What is a king of angels?" Alice pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you asking about their strength or the significance of this identity? Aren't they the same?" Katlia didn't reveal her emotions, her expression unchanged as she said, "Both." Alice explained. Amon's father, the creator, was surrounded by countless angels. Among them, the leaders of the angels were the kings of angels. There are a total of 8 kings of angels. Amen and Adam are among them. As for their strength, they transcend sequence 1, but are not yet true gods. In an unnoticed corner, Emlyn secretly noted down all the information, intending to look up material as soon as he returned. Katlia's pupils constricted slightly. She didn't look at Mr. Fool, who was seated at the head, nor did she cautiously try to probe Alice further. But Alice proactively spoke. "The fate pathway isn't one that excels in combat, especially when I met Amen. Tisk, let's just say Amen treated me as a toy before. Then, out of curiosity, I suppose, he tried to steal my destiny, and you can probably guess what happened next, right?" Alice didn't continue, and Katlia didn't need any more explanations. She could already imagine the outcome of this matter. Although she wasn't sure of the exact situation, there must have been something abnormal hidden in Miss Fate's destiny. After all, this person was suspected to be a former true god of the fate pathway. In short, Eamon, who stole Alice's destiny, certainly didn't encounter anything good. At this moment, Audrey suddenly recalled some previous doubts and proactively asked. Madam Hermit, after Amon's avatar was purified by Mr. Fool, it left behind a small worm with 12 transparent rings. It's said to be called a worm of time. Is that true? Yes, Catlia replied after 2 seconds of recollection. Which pathway does it belong to? I mean, which Meander pathway does the blasphemer pathway belong to? Audrey asked, curious. I know. Alice raised her hand. Marauder, or error, a pathway full of thieves and liars. This comment made Audrey slightly taken aback. She frowned and said, that sounds like a very evil pathway, but it also sounds a bit. Clearly, words like thieves and liars didn't quite match the status of a high sequence. Catlia had to speak up and provide the correct answer. Rumor has it that when the Marauder pathway reaches the saint or angel sequence, they can deceive destiny, trick rules, and become parasites of time. After a pause, she turned to Alice and said, the description of thieves and liars isn't entirely wrong, however, error is the sequence of this pathway. If Eamon becomes a god, he should be called the Great Error, Alice blinked. But speaking of which, as the son of the Creator, an existence who was a king of angels from birth, to have not become a god until today, he's really bad. In the eyes of the others, Alice made her final decision. When I go back, I'll write a letter to mock him. This was beyond the scope of what others could interject on. No one commented on Miss Fate's decision, and Audrey wisely changed the subject. Madam Hermit, do you know what a worm of time can be used for? Klein's spirit was invigorated in the gray fog. He praised Miss Justice from the bottom of his heart, then secretly anticipated the answer. Catlia did not begrudge this knowledge. She replied, it is a material rich in spirituality, with unique effects, that can be used in certain rituals or for making high-level charms. But I'm not sure of the specific methods. Alice suddenly remembered something. She raised her hand and asked curiously, in that case, can it be eaten? Catlia's expression momentarily cracked. Alice rested her chin in her hand and explained, I mean, normal eating, as an ingredient, fried or deep-fried or something, have you ever looked into that? Catlia forced a smile and squeezed out a single word from her throat, no. Alice sighed in disappointment, then asked again, then, assuming it can be eaten, how do you think it would taste best? Catlia fell completely silent. After grinding his teeth several times in the gray fog, Klein controlled the world to speak. Miss Fate, if you are really curious about this question, you can ask Eamon when you write a letter to mock him. I think he would be very happy to tell you. Alice seriously began to consider the feasibility of this matter. Not necessarily. But you're right, this question isn't really suitable to ask him face to face. It's safer to write it in a letter. Chapter 253 Chapter 127 The Great Miss Mary Sue. This tarot club meeting concluded with the world's silent declaration. Alice was not surprised to be left behind. She looked at Klein, who had no intention of speaking first, and in the suddenly quiet atmosphere, she suddenly remembered what had happened before. Alice pursed her lips, looked at Klein hesitantly, and called out in a drawn-out tone, Klein. ... Don't talk in that voice. Klein broke character instantly, shivering. Alice then closed her mouth, looking at him with a pitiful expression. ... And don't look at me like that, Klein averted his gaze. You explain yourself properly. Don't be like this, I'm a little scared. Alice lowered her head, looking utterly dejected. Not hearing Alice speak, Klein had no choice but to turn his gaze back to her, seeing her dejected appearance. Even though he knew Alice was just acting, Klein still helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose and softened his tone, saying, some jokes can't be made carelessly. If, back in Tingen City, you thought I was dead, and then one day suddenly found out I wasn't, that I had lied to you, how would you feel? Alice suddenly remembered her discussion with the goddess. She pursed her lips, looked up, and said to Klein stubbornly, you won't die. I won't let you die. This reaction was more excited than Klein had anticipated. His tone had to soften even more. Hypothetically, I'm just making a hypothesis, and I didn't hypothesize that I was dead, right? Alice bit her lip, staring at Klein, and abruptly uttered a name, Leonard. Klein immediately frowned. Yes, if Leonard found out he wasn't dead, it would perfectly fit the example he gave. But, Klein looked at Alice, thought for a moment, and asked, does Leonard have a marauder angel on him? Alice nodded with a strange expression, saying, yes, I know, Leonard knows, the goddess also knows, and he seems to be being hunted by Aemon, but Aemon probably doesn't know yet. Oh, this. Alice blinked and said, if you're really curious, I'll go back and tell him right now that you're not dead, that you're now Gehrman Sparrow the Adventurer, a member of the Tarot Club. If we're lucky, maybe we'll have a new member at the next Tarot Club meeting. Klein was speechless. He tactfully reminded her, it would take you at least a week to return to Backland. No, Alice lifted her chin proudly, I can flash. Oh, no, that's for short distances. Magicians, is called flash, mine should be called teleport. After staring at Alice for a few seconds, Klein asked a question that greatly puzzled him. Did you used to play games all the time? No, absolutely not. Alice replied firmly. Of course Klein didn't believe her, but Alice adamantly denied it, so he didn't press the issue, instead asking. Your situation. Actually, Alice's behavior today was quite normal, but thinking back to Alice's previous joke, Klein felt a subtle unease. Although he felt that if he forgave Alice too easily this time, she might do something like that again next time, but without a precedent, she probably wouldn't actively do so. Alice was silent for a moment, then lowered her eyes and said, I don't know. I originally thought I could get closer to the truth this time, but the truth seems even more blurred. However, Alice looked up at Klein, but ultimately didn't voice her thoughts, instead smiling and saying, although fate is a pathway with little offensive power, I should be able to provide an angel-level response in the ritual, right? You don't have to worry about the main ingredients for your Sequence 5 potion. Her tone was actually deliberately playful. Klein saw that she was holding back words, but he cooperated and smiled, saying, is this my reward for helping you plan the ritual process, Great Miss Fate? Alice showed a pained expression and replied with difficulty. You know, what I'm feeling right now is like hearing someone I know in real life call me by my online name, and not even a normal online name, but one of those. Alice took a deep breath, made her expression serious, and then said solemnly in Chinese. Princess Li Ying Shang Angelina Ying Shui Yuhan Ling Shui Li Kai Mei JQ Antalia Shang Meng Shuan Mei Hathaway Chang Wei Mei Gui Lei Fandom Hai Wien Lu Li Wu Ya Lei Yu Ai Ya Shi Meng Yu Yu Lan Lan Ying Zi Dai Li Shin Lei Chi Luo Feng Yan Yuan Shi Luo Ju Shi Yu Yan Yi Luo Li Lan. Note 1. Klein covered his face with his hand. Several minutes later, he lowered his hand and said with a barely calm tone. Sometimes I really admire you. How on earth do you say such things with such a serious and solemn expression? Alice pondered for a moment and then said, you know, actually, the one best at doing this kind of thing isn't me, it's Xiao Song. Klein had heard Alice mention the name Xiao Song a few times. He knew it was the nickname of the girl whose full name was Song Shu, and that she was Shen Yinghuan's very good friend. So, birds of a feather flock together indeed. Alice continued to add information to her statement. Do you remember the contents of those books you saw? I actually haven't read the books. Xiao Song told me bits and pieces, and some fragments. She recited them to me with great emotion. After staring at Alice for a few seconds, Klein earnestly advised her. Since you're already in Byam, do you really not consider going to see your teacher? Alice looked at Klein with an accusing expression, trying to convey her displeasure. Before, you caused trouble. No, before, you even managed to go and rob the Lord of Storm's church donation box, Klein complained, pinching the bridge of his nose. Now I can't even imagine what you're capable of. Perhaps. Alice propped her chin, seriously considering what she might be capable of, destroying the world. Quote? Klein stared at Alice. Alice blinked twice and said, you asked me what I'm capable of, just capable of. I probably wouldn't actually do it. That, probably, is used well. Klein's tone was indistinguishable as praise or sarcasm. Alice gritted her teeth and mumbled. Then I'll go see him. Speaking of which, the holy book and doctrines that Lady Hermit mentioned, can you? Quote? Klein stared at her without speaking. End of chapter. Chapter 254. Chapter 128. The iron-blooded knight tastes really good. Anyway, Alice's gaze drifted. If the Fool Church really exists in the end, the Fool Church will also have to write these things, right? Then, She leaned forward pitifully, dragging out her words. Klein, just treat it as practicing in advance. Klein's body trembled. He raised his hand to stop Alice's actions and urgently changed the subject. Wait a moment, I have a question to ask you. What? Alice looked at him in confusion. Are you able to come up here without my permission? Klein asked with a frown, very seriously. Alice answered without hesitation. For now, probably not. However, if you never truly gain control of Saphira Castle, then it will always be possible eventually. After all, a key is used to open a door. Key. Klein keenly caught the keyword. Alice blinked, pointed to the location of the glowing door, and said, Saphira Castle. Next, she pointed to herself and said, Key of Light. Klein immediately understood her meaning, and then couldn't help but ask, so what exactly are Saphira Castle and Key of Light? Alice shook her head and replied, the goddess said that this part of the knowledge carries contamination, and only those above angel level can know it. This answer was reasonable, and Klein didn't press further, but instead frowned. The mere fact that the knowledge carries contamination is very telling. After glancing at Alice, Klein's brows relaxed again. He reminded her, I don't really want to hear news about anything happening in Byam, you understand, right? Alice nodded seriously. Klein couldn't help but remind her again, even if it's not in the news, it's not allowed. Alice hesitated for a moment, then nodded again. Klein suppressed the urge to curse, looked at Alice helplessly, and rationally chose not to make himself angry. Closing Rosal's diary, Alice, who was not surprised that Rosal's transmigration was related to the gray fog, sighed and grumbled unhappily as she looked out the window. If I can't do anything else, why not continue selling Rosal's diary? This was something that had already been confirmed safe. Moreover, Byam was not like Backland after martial law. Meander gatherings were everywhere here, almost daily. Alice only needed to blend in, not threaten children. She hadn't forgotten her idea of spreading the taste of a witch is really good, all over the world, and Byam was one of the most suitable places to do such a thing. After Alice meticulously copied the old Russell's diary, a new idea suddenly popped into her mind. If I write a diary entry for Rosal, Emperor Rosal shouldn't be able to crawl out of his grave and say that entry wasn't written by him, right? As soon as this thought sprouted, it grew wildly like weeds in the ground. Alice couldn't help but be tempted. She began to think about how to create this diary entry. The taste of a witch is really good, on the desk gave Alice a different kind of inspiration. After careful consideration, she wrote, the taste of an iron-blooded knight is really good, at the bottom of a piece of paper. As the opposite of a demoness, an iron-blooded knight was, of course, the easiest to think of. Speaking of which, a faceless also seems to be able to turn into a woman. No, if Klein finds out about this, I'll definitely get beaten. Alice temporarily rejected the second dangerous thought, and a third dangerous thought suddenly popped into her mind. Coming back to it, a spectator of Adam's level should be able to influence people's minds, right? Could he make it so that whoever he looks at, this idea was undoubtedly even more dangerous. Alice thought about the consequences of Adam's name appearing on paper and decided that when doing such a thing, she should at least wait until Eamon was present. After all, Alice was not familiar with Adam. Her only impressions of Adam were the phrase, whatever is said will be known, and that moment of eye contact in a dream. In other words, it was similar to her initial impression of Eamon, full of terror. Perhaps it was even worse than Eamon. She could at least be sure Eamon wouldn't actually kill her, but with Adam, she had no certainty. But Eamon was different. Firstly, Eamon must know Adam very well. Secondly, generally speaking, adults hit their own children harder. Yes, Alice calling Eamon was mainly to find a suitable accomplice, so if Adam minded this matter, then it would be Eamon who encouraged her who got beaten first. Alice had no doubt that Eamon would encourage and instigate her. She knew Eamon too well, or rather, she knew herself too well. In some aspects, she and Eamon were frighteningly similar. After temporarily setting aside the other two dangerous ideas and only keeping the taste of an iron-blooded knight is really good plan, Alice began to consider the content of the diary. Why would Emperor Rosal utter such a lament? Perhaps, he had turned into a woman for some reason, Alice pondered seriously, deciding to attribute this to a curse of a high sequence. At first, when he became a woman, Emperor Rosal should have been disgusted and dissatisfied. and eagerly wanted to change back, until for some inconvenient to disclose reason, he fell in love with the feeling. Alice gradually organized her thoughts. She began to consider what date this fictional diary entry should be. There's no April Fool's Day culture in this world, Alice murmured to herself, but the diary wasn't originally meant for the local people to read anyway, it's just a hint for my compatriots, right? The date will be April Fool's Day. So, Alice quickly made up her mind and began to create a new diary entry for Rosal. April 1st, oh damn, I'm cursed, I've turned into a woman, and a curvy one at that. I can't look at my own body, I can't stand this situation, it's absolutely terrifying. I enjoy being with ladies, but that doesn't mean I want to be a woman. I hope to recover soon. April 2nd, I experienced the joy of being a woman. I almost fell in love with this feeling. Oh no, I can't fall any further, I should quickly find a way to change back. April 4th, the taste of an iron-blooded night is really good. Alice stopped writing, satisfied. This diary perfectly embodied Rosal's state of struggling and gradually degenerating after turning into a woman. Alice read it again and was extremely pleased with it. She did not show favoritism, copying 5 copies each of The Taste of a Witch is really good, and The Taste of an Iron-Blooded Night is really good, and then prepared to go out and look for suitable Beander gatherings. Thank you, Rosal, thank you, Huang Dao. Chapter 255 Chapter 129 What can be done with Restart? The Beander gathering in Byam was not hard to find, but Alice encountered an insurmountable difficulty midway, and her journey was obstructed. How much is the ice cream? She asked calmly. The brave one encountered the temptation of a demon on her journey forward. Alice muttered words no one could understand as she took the ice cream from the confused vendor. Even though she didn't get the sea salt flavor she remembered, Alice still managed to find a slight similarity in it. This ice cream had a cooling sensation. It seemed to be mint. Alice licked her lips and made her judgment. This could barely be considered a specialty of Byam. Alice happily licked her ice cream and left, deciding to go eat a meal first. Although mythical creatures don't actually need to eat or sleep, Alice still insisted on eating and sleeping on time. If I don't even eat, what fun is there in life? From this perspective, Eamon truly lives a failed life. No, he was already quite a failure to begin with. Alice mumbled after swallowing the fish in her mouth. At this moment, she was ungracefully holding the tail of a grilled fish with her hand, and there was a circle of oil stains around her mouth. An unknown number of people had already looked at her with a look of wanting to speak but hesitating. Alice had excellent psychological fortitude. She finished gnawing without changing her expression, then habitually licked the oil on her hands. After glancing at the people covertly looking at her, Alice hesitated for a second, then got up and left the restaurant without changing her expression. After leaving the center of attention, Alice stretched out her hand, watching the oil stains on her hand disappear under the effect of restart, and thoughtfully said, "So restart really can be used to refresh one's state. This way, I don't have to worry about overeating. And I don't have to wash my hands or take a bath or anything. But bathing is mainly for enjoyment, right? But, am I unable to grow taller?" Alice tentatively stood on her tiptoes, stretched out her hand to gesture twice above her head, and fell into thought. That subtle sense of melancholy was quickly discarded by Alice. She began to try and find the Beander gathering. What used to be difficult for her had now become effortless. Alice quickly found a low-rise building. She slipped through an inconspicuous small door, passed through the corridor into the real hall, and instantly widened her eyes. This was the first time she had seen a truly local casino since coming to this world. The indoor furnishings and lighting exuded a mesmerizing yellowish glow. Thick curtains covered all the doors and windows. This was not a high-class casino, so there was no music. Of course, Alice believed that even with music, it wouldn't make her addicted. She frowned tightly and covered her mouth and nose with her hand. Tobacco smoke, sweat, fishy smell, mixed with unknown odors, permeated the enclosed room. Although it couldn't cause harm, it was enough to make Alice feel pain. "Calm down, you don't want to appear in the news, do you?" Recalling Klein's warning, Alice retracted her restless spirituality, closed her eyes, and slowly calmed her mind. She could clearly hear the excited shouts of gamblers, the rattling of dice, the sound of cards falling on the table, and various other noises. It had to be said, it was really noisy. Alice walked through the casino expressionlessly, then entered a more secluded room. The moment the door closed, all sounds and smells were isolated outside, and she instantly breathed a sigh of relief. In Byam, where Beyonder was not a secret, the Beyonder gatherings here were mostly loosely organized, and anyone could mix in. Of course, there wouldn't be anything too high-end for sale either. However, Alice didn't care about this. After all, her main purpose wasn't to buy things. Speaking of which, should she collect the materials for the potion formula in advance? After all, she didn't even recognize the two monsters mentioned in the main ingredients. She might really need to attend classes. Alice closed her eyes and retrieved the sequence 4 potion formula from her mind. Open black lens bracket. Potion name, Misfortune Mage. Main ingredients, spirituality dust of a doomed shade, 1 heart of an adult raven shadow serpent. Auxiliary ingredients, 200 milliliters of raven shadow serpent blood, 30 grams of obsidian shards, scales from an entire silver scaled carp, 10 grams of golden veined willow bark. Advancement ritual, find a turning point in the misfortune created by a powerhouse above demigod level. Close black lens bracket. Evidently, the most bizarre part of this potion formula was the advancement ritual. Could she herself be considered that powerhouse above demigod level? No, it should be. Does she really need a ritual? Alice didn't dwell on this question. Anyway, she hadn't even seen a shadow of the potion materials yet, so what was the rush? She confidently walked into the gathering, awaiting its start. People came in one after another. Some were secretive, hiding their appearance and figure completely, while others, like her, made no disguise and directly showed their true appearance. After observing for a while, Alice decided to go back and prepare a robe and a mask, and wear them like that from now on. This would give her more of a feeling of participating in a secret gathering. When most of the people had arrived, a hooded figure in a robe walked out and sat on the single sofa in the center. At the same time, a waiter walked out and placed 2 blackboards beside him. Alice suddenly had the idea of attending this gathering again and impersonating the organizer before everyone arrived. No, Alice, you can't be so reckless, you need to restrain yourself. Alice sternly warned herself in her mind and began to examine the content on the blackboard. Some materials and requests were written on it, which were obviously from the organizer. People constantly wrote their requests on slips of paper, which the waiter took and copied onto the blackboard. Alice thought for a moment, then wrote the sentence, selling 2 pages of Russell's diary, 5 copies per page, on a slip of paper. After a brief thought, Alice changed the price to £5 per page. It turned out that this price was ridiculously low. The words on the small blackboard were erased not long after being written down, and Alice also received her payment. Staring at the £50 in her hand, Alice's eyeballs rolled in her eye sockets, and then she looked up at the small blackboard. To the astonished gazes of the people, the words on the blackboard disappeared like water stains, returning to the state it was in at the beginning of the gathering, with only the materials and requests sold by the organizer remaining. All the transaction requests from others were gone. So much fun. The fluctuation of spirituality was not well concealed. Alice noticed a gaze falling on her. She decisively concealed herself, then her figure disappeared from the spot. If it's just this extent, Klein shouldn't be angry, right? Sitting in her hotel room, Alice muttered to herself thoughtfully. End of chapter. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 256 Chapter 130 Leave your name. Having experience, Klein quickly, designed the ritual process for Alice. Now, the only problem was the herbs and hydrosols I like. Alice listened carefully to the prayer content, then touched her chin. Why can't I use ice cream? Have you ever considered, Klein reminded her tactfully, that herbs and hydrosols can be carried with you, but ice cream cannot. Alice suddenly missed the backpack compartment on Amon's person that could keep things fresh. She really wanted it. Oh, right, she hadn't properly mocked Amon yet. Alice silently made a note of this, then sighed. Then let's try some of the herbs from the Beyonder potion formulas. Lavender, mandrake, 4-leaf clover, violet, lily of the valley, and so on. Note 1. Klein agreed to this. Alice wasn't sure at which stage the ability to automatically respond to rituals appeared, mainly because she had skipped it. But in any case, she could actually respond to prayers and rituals automatically, rather than having to check each one. However, the prerequisite for doing so was that she had a fixed ritual process. Otherwise, these rituals would probably devolve into others performing them casually, and her responding casually, with no pattern whatsoever. The good news is, if she did that, she wouldn't have to worry about anyone finding her. No, actually, she still needed to worry. After all, the honorific name couldn't. Why couldn't the honorific name also be recited casually by everyone, and she would respond as she saw fit? This thought had just popped up when Alice sternly pushed it down, warning herself never to do such a thing. It was too outrageous. If any religion's doctrine was like that, it would definitely become famous. Wait a minute, this actually doesn't seem enough. Stop thinking about it. To avoid doing anything more outrageous, Alice decided to torment Eamon. To my dearest friend, Eamon. I only recently realized that you actually come from a very distant past, the second epoch or the third epoch. And, at that time, you were the Creator's son. What does that even mean? In our era, that would be, the Crown Prince. Oh, you might not know what that word means. It's pretty much the equivalent of a Crown Prince here. I mean, assuming there are no Beander powers, your status would be equivalent to a Crown Prince. Anyway, you should understand what I mean, right? And, I remember you were already a king of angels as soon as you were born, right? Yet, you, with such noble origins and extraordinary status. You, with such powerful strength. Actually, spent thousands of years without becoming a god. You, this angel of time, have truly failed too miserably. This must be inextricably linked to you not eating on time, sleeping on time, and properly experiencing the joys of life. Oh, right, at the end of the letter, I have a very offensive question, not that kind of offensive, but a very normal offensive question. Can a worm of time be eaten? Not as a Beander potion ingredient, but just as an ordinary ingredient for cooking. Is that possible, my dear Lord Angel of Time? If so, how would it be best to cook it? Can ordinary cooking methods achieve this? Does Beander power need to be involved in the cooking process? Please, tell me, I'm really curious. Oh, right, is your brother good-tempered? Alice, who wants to know if a worm of time can be eaten? After finishing the letter, Alice suddenly remembered a question. Speaking of which, with Eamon, I'm considered a special channel, right? What would happen if I prayed to Eamon or performed various rituals under normal circumstances? Recalling Amon's tone when he invited her to be his blessed, Alice shivered. Could this be considered a demigod experience card? The kind with the risk of having your account stolen. I understand, this is a telecommunications scam. Alice suddenly realized, slammed her hand on the table, then silently withdrew her hand as she looked at the faintly cracking table. The physical quality of a mythical creature was truly extraordinary. To avoid paying for the hotel, Alice restored the table, then meekly got up to arrange the ritual. In the forsaken land of the gods, Eamon, after reading the letter, reached out and pushed the monocle on his right eye. After a moment of contemplation, he spread his hand, and several worms of time fluttered into his palm. How on earth did she think of such a thing? Eamon muttered to himself in a puzzled tone, then suddenly laughed. However, although there are Beander characteristics inside, it might really be possible to make it into a dish. Watching the worms of time reintegrate into his palm, Eamon pushed the monocle on his right eye and said thoughtfully. However, the production process should really require the involvement of Beander power. I'll do an experiment first before telling her. Let me look for suitable experimental materials. Speaking of which, it seems have been looked down upon. What did her last sentence mean? What new idea did she come up with? After doing all this, Alice glanced at the sky outside. It was already night now, though not deep night, it had to be said. Byam's nightlife was indeed richer than Backlund's. Alice sighed dramatically, gave up waiting for the dead of night, and her figure disappeared directly from the room. Hermit, Catlia had indeed reminded her of some things. For example, she should leave her name when doing certain things. If she didn't leave her name, how would her deeds be sung? Alice silently appeared outside the ticketing company, drew out a deck of tarot cards, pulled out the Wheel of Fortune card, thought for a moment, and then used the remaining cards to arrange a grand formula on the ground. 1 + 1 = 2. This world did not have Arabic numerals, but Emperor Rosal had once written Arabic numerals. Alice wasn't sure if there were exceptionally talented people who could decipher them. After all, this world never lacked geniuses. Of course, this wasn't important, or rather, it was exactly what Alice wanted for these people to decipher this formula. Look, how interesting. After others painstakingly deciphered it, they would find it was a meaningless formula. How much fun would that be? Alice curved her lips, but didn't put down the Wheel of Fortune card. Instead, she silently flashed into the ticketing company. The dark night could no longer limit her vision. She found the notice board where she remembered available passenger ships were written, erased the text on it, and wrote new text. Although the Saint Fuerin will encounter a shipwreck during this voyage and eventually sink, everyone on board will be fortunately rescued. No one will lose their life due to the shipwreck, nor will any family be torn apart by the shipwreck. Everyone will be safe. Afterward, she gently placed the Wheel of Fortune card on it and disappeared from the spot. End of chapter. Chapter 257. Chapter 131. The Long Lost, Wealth-Making Accessories. Children should go to bed early and wake up early, Alice said, looking at the ceiling. After seriously advising herself, she couldn't help but feel confused again. But I'm clearly not going to grow any taller. Why do I still need to do this? Alice fell into deep thought. After thinking for a few minutes, she pulled up the covers, closed her eyes, and emptied her mind to sleep. Why did children think so much? After a sound sleep, feeling justified, Alice blinked twice after getting out of bed and suddenly thought of a question. I could just check out of the hotel room, play in Byam during the day, and go back to Backland to sleep at night. Having discovered a money-saving trick, Alice unhesitatingly checked out of the hotel room and flashed back to her home in Backland. Perfect. Alice gave herself a thumbs up in the mirror. After confirming that no one had broken into the room while she was away, she began with great ceremony, brushing her teeth and washing her face. Ah, Alice sighed to the mirror after spitting out the foam, this is much more comfortable. Although she no longer actually had this need, Alice still sighed, having to accept the fact that from now on, she would have to do a bunch of time-wasting things every day. Otherwise, she would feel very uncomfortable. So, the next step in the ritual is eating breakfast while reading the newspaper. Alice blinked, left the room, and retrieved the newspaper and letters from the mailbox. Biting into a disi pie, the meat filling, mixed with a fresh and sweet and sour aroma, instantly captivated Alice's taste buds. For a brief moment, she had the thought of learning to cook. But that was all. As soon as she thought about what was needed to prepare a meal, Alice felt that waiting to eat was more suitable for her. But she could persuade people she knew to learn to cook. Speaking of which, doesn't Klein know how to cook? When can she mooch a meal? And so, the early rising crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow began to consider whether a crazy adventurer should know how to cook. Wait, why would he agree to such a thing? Klein secretly gnashed his teeth and began to think about what to make for Alice. This thought only stopped when he was asked to scrub toilets at the Medical Aid Foundation. Alice must never know about this. Looking at the toilets covered in yellow and black stains, Klein had the exact same thought as when he was disguised as Evelyn. At the same time, Alice withdrew from the divination dream, her eyes filled with confusion. Why was he scrubbing toilets? She had only wanted to see what Klein was doing right then. Alice blinked twice in confusion, kindly deciding not to ask such an embarrassing question. Maybe it's his special hobby. If he doesn't want to talk about it, then forget it. Alice mumbled, opening the letter belonging to Evelyn. What appeared first, however, was not the content of the letter. In the dim light, amidst the flickering candlelight, Alice saw a male with dark blue hair. This hair color was roughly the mark of Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway and their descendants. Of course, this could not be used as proof. The doubt was only fleeting. Alice quickly noticed that the owner of the other face was someone she knew. Evelyn. Alice was stunned. While she was still wondering, she saw the male take out a beautifully wrapped gift box, hand it to Evelyn, and say with a smile, "Happy birthday, Evie." Note 1. Evelyn joyfully accepted the birthday gift, opened the gift box, and inside was a beautiful brooch with an emerald green gem embedded in it. Damn it! Alice jumped up from her seat in astonishment. She, of course, recognized what it was. Wasn't it the wealth accessory that she had sold while concealing its negative effects? 2 months had passed since she sold the wealth accessory until today. And the terrible thing was, the scene in the revelation only meant that the wealth accessory was given as a birthday gift, which meant that Alice could not determine who the owner of the wealth accessory was in a mystical sense, or when they had acquired it. The problem that this thing would kill its owner after 3 months had likely not been exposed at all. Alice uneasily stroked the envelope in her hand, suppressing her thoughts to read the content of the letter. Open black lens bracket. Dear Beryl, by the time you read this letter, you should have returned from the sea, right? You know, I've actually longed for the sea since I was a child. I haven't told you, but my father used to be a sailor. Father doesn't like to talk about the past much. Hey, like you must both be people with extraordinary secrets, right? However, now I'm also a person with secrets, just like you. You must not tell my father, otherwise I really can't imagine his expression. Haha, this is the surprise I mentioned earlier that I wanted to give you. Isn't it surprising, isn't it unexpected? Now I'm the same as you. Actually, I'm writing this letter to tell you that tomorrow is my birthday. But you probably won't be able to make it back by then, right? What a pity, I originally wanted to invite you. That's all for now. I hope you'll be back by the time I write to you next. Sincerely, Evelyn. Close black lens bracket. ... Damn it. Who gave her the Beander potion formula? Alice dropped the envelope without thinking and rushed out the door to knock on Evelyn's door. The one who opened the door for her was Evelyn, and on her chest, she wore the brooch from the dream. She thought she didn't need to wonder where Evelyn got the Beander potion formula. Alice looked at the shadow behind Evelyn. There was a pair of eyes she knew and yet didn't, dark, cold, without eyelashes. Alice took a deep breath, secretly amplified the probability of her next words being believed, and at the same time, smiled gently. Evelyn, I saw your letter, and I was so surprised, so excited. I'm sorry, I'm a bit incoherent, I don't know what to say. Oh, by the way, can you tell me the details of what happened? Oh, I'm especially curious. Evelyn, however, looked at Alice with hesitation for a few seconds before asking in confusion, but, who are you? Do we know each other? Alice's breathing hitched, and she finally remembered something she had overlooked. During her trip to Byam and her few days there, she had already grown accustomed to going out without her Matilda. The Evelyn now was not seeing her good friend, Beryl Rose, who lived next door, but Alice Kingsley. ... Beryl. When she remained silent for a long time, Evelyn seemed to guess the answer. Is that you, Beryl? End of chapter. Chapter 258. Chapter 132. Laughter. Alice was silent for a few seconds, then softly said, I'm sorry. After a pause, she tried to explain, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Some things, it's not good for ordinary people to know. I know, Evelyn chuckled, I know, knowing too much isn't a good thing. Alice opened her mouth to say something else, but Evelyn suddenly asked, may I know your true name? ... You. Alice repeated the address, the smile vanishing from her face. You called me, you. She stared intently at Evelyn. A few seconds later, she heard Evelyn ask, shouldn't I address you that way? I thought. Alice said, staring at Evelyn, we were friends. Evelyn looked at Alice for a while, then suddenly, tiredly, held her forehead and sighed, did you ever really consider me a friend? Alice was stunned. She suddenly didn't know how to respond. She suddenly realized that she couldn't really define a relationship, she only knew that some people were more important than others, and that was all. This silence was taken as an affirmation by Evelyn, who asked with downcast eyes. At that time, the one who saved me from that monster, was it you? Alice didn't speak, and Evelyn didn't wait for her answer, continuing. Someone who knows me, is a Beander, and should have only known me for a short time. Actually, when I first heard these conditions, the first person I thought of was you. What a coincidence, you just happened to appear, just happened to be hiding a body full of secrets, and sometimes when you speak, how should I put it? It's just that you give off a feeling, that you absolutely don't belong here. You say we are friends, but I don't know your origin, I don't know your past. I didn't even see your true appearance until today, and even now, I don't even know your true name. Are we friends? Alice couldn't refute this, and she had to speak up to explain. Evelyn, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Many things, at that time I didn't even know myself. You can call me Alice. Not telling you my past, on one hand, is because those secrets are not suitable for you, as an ordinary person, to know. On the other hand, my identity at the time was a bit problematic. Besides, past experiences have taught me that getting too deeply involved with me is never a good thing. Alice paused here. She remembered Song Shu's terrified eyes from her memory, and suddenly wondered how she was doing now. However, this could no longer be investigated. Alice sighed softly, recalling the scene that had faded from blurry to clear. Song Shu, who chattered and pulled her to say, a born monster, suddenly became terrified at one moment, followed by intense pain. Her vision began to blur. The last thing Alice remembered was Song Shu's smiling face, a smiling face. Alice's face suddenly turned pale. She realized that in that last blurry vision, she had actually seen the curve of Song Shu's lips, but it was too unrealistic, too incredible. She had subconsciously ignored it all this time. Maybe she just saw wrong. How could anyone smile because of a good friend's death? That would never happen, right? Before she could think further, Evelyn had already sighed and spoken. I know. I'm not angry. I just understand some things I didn't understand before. To scare away a devil in a ritual with a single glance, that's definitely not something an ordinary Beander can do. You must be very powerful, or hiding some big secret. I just think that my concern for you looks very ridiculous. Alice's movements paused slightly. Oh, right, Evelyn said, as if remembering something, you know Leonard, don't you? While you were gone, he wanted to find you. He said he had some questions. Alice gently furrowed her brows. She recalled Evelyn's remark, knowing too much isn't a good thing, and looking at Evelyn, who had suddenly brought up Leonard, she suddenly realized that Evelyn's words just now might have been intentionally provoking her. Alice bit her lip, pretending to lower her eyes in disappointment, and softly said, no matter what, we are emotionally equal. Worrying about a friend, wanting to help a friend, is not a ridiculous thing. After a pause, Alice's gaze swept over the brooch on her chest, and the eye behind her, finally landing on the door that Evelyn was completely blocking, and suddenly asked, Evelyn, aren't you going to invite me in to sit down? She didn't wait for Evelyn to answer, but directly launched an attack. Misfortune Mage, Misfortune Tide, impacts the opponent's mind, affecting their thoughts and perceptions, making them prone to mistakes and mental fogginess for a period of time, and also making them prone to bad luck. Of course, in situations where the power gap is too great, it is not impossible for it to directly cause death. But Alice's goal was not to kill Evelyn. Understanding this, she carefully controlled her strength while silently reducing Evelyn's probability of death to the lowest she could achieve. Alice saw Evelyn's body stumble, her face turning pale, her expression somewhat dazed. Alice then stepped past her and entered the room that had been blocked by Evelyn. In Evelyn's home layout, the living room was immediately visible upon entering. The unobstructed view told Alice that the reason Evelyn tried to drive her away was not in the living room. Alice was about to go in and look, but suddenly heard the sound of knees hitting the ground. Huh, she turned her head with a confused look, only to see Evelyn looking at her with teary eyes, saying in a choked voice, Beryl, please, help me, okay. I really don't know what to do anymore. Help me, please. Alice fell into thought. So, this is what prone to mistakes and mental fogginess meant. She walked forward, somewhat hesitantly bending down to help Evelyn up, and whispered, you get up first. You have to explain what's wrong before I can help you. Evelyn slowly stood up under her irresistible force, then her foot slipped, and she almost knelt back down. Fortunately, Alice caught her. Alice fell into thought again. Beryl, I really don't know what to do anymore, boo-hoo-hoo. Evelyn was completely unaware of this. She hugged Alice and cried incoherently. Oh, this. The inexperienced Alice was silent for a few seconds, then mercilessly knocked Evelyn out and contacted Klein. Help me find out where Miss Justice is. I might need a psychiatrist here. End of chapter. Chapter 259 Chapter 133 Believers and Friends. After calling Klein, Alice thought for a moment, then gently picked Evelyn up from the floor, looked around, and placed her on the sofa. So, being dazed shouldn't be like this, right? It can't be, right? After staring at Evelyn on the sofa for 2 seconds, Alice decided to go to the bedroom to get a blanket for Evelyn. The weather in early February had not yet warmed up. It was still a time when one could easily catch a cold. Alice knew where Evelyn's room was. She turned her head and then frowned. Alice walked quickly, squatted down, and looked directly at the blood-red eye below the doorknob, where the keyhole should have been. Eamon really should see this, ah. Alice muttered to herself, then suddenly screamed and fell to the floor. That eye was rotating. No, let's not show Eamon. Alice quickly changed her mind. Be brave, Alice, what can a sequence 9 Beander even conjure up? Alice gave herself a pep talk, then, while staring at the rolling eyeball, retreated to the sofa. Alice didn't plan to just go in like that. Although she subconsciously felt that a sequence 9 Beander couldn't do anything major, still, shouldn't she wait for Evelyn to wake up and explain the situation? One could be reckless, but there was no need to be blindly reckless. But how to describe this thing? It was still quite creepy. Alice stared intently in that direction, and after more than 10 seconds, she decided to blink. It was a bit tiring. After waiting on the sofa for an unknown amount of time, Alice finally heard Audrey's prayer. She was extremely moved and, grabbing Evelyn, disappeared instantly. Meeting Audrey's astonished gaze, Alice blinked, suddenly realizing that she could have just left the strange situation at Evelyn's house for the night church to handle. Never mind, she'd deal with it later. Alice pursed her lips and looked at Audrey, saying, help me find out exactly what happened to her. After a pause, she added, not an interrogation. Audrey was stunned for a moment. She took Evelyn from Alice's hands, and after having her sit on a chair, tentatively asked, is this your friend? Alice remained silent for a moment, then gave an almost imperceptible, Audrey hesitated, glanced at Evelyn, and tentatively asked, do you have a way to wake her up? Alice stared at Evelyn, thought for a while, then walked forward and tried the method of pinching the philtrum as she remembered. The method was undoubtedly effective. Evelyn opened her eyes with a pained expression. Alice withdrew her hand and nodded with satisfaction. So pinching the philtrum really does wake someone up from pain, Alice mused, looking at Evelyn. Evelyn's expression was dazed for a moment. She looked at Alice, who was leaning over her, and after blinking a few times, slowly regained her senses, but still called out, somewhat bewildered, Beryl. Even when saying her true name, she still prefers to call me Beryl. That's right, Beryl Rose is the friend she knows, and I. Amidst complex thoughts, Alice heard Evelyn's carefully considered question, how should I address you? Alice stared at her for more than 10 seconds, then suddenly straightened up, unceremoniously sat in the main seat Audrey had intentionally left open, and chuckled. If we follow the established custom, you might have to call me, Your Eminence. But for now, Miss Fate sounds more familiar. Your Eminence, Evelyn showed a look of realization. She was dazed for a moment, then finally sighed and said, are you the goddess's favored one? Audrey, standing beside Alice's seat, looked at Evelyn in astonishment, then looked at Alice as if to speak but hesitated. Alice looked up at Audrey, not responding to her confusion, but instead raised a slight smile and said to Evelyn, if one of us absolutely had to be placed in the position of a favored one, in the past, Knight should have been my favored one. Evelyn's body instantly stiffened. Audrey's body swayed slightly. Do you remember what you did before, Evelyn? Alice's smile suddenly became genuinely sincere. And, Audrey, to prevent you from falling later, I suggest you sit down. Evelyn's body stiffened even more. She sat still, not knowing what to do. Audrey, not being scared for the first time, had good psychological fortitude. She obediently sat next to Evelyn and smiled. Thank you for your benevolence, great Miss Fate. Alice stared at her for 2 seconds, then painfully reached up and covered her face, saying in a distorted voice, don't call me that to my face. After a pause, to make Audrey feel more immersed, she looked up, placed a hand over her chest, and said in a solemn and dignified tone, like an aria. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Backland's most dazzling gem. Your beauty is so radiant, as soon as I see you, I can't help but be captivated by you, deeply enchanted. Oh, my dear, you are so beautiful, so kind, so charming. Watching Audrey's expression gradually lose control, Alice stopped speaking and asked seriously, "Do you understand now?" Audrey nodded with difficulty and said, "Yes, I completely understand your meaning, Miss Fate." Evelyn watched this scene blankly, then suddenly blurted out, "So, is this your true personality?" Alice's movements paused. She habitually wanted to be playful but didn't know what to say, finally only able to whisper, "Evelyn, I'm no longer your friend, am I?" Evelyn didn't answer, she lowered her head. But Alice jumped off the chair, walked in front of her, and after forcing her to look up, said, "Since that's the case, Evelyn, you now have two choices. Believe in me, or die." Evelyn looked up. Her familiar blue eyes were gentle and sad, but the words she spoke were completely unlike her past playfulness, instead carrying an air of lofty pride and indifference. She wasn't foolish, she understood Alice's meaning. Since she knew the secret, she either had to be completely under her control or completely lose the ability to reveal the secret. "Of course," Evelyn said calmly, "I am willing to believe in you." Alice breathed a sigh of relief. She showed a genuinely sincere smile, her voice light as she said, "Recite my honorific name, and then, leave your blood." Her eyelids skillfully lowered, covering the color in her eyes with shadow. Only then did Alice release that relaxed yet wistful emotion. This is good too. At least, an ordinary believer cannot be used as a bargaining chip to threaten her. End of chapter. Chapter 260. Chapter 134. Liar. Alice gently curved her lips, took the brooch from Evelyn, then turned to Audrey and asked, "Do you have a suitable container here?" Audrey didn't disappoint Alice. After taking the test tube, Alice gently took Evelyn's hand, feeling her cold fingertips and clammy palm. Alice couldn't help but chuckle. She looked at Evelyn, who hadn't moved for a while, and suddenly asked, "You shouldn't be a Nighthawks, right?" "No," Evelyn replied, startled. "The Nighthawks refused my application, and even more so, refused me from becoming a Beander." "Right, that's normal." Alice gave her a look of unknown meaning, then forcefully pricked Evelyn's fingertip. Collecting the blood, Alice, as if signing a document and taking the pen with her, naturally put away the brooch, then pretended not to see Evelyn's expression and smiled at her, saying, "I think you should know, right? If you have recited the honorific name of a great existence, and your blood is in their hands, then the connection between you two is completely unbreakable. Unless a true God is willing to personally help you, of course, even if there is, it would still be very difficult." Evelyn didn't speak. Her gaze fell hesitantly on Alice's pocket, then she asked, "My brooch?" After 2 seconds of silence, Alice returned to her seat and smiled. "Don't rush, answer a few questions first. Since you're not from the church, how did you become a Beander? Even if targeted by the hidden sage, there must be a reason." Within a few seconds of hearing this question, Evelyn's expression changed several times, finally collapsing completely. Alice watched as Evelyn knelt on the ground, tears in her eyes, pleading, "Please, please help me. I really don't know what to do." After a moment of silence, Alice quietly looked at Audrey. Audrey finally understood why a psychiatrist was needed here. She went over to support Evelyn without a word, soothing her with a gentle voice. "You at least have to tell us what happened first, right?" At the same time, Audrey discreetly cast a calming spell on Evelyn. The effect of the Beander ability was indeed better than words. Evelyn's emotions stabilized a little. She murmured, "The swindler, she tricked me." "How did she trick you?" Audrey asked gently. "She told me a ritual, she said. Evelyn bit her lip, her voice gradually fading. "She said that by performing this ritual, I could become a Beander." Seeing her emotions about to collapse again, Audrey discreetly cast another calming spell and asked softly, "Did it succeed?" "It succeeded," Evelyn said, clenching her fists, but, Mom came into the room because she was worried about me." Audrey looked at Alice. Alice rubbed her fingertips twice and asked in an emotionless voice, "What about the person who tricked you? How did you know she tricked you? The correct way should be to advance by drinking a potion, right?" Evelyn asked, biting her lip. Alice chuckled softly, her gaze falling on the eyes in the shadows, and sighed. "Ah, hidden sage. I don't know whether to call you lucky or unlucky. If I'm not mistaken, that ritual should have pointed to him. But from the current situation, you at least truly became a Beander, instead of losing control and dying, which can be considered good news, right? However, Evelyn's face turned pale because of Alice's affirmation. She trembled her lips, and after a long time, she finally uttered a sentence, "Mom. I killed Mom, didn't I?" Audrey quickly cast a calming spell and said gently, "I don't think this is your fault. The one who truly did wrong is the person who tricked you. We should catch that swindler and avenge your mother." Swindler, avenge. Evelyn's emotions calmed down again, but her voice still trembled a little. "Yes, I should avenge Mom, I should find that swindler." I have a question." Alice blinked. "Did you feel that the swindler was very kind and spoke very credibly?" Evelyn paused, her eyes becoming confused, and she murmured, It seems so." Clap, clap, clap. Alice clapped her hands, a smile on her face, but her eyes turned cold, her name, and her face. "Sylvia Mariuni." Evelyn reported the name without hesitation, "but I don't know if it's her real name or a fake one." Alice chuckled and said, "It's all right. I'll teach you a ritual. Draw her portrait for me. Do you have any personal belongings of hers?" Evelyn shook her head. This was to be expected, and Alice didn't feel disappointed. She even wondered if this Miss Sylvia Mariuni could possibly be a man, but a swindler didn't seem to have the ability to change gender. Yes, Alice suspected this was a sequence 8 inches swindler. After all, it was a swindler associated with Beander. After glancing at Evelyn, Alice pinched her brow and first confirmed, "You didn't set up a spirituality barrier before performing that ritual, did you?" Evelyn stammered, She didn't tell me. She didn't need to say any more." Alice sighed, pulled her up from the ground, and began to teach her how to draw a portrait of the person in her mind by praying to a deity. Responding to a ritual on the spot seemed a bit too strange. Alice pulled out the perfectly prepared herbs and hydrosols from the night domain that she had on her, causing Audrey, a genuine night believer, to fall into contemplation. She clearly hadn't forgotten Alice's nonsense about night being her favored one. The credibility of that statement was hard to say, but Audrey, who knew Alice well, could tell, even without Beander abilities, that at least in the past, the goddess was the protected party. That was enough. Audrey didn't speak again. Alice took the freshly drawn portrait from Evelyn's hand. The woman in the portrait appeared to be around 20 years old, with sharp features and a distinct knife scar over her right eye, which looked very dangerous. She might have almost lost an eye. Her black hair was neatly tied up, and both her eyes were brown. Neither her features nor her temperament matched the kind and amiable Lanruis that Alice remembered. This, in fact, made it more likely that she was a swindler. After all, without supernatural abilities, she looked more like a robber than a swindler. However, her right eye doesn't seem suitable for wearing a monocle. End of this chapter. Chapter 261 Chapter 135 Don't you have your own time, worm? Finding Miss Sylvia is not a job to be rushed. Alice rolled up the portrait and put it away, then smiled at Audrey and said, "Thank you, Miss Justice. Good luck to you." Alice's smile and tone lacked the usual lightheartedness, and there was no artificial solemnity. Instead, she was unusually gentle and calm. Audrey was momentarily stunned and, before she could reply, saw Alice pull Evelyn away and disappear. Miss Fate just now suddenly resembled Mr. Fool a bit. This thought flashed through Audrey's mind, and she suddenly realized that something about Alice seemed different from before. She seemed a little quieter than before. Alice brought Evelyn back to her own home. "Go to the night church, understand?" When her figure reappeared, Alice turned to Evelyn and asked. Evelyn, of course, wouldn't argue with Alice about such a matter. In fact, when Alice said that the night past was her dependence, Evelyn had already somewhat given up struggling. Unless she was already prepared to emigrate and convert, and to a hostile church at that. After watching Evelyn leave, Alice pondered for a moment before dialing Klein's number. "Are you under a lot of psychological pressure lately? Or do you have some unspeakable hobbies?" She was still a little curious why Klein had to scrub toilets. Klein arrived above the gray fog, and after hearing Alice's question, he fell into contemplation. He thought for a moment but did not respond. Instead, he returned to the real world and answered Alice's question with a prayer. "It was clearly you who called the psychiatrist just now, wasn't it? This way, when Alice replies later, he won't have to turn on the computer. No, he won't have to go above the gray fog to check." Alice stroked her chin, abandoning her earlier intention to save Klein some face. "Why did you go scrub the toilet just now?" Klein fell into deep thought. You know, when he picked up the toilet brush, his first wish was that Alice would never find out about this. Thinking of this, Klein suddenly remembered his disguise as red-haired Elaine some time ago. Although he really didn't want this matter to be exposed, the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow impersonating red-haired Elaine to assassinate Rear Admiral of Disease Tracy, this matter would surely spread, wouldn't it? Klein swallowed with difficulty at this thought. Next, he heard Alice's next question. By the way, a faceless cannot transform into a target with too great a size difference, but can it change gender? Without internal changes, just the appearance. Not just the face, and not just the figure, you understand what I mean, right? Klein closed his eyes in pain. He didn't know that Alice was just contemplating whether the taste of an iron-blooded knight is really good, was actually possible. But not satisfying Alice's curiosity might cause even greater trouble. For example, she might appear the next second and drag him, insisting that he transform for her on the spot. Klein even suspected that Alice would reach out and pull off his clothes. Of course, it was more likely that she wouldn't use her hands but directly use Beyonder powers or spirituality. Based on his understanding of Alice, Klein cautiously answered the question. A faceless cannot truly change gender, nor can it adjust its figure and physique too drastically. If I were fat enough, perhaps I could. You should understand what I mean. As for what you asked, that's really not possible, at least not now. A true gender change is even more impossible. Don't think about such things anymore. Having received her answer, Alice thoughtfully cupped her chin and muttered to herself. So, at most, it can only look like a beauty, but if it goes to the last step, it will be discovered. This thought made Alice's body tremble. She shook her head fiercely, throwing away those strange ideas, and decided not to aim too high for now, but to first sell a few more copies of The Taste of an Iron-Blooded Knight is Really Good. After copying 5 pages of The Taste of an Iron-Blooded Knight is Really Good, Alice blinked, then pulled out another piece of paper, wrote her honorific name in ancient Hermes, and placed it on top. After staring at her achievement and pondering for more than 10 seconds, Alice said thoughtfully, speaking of which, Ian, is he literate? Compared to 5 months ago when she first arrived in Backland, the current Alice had undoubtedly made rapid progress. Not only did she realize the hidden dangers within Ian, but she also learned to consider whether Ian understood ancient Hermes. She even thought that not everyone in this world was literate. Actually, that person named Winifred can barely be considered a clue. Are there any other clues? Alice seriously considered who else could be a clue to finding herself. Eamon. No, that doesn't count. Who could interrogate that guy, and even if asked, I doubt anyone would dare to believe it. Alice shook her head in horror, throwing that name away, then picked it back up. After a moment of contemplation, she asked Eamon, if I want to find a suspected swindler, what should I do? This didn't sound like a big problem, and Eamon didn't even bother to tease her before giving an answer. Swindlers delight in deception. If you're looking for a swindler, don't worry, because they will never stop committing crimes. So, which unlucky swindler provoked you? The expert's advice led Alice to decide to put this matter aside for now. Out of politeness, she still answered Amon's question. Actually, I'm not sure if she's a swindler. To be honest, I'm just a little suspicious. After a pause, she suddenly asked a puzzling question. What would happen if I divined Lord of Storms right now? More than 10 seconds later, Alice first heard a soft chuckle, and then a figure quickly materialized in the air. Alice blinked twice, looking at Amon's smile, and asked hesitantly, should I scream to cooperate with you? If you wish. Eamon raised an eyebrow slightly. Alice tried twice, and after realizing she couldn't muster the emotion, she silently closed her mouth and stared at Eamon, asking, what do you want to do? Eamon showed a mischievous smile. Actually, I was just looking for ingredients nearby. Alice was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood what he was saying. She couldn't help but ask in confusion. Don't you have many Worm of Time? Why don't you use your own? I remember your avatar is made of Worm of Time. End of this chapter. Chapter 262 Chapter 136 You have to pay it back. Eamon, no, the smile of this Worm of Time, or rather this mass of Worm of Time, disappeared. 10 seconds later, Alice saw the Worm of Time look at her with a complex expression and say, my true body wants to see you. He plans to treat you to an all-worm banquet. After an awkward 10-second stare-down, Alice, with a serious expression, asked the potential ingredient before her, "Is it too late for me to run now?" "Good question," it praised, clapping its hands twice. "Why don't you just run?" Alice cautiously took a step back and sincerely asked, "Why are you so happy? You're not the true body. In other words, you might also be part of the all-worm banquet, right?" After a dozen seconds of silence, the potential ingredient disappeared. Alice heard Amon's voice, still tinged with laughter. "Alice, are you really not considering a trip to the forsaken land of the gods?" Alice blinked twice, playing dead and ignoring Amon, confirming that nothing had been added or removed from the room. Wait a minute. Where was the diary she had just copied? Alice pondered for a moment before she had to ask, "Why did you steal the diary I copied? You can't even read Chinese." Amon wasn't angry. Instead, he responded cheerfully, "You're right. Coincidentally, you can come to the forsaken land of the gods to get them back." Alice closed her mouth. She gritted her teeth and had to recopy 5 copies of "The Taste of an Iron-Blooded Knight is Really Good," planning to talk to Ian later. She once again firmly rejected Amon's invitation and decided to go out for ice cream. As lunchtime approached, Alice licked her ice cream and began to ponder what to eat for lunch. Isn't it perfectly normal to start thinking about lunch more than an hour in advance? Making decisions was too difficult for Alice. Even after finishing an entire ice cream, Alice still hadn't decided what to eat. After thinking seriously for a while, the ice cream returned to its original state. Alice decided to eat the ice cream again. But the second time couldn't compare to the first. Alice quickly frowned, realizing that this ice cream had lost its element of surprise for her. After all, she had just finished an identical one. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Alice ultimately finished the ice cream in her hand and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she had an idea. She wrote different options on slips of paper, crumpled them up, and shuffled their order. In theory, a simple lottery was ready. She just had to randomly pick one, and she wouldn't have to make a decision, right? In fact, it was not like that at all. As long as she wanted, her hand reaching for a slip of paper with certain words on it was also controlled by fate. In other words, from the moment she took the dice of probability, the disguise of coincidence and accident was completely torn away, and the perfectly meshed gears were mercilessly exposed before her. Those seemingly random events were all arrangements of fate. And she, holding a portion of the authority of fate, successfully gained autonomy over certain matters, at least on the surface. However, these ordinary daily routines also, in a sense, completely lost their randomness. In her days, Alice remembered Song Shu's favorite gacha game. In Alice's view, the nature of this game was undoubtedly similar to gambling. It also preyed on the player's gambler's mentality. But in Alice's memory, Song Shu was not one of those players whose gambler's mentality was exploited. She liked gacha games but never played them herself. She preferred to watch others play. She was, what did she say again? In her mind, a scene from an afternoon gradually became clear. Alice remembered she should have been indoors, on her bed, holding her phone. She remembered she only had one last chance to draw a card, but still hadn't gotten the character she wanted. So she put down her phone and looked at Song Shu, who was watching the fun from the side, and asked. "Anyway, it's the last time, I definitely won't get it. Xiao Song, why don't you try?" "Not necessarily." Song Shu blinked. "Try again, Huan, the last time will definitely succeed, believe me." Alice shook her head, threw her phone aside, and said to her, "I don't want to try anymore." "Hey, speaking of which, Xiao Song, why do I feel like you really enjoy watching others draw cards, but you never touch it yourself? It's like you've had some kind of trauma." Song Shu smiled, picked up the phone, and handed it back to Alice, saying, "The most interesting part of drawing cards is the unexpected surprise that comes from sudden success after multiple failures. In fact, it's not just drawing cards, all highly random games are like this. They attract players with random outcomes. The process is the same, but the results vary greatly. Drawing cards just has a stronger connection to gambling. But no matter what, the real core is that the outcome is unknown, uncontrollable. If that's lost, there's nothing attractive about it. It's more interesting to watch others play. Huan, try again." It's the last time anyway, and it doesn't take much effort to draw. Alice took the phone, reopened the interface, and laughed. After all that, you still haven't told me the reason. You can't possibly know the result before drawing, can you? Maybe. Songshu looked at her and smiled. Maybe I really do know. Nonsense. Alice rolled her eyes. If you were really that good, why wouldn't you hurry up and buy a lottery ticket? Songshu watched her finger tap the confirm button and laughed. See, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Huh, see, I told you it would be drawn, didn't I? Amidst golden light, the limited character from the gacha pool appeared on the screen. Alice remembered completely ignoring Songshu's previous words and excitedly turned to her, saying, "Then I really thank our kind Xiao Song for lending me her luck. You'll have to return it." Songshu also looked very happy, her eyes curving into a smile. Huh. Alice widened her eyes, looking at her accusingly. Oh, so that's what you were planning. You think you can trick me into helping you draw with just one sentence? Dream on. The matter ended there. Songshu blinked twice and quickly changed the subject. This was just a typical playful banter between good friends. Before Alice remembered Songshu's last smile, that's indeed how it was. Alice unconsciously clenched her fist. She couldn't help but want to continue thinking in that direction, but her hand subconsciously fumbled around on the table, gathering up the crumpled papers. I still haven't decided what to eat for lunch. Let's talk about it after eating, shall we? Alice whispered to herself, as if advising someone. End of chapter. Chapter 263 Chapter 137 I hope Klein likes this gift. As the rice was crushed in her mouth by her tongue and teeth, Alice finally stopped agonizing over Songshu's problem and started agonizing over a new one. I really want to eat Chinese food. Alice called Mr. Fool's help hotline, letting out a resentful sound. Alice, who didn't expect Mr. Fool to reply immediately, continued eating while pondering what to do that afternoon. Oh, right, the wealth accessory. Alice remembered Evelyn's hesitant look before she left, and rubbed her temples with a slight headache. So why on earth was this thing sent back? However, a birthday present, she hadn't actually celebrated one since she came here. Wait, her birthday, when was it again? Alice's smile vanished. It was perfectly normal for her, who initially had no memory, not to remember her birthday. No one would find it strange. After recovering Shen Yinghuan's memories, she hadn't thought in that direction for a while, until just now, she realized, it seemed, didn't remember which day her birthday was. It was a very strange feeling. It wasn't that she had no memories of birthdays, in fact, these memories were very clear. Alice remembered eating birthday cake, remembered opening presents, remembered smearing cream on Songshu's face, she just didn't remember the specific date. Alice gripped the edge of the table tightly, and a few minutes later, she slowly released her hand, staring at the unfinished meal without any appetite. How about this? Alice murmured, using her restart ability to restore everything to how it was before she started eating, then called a waiter to pack the meal. She used a sacrificial ritual to deliver the meal to Eamon. This way, wasting food isn't me, but Eamon. After cleaning up the mess, Alice nodded, muttering to herself with satisfaction. No matter how inexplicable Eamon found Alice's actions, it had nothing to do with Alice, because Alice was doing something even more inexplicable. She called Mr. Fool's hotline again. Klein, when is your birthday? I want to send you a birthday present. As she asked this, her beautiful blue eyes were darting around rapidly, clearly plotting something mischievous, and indeed, she was. She planned to set the date of Faceless Tastes Really Good on Klein's birthday. Hopefully, Klein likes this gift. Above the gray fog, Klein ignored Alice's first resentful harassment call. After all, he didn't want to change professions to become a chef. He was currently pondering Alice's second question. Klein really couldn't imagine what kind of birthday present Alice would send, if he had to imagine. Klein could only recall the painting Alice gave to Eamon. If he remembered correctly, didn't Alice say that those two fan fictions, didn't they have illustrations? Klein suddenly remembered how Alice had stubbornly refused to reveal what she had drawn before, and fell into deep thought. Above the gray fog, Alice sat up straight with a docile expression, blinking at Klein. Klein ignored her innocent expression and asked with a complicated mood, Alice, did you used to draw books? Alice lost control of her facial muscles. No, it should be all her muscles. She instantly froze in place. Her expression betrayed the answer, but Klein still held onto a last shred of hope and called out. Alice, do you know the subjects of your books? After a moment of silence, Alice tactfully said, well, these two people, one is your fated lover, and the other is the person who understands you best in this world. Klein closed his eyes in pain. Alice silently lowered her head and started playing dead. At critical moments, one really should learn more from Mr. Hanged Man. For a time, above the gray fog fell into a long silence, until Klein couldn't help but ask the next question. Alice, this birthday present you mentioned, it wouldn't be a painting you drew, would it? Alice looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could you doubt me like that? I clearly promised you I wouldn't send you that kind of gift. And how can Eamon compare to you? I wouldn't be perfunctory with you like I was with Eamon. The last sentence made Klein gasp, and he quickly interrupted. Alice, the thought is what counts, the gift isn't important, really. He swore, this was the most sincere he had ever been when saying that phrase. But this trick was useless on Alice. She shook her head and said seriously. But, if you can't even see the gift, how can you feel my sincerity? When exactly is your birthday? After staring at Alice for more than 10 seconds, Klein replied, my current birthday is March 4th. He paused, then asked again. What type of gift are you sending? You don't have to say exactly what it is, just, to prepare me mentally, so it doesn't turn out like those two fanfictions. Alice stroked her chin and replied, I'm planning to send you 2 pages of Rosal's diary. That sounds quite normal, but why would she think of sending this? And specifically choose my birthday? Did the great emperor do something shocking again? Speaking of which, is there anything left for the great emperor to do that would be shocking? Did he really turn into a woman? Well, it doesn't seem impossible, huh? Klein fell into deep thought. Alice stroked her chin and continued. You know, would Mr. Fool's birth date count as a kind of April Fool's Day? If so, then those 2 pages of the diary would start on April Fool's Day and end on April Fool's Day. How fun. Alice clapped her hands together, successfully pulling Klein's wandering thoughts back. By this time, Klein had basically relaxed. After all, what did the great emperor's actions have to do with him? Thinking this, he also chimed in with Alice. If that's the case, could your birthday be considered this world's Children's Day? Alice paused, then stroked her chin and said, it's not impossible, but I don't know my current birthday. She refrained from thinking about past birthdays. Klein also remembered this. He patted Alice reassuringly, then suddenly laughed. Since you don't know when your birthday is, does that mean I don't have to give you a birthday present? End of chapter. Chapter 264. Chapter 138. The core of the ritual. Alice stared at Klein without speaking. She couldn't remember her true birthday, but theoretically, her current body should have a birth date. So, I'll figure out this body's birth date as soon as I get back. To set the mood, Alice slapped the table. Accustomed to Alice's boisterous actions, Klein didn't comment, instead asking in confusion. Why does your table slapping look so cautious? Alice paused, then withdrew her hand, sighed profoundly, and looked straight ahead, saying, the gifts of fate are not without a price. I have paid a terrible price for it. I hope you learn from my lesson and act carefully. Speak normally, Klein said concisely. Alice's expression crumbled in a second. She pouted and said discontentedly, I accidentally cracked the hotel table. Klein reached up and massaged his forehead. But I found, Alice quickly grew excited again, restart is so useful, I never have to worry about overeating again. It's just a bit wasteful of food. Klein's mouth slightly opened, wanting to say something, but remembering his yet-to-be-named sequence 4, he ultimately chose to keep silent. He was very worried that this topic would turn into whether his high-sequence abilities would be suitable for running a circus. But at certain moments, Alice didn't need anyone to respond, like now. However, one thing particularly confuses me, the low-sequence abilities of a Beander actually seem to be a manifestation of the true God's authority of that pathway. Klein, what kind of authority do you think would manifest as running a circus in the low sequences? Klein didn't want to answer that question. Alice didn't plan to wait for his answer, continuing to mumble to herself. But you don't seem to be a complete circus either. After all, the beast tamer is with the apothecary. Why is that? Alice, Klein called her expressionlessly. Who else have you told these things to? No one. Alice shook her head decisively. After all, we are the Tarot Club, not the Tarot Circus. Quote? Klein stared at Alice. Alice blinked twice, her eyes innocent. Klein decisively gave up reasoning with Alice and subtly suggested, if you're really bored, I can take you to meet your teacher. Alice didn't resist as before. Instead, she frowned and rubbed her chin. You say, can she tell me the whereabouts of my potion's main ingredients? After a pause, she added, I haven't heard of the monster on the potion formula. Klein was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, what sequence potion formula? Alice pinched her brow and said, actually, basically none of the later ones have been heard of, but I want to ask about sequence 4. No, actually I want to ask, do you still need to drink potions according to the normal process? Klein shook his head, posing his real question. Alice rubbed her chin and said, Beander characteristics are definitely needed, but whether they need to be drunk according to the normal process, I'm not sure, but I want to try drinking them that way. Mainly, I want to know how much knowledge I changed in the potion before. I always feel that he is a bit too gentle to the low sequences, only deleting a few warnings. Why not put in some fake ones? Klein's mouth dropped open in surprise. After staring at the innocent-looking Alice for more than 10 seconds, he finally said with concern, I hope there aren't any high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway like you. Alice silently lowered her head. Klein looked at Alice helplessly and said tactfully, sometimes I'm really glad that the church doesn't have the monster potion formula, and I chose the seer potion because of Rosal's diary. Alice suddenly fell silent. She stared at Klein, her tone unclear as she said, are you really sure that was your own decision? Klein froze. Alice lowered her head and said slowly, do you know what the high-sequence abilities of the fate pathway are? Powerful computational ability and control over the probability of every event. Do you know that even drawing lots, which lot is drawn, can be decided? I can even decide whether my words will be believed. Do you know what this means? I can completely decide a person's entire life, from birth to death. Every coincidence, every accident in their life is within my arrangement. I can make him have no doubts about it, or I can, on a whim one day in the future, make him sit here like us, discussing whether he lives under someone else's control, or even my current thoughts being controlled. After all, I feel, my memories seem to be fake. Klein didn't speak. He just quietly watched Alice. At one moment, he suddenly remembered the joke he and Alice shared, perhaps they were living in a book. This was too terrifying a hypothesis. He subconsciously didn't want to delve deeper into this topic, but at this moment, Alice provided him with a new possibility. Perhaps their unwillingness to delve deeper was also arranged by someone. Perhaps their current thought about this question was also, don't think about it. Alice's voice interrupted Klein's thoughts. Actually, the answer isn't that important at all, after all. Alice paused. She gazed deeply at Klein before saying softly, if even whether we perceive it is within someone else's arrangement, then it means we have no ability to resist at all. What's the point of knowing the answer? Anyway, the process and the result are no different, it will only add to our troubles. If that is the arrangement of fate, all we can do is follow the direction of fate, and then wait for an opportunity. Alice's words stopped. Her spirituality suddenly pulsed. She instantly thought of her advancement ritual. Find a turning point amidst the misfortune created by a powerful Beander above the demigod level, and after finding the turning point. Is it to escape, or to seize the opportunity to counter-kill the opponent? The ritual didn't explicitly state it, but Alice suddenly had an epiphany. The focus of the ritual might not be on misfortune, but on the turning point. Find the turning point, and then take everything into your own hands. It is a transformation from a winner, chosen by fate, to a misfortune mage, who can truly control a part of their own fate. Chapter 265 Chapter 139 Dangerous Dreams. As expected of a mage, Alice sighed silently, then had to face the next question. Hey, this kind of realization wouldn't appear for no reason, right? Alice had to become serious, and earnestly asked Klein a question. You said, can rituals be stored? This topic jumped a bit too quickly. Klein was stunned for a moment, looking at Alice, who provoked his emotions with a few sentences, then disregarded him and jumped to the next topic. A sense of powerlessness even stronger than before arose within him. Forget it, at least her next question isn't about what to eat tonight. Klein weakly comforted himself, then subtly reminded her, do you still remember what sequence I am? Oh, he doesn't have experience with advancing through rituals yet. After a few seconds of silence, Alice tried hard to salvage her dignity. Can't you prepare in advance? Why do you have no ambition at all? Can't you learn from me? Quote. Klein stared at Alice, dumbfounded. Alice raised her chin without a hint of guilt and said, I'm already an angel, but I haven't even come of age. What about you? You're over 20 and still not a demigod. After they stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, Klein showed a gentle smile and asked in a soft tone, I've graduated from university, what about you? Do you want to go to university? Alice closed her mouth. As expected of you, Mr. World. Alice didn't want to talk to Klein, who had begun to act as Gehrman Sparrow, the world. She glared at Klein fiercely, then quickly pulled out her internet cable and ran away. Phew, returning to the real world, Alice breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest, and showed an expression of surviving a disaster. Today is another day I didn't get caught going to class. Otherwise, an angel skipping class and getting caught would sound too embarrassing. Alice reached out to cover her face and fell onto the bed. A few minutes later, she let out steady breaths. One of the great advantages of an angel is not having to worry about getting cold even without a blanket. What is that? Silent, darkness, deep, swaying, rising and falling shadows. The shapes were like one person after another, and also like one tree after another. Alice couldn't see clearly. She remembered she came to find Klein, but why did she end up here? She subconsciously wanted to lift her foot and move forward, to get a little closer and see what was ahead, but her feet were firmly nailed to the ground. Danger. That sound came from outside, and also from the depths of her soul. Alice dared not move. She realized that this distance was the limit. If she moved even a tiny bit closer to that darkness area, she would be discovered. So, what should she do? How could she see the darkness ahead without getting closer? Soft, faint lights, twinkling like stars, appeared and flickered, drifting before Alice. If these lights passed through and illuminated that area a little, wouldn't that be enough? If she only looked once, without getting closer, would there be danger? No one answered her, but scattered specks of light detached from the others, slowly floated up, then swiftly swept over that darkness area, and finally extinguished. It was the shadow of trees, and also the shadow of people, or something else, it didn't matter. What mattered were the tumors, the flowers, the beautiful bodies, the most instinctive desires of life. It was reproduction. Before the light completely extinguished, Alice saw that those unbloomed flowers silently turned towards her direction, and then bloomed. As she realized those flower buds were rapidly blooming, a huge sense of crisis enveloped Alice. Alice suddenly sobered up. She realized this was a special dream. A prophetic dream. A prophetic dream where the subject could truly pose a threat to her. This was the first time she had such a serious sense of crisis since retrieving the uniqueness. She cut off the connection without hesitation, quickly woke up from the dream, decisively concealed herself, and then decisively hid in the Lord of Storms' church. Praise the Lord of Storms. The believers would not notice the extra figure in the corner. Under Alice's deliberate concealment, even the bishop could not detect the fluctuations of spirituality. Only then did she calm down again and look at the sky outside the window. Good, it was time for dinner. What a fulfilling day. After serious consideration for more than 10 seconds, adhering to the principle of, since I'm already here, Alice nonchalantly walked to the church entrance, used her authority to adjust the subsequent probabilities, and then, lifted her concealed state. It was nothing, truly nothing. It was just that the bishop happened to look in that direction and saw Alice, who had suddenly appeared and was putting on her monocle. She smiled at the newly appointed bishop and then disappeared from the spot. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Are you all right? A believer noticed the bishop's suddenly pale face and asked with concern. Alice didn't go home, she decided to eat something first. That strange dream temporarily made Alice lose interest in proper food. After thinking seriously for a moment, she bought a sweet iced tea. Feeling the sweet and sour taste of the sweet iced tea, Alice suddenly sighed silently and murmured, I kind of miss milk tea, cola, and soda. After a few seconds of pause, she hesitantly looked around, then bit the straw and said, doesn't, Angel, not quite go with gluttony, either. She lowered her head and fell into thought. After more than 10 seconds, she reinserted the straw and began to drink the sweet iced tea. So delicious. Licking her lips, Alice decided to throw the problem to Klein. After all, at the beginning of the dream, she remembered she should have been looking for him. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The yellow and black king who holds good luck. I pray for your gaze. I pray for your listening. Listen well, an unknown existence has set its sights on you. Its Beander characteristic is at least that of a true god, an existence that can truly threaten me. Its authority is related to fertility and reproduction, but this should not be a complete authority. Note 1. Do not attempt divination, not even above the gray fog. The best result is being discovered, the worst result, I don't know, I feel like I almost died. Not the kind of death where I could just revive, I feel like it could truly affect me. It shouldn't be truly hopeless, but it would be very troublesome, extremely troublesome. Be careful, I don't want to wake up one day and hear that you gave birth to 108 children for Amen. After all, Amen can give birth to 108 children in one go without issue, but you would probably have problems. End of chapter. Chapter 266. Chapter 140. Alice changes career to become a bodyguard. Klein decisively ignored the last two sentences of Alice's reminder, crazy. Even so, he still accepted Alice's warning, raising his guard and not attempting to divine. However, since the eternal blazing sun and the true creator are also true gods, why? Such a doubt flashed through Klein's mind, and he couldn't help but speculate about Alice's meaning, at least a true god. What is above a true god? No, if it were Alice, she might think this way. Klein tapped the table twice, trying to recall Alice's logic. Counting from sequence 9 to sequence 1, next is sequence 0. Counting further up, would the sequence levels become negative? However, this was not what he needed to worry about at the moment. What he should first figure out was why an existence of this level would target him. Klein looked at this space, known as Saphira Castle, and pinched his brow. It was easy to guess what Alice's warning was about. The tramp he had spent great effort finding suddenly died, and then those people met him, and he just happened to be looking for an acting opportunity. Klein was already somewhat suspicious of such an inexplicable coincidence. However, the divination result was fine. Klein slowly furrowed his brows, recalling Alice's warning again, do not divine, not even above Saphira Castle. Could he bypass the obstruction of Saphira Castle? Even interfere with divination above Saphira Castle? This conjecture startled Klein, as it was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The previous two times he divined true gods, nothing truly went wrong, let alone his divination being interfered with. What exactly did Alice see? After more than 10 seconds, Klein suddenly had a good idea. He responded to Alice's prayer. Alice, are you interested in being my bodyguard? At 6:30 p.m., Klein confidently arrived at the Sweet Lemon Bar and found Bilt and Sotos, the initiators of the commission. He said with little expression, 500 pounds up front. Then tell me who the target I need to transform into is. Bilt couldn't help but show a clear smile. While signaling Sotos to go to the safe, he said in a deep voice. He is the kingdom's highest naval commander in the central Sonia Sea. Your Excellency Admiral Emlyn Livet. A true demigod. As soon as he finished speaking, a surprised, untimely girlish voice suddenly rang out. You guys are making a tramp impersonate a demigod. The voice was muffled, as if she had something in her mouth. Except for Klein, who was already accustomed to it and had the Beander power of clown to maintain the scene, Bilt and Sotos both froze. They looked almost in horror towards the source of the sound. In the corner chair, a beautiful blonde girl had appeared at some point. She was puffing out her cheeks, swallowing what was in her mouth, while looking at them with a surprised expression. This was a perfectly normal scene, so, when did she sit there? Upon realizing she was being watched, Alice looked down at the pie in her hand. After a moment of thought, she tentatively held out both hands, offering it, and asked hesitantly. I bought it at the door. Do you want some too? Actually, when she's being crazy, as long as it's not directed at me, it's quite fun." Klein used all of Clown's control to suppress his laughter and asked Alice. "When did you buy it? How come I didn't know?" Alice blinked and said, "On your way from entering the bar to here." "Good, very reasonable." Seeing the conversation between Alice and Klein, Bilt calmed down a bit. He cautiously turned to Klein and asked, "Who is this?" Klein looked at Alice. Bilt then also looked over. Alice blinked twice, licked her lips, and then said, "Perhaps, you can call me Your Holiness." Bilt's regained composure vanished. Soto's was not much better off. They both understood the meaning of Your Holiness. This was a representative of a deity's will. Now, the only question was, which deity did she, or he, represent? Bilt, of course, wasn't foolish enough to ask this question aloud. He cautiously nodded to Alice and said, "Your Holiness, you are here for." Alice scrutinized him, raised an eyebrow, and said, "I want to see that demigod you mentioned." After a pause, she looked down and muttered softly, "If I don't eat it quickly, the pie will get cold." Bilt, who had been about to speak, closed his mouth. Klein glanced at Alice and offered Bilt a gentle smile, persuading him. "Don't worry, he is just worried about me. After all, if I die, no one will play with him." Alice looked up at Klein, looking as if she wanted to speak but didn't. She really wanted to nominate Eamon here, but ultimately gave up. Bilt tried hard to appear calm. Klein ignored the hesitant Alice and continued. "You can pretend he doesn't exist. Anyway, you have no other choice, do you?" This made a lot of sense. Bilt looked at the calm and collected crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, and suddenly felt a sincere admiration. Just as he was about to say something, Alice's thoughtful gaze fell on him, and he instinctively held his breath. Alice looked at his terrified expression and suddenly remembered Evelyn, who called her, "Your Grace." She pursed her lips, took a fierce bite of the pie in her hand, then glared fiercely at Bilt, and vanished from her spot. Bilt was stunned for a moment, then heard Gehrman Sparrow's unchanged voice. "All right, now we should be able to continue discussing what we were before. At least until she finishes her pie." The shift from he to she made Bilt pause. Recalling Alice's childish actions, he suddenly felt he understood Gehrman Sparrow's earlier words. Bilt tried to force a couple of laughs. Although the smile was fake, he still said nonchalantly, "So, we have a pie's worth of discussion time, is that right?" Klein nodded. Bilt did not try to report or stop this matter. Firstly, he was not particularly loyal, and secondly, he had a clear understanding of his own strength. He cleared his throat and began to explain the details of the mission to Klein. It wasn't until Klein had transformed into the appearance of Admiral Emlyn in front of Bilt, and Bilt was looking him up and down with an admiring expression, that Alice curiously asked. "I suddenly remembered something. How did you know he could change his appearance?" End of chapter. Chapter 267 Chapter 141 Dinner begins. Klein finally remembered what he had forgotten. Bilt didn't notice the disoriented mood of the unflappable adventurer, and facing Alice, who had suddenly appeared for the second time, he was much calmer and naturally explained. Previously, a message came from Rear Admiral of Disease Trassus, Black Death, stating that adventurer Gehrman Sparrow could transform into anyone, just like Rear Admiral Hurricane Keelangos did before. It is said that he used this to infiltrate the Black Death and assassinate Rear Admiral of Disease Tracy. Bilt's voice trailed off. He suddenly realized that Alice's eyes, as she looked at Klein, were sparkling, with an almost irrepressible excitement, as if she were appraising a rare treasure. Bilt suddenly felt that he and Soto's were a bit superfluous. As he hesitated, Alice turned her head and asked them, "Do you have anything else to say?" Bilt hesitated for a moment, then said quickly, "Your Excellency Admiral will be holding a banquet the day after tomorrow. I have an invitation." Then, "See you the day after tomorrow." Alice interrupted Bilt. "See you the day after tomorrow." Bilt swallowed. Alice gave him a smile, nodded, and after a moment's thought, also smiled and nodded at Soto's, then reached out and pressed Klein, pulling him along as they vanished. "No one will come in now," Alice said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Klein after setting up a spirituality barrier, Miss Irene. Klein weakly held his forehead. Alice looked at him with that expectant gaze for a while, and when she realized she wasn't getting a response, she lowered her head in disappointment, disheartened, and said, "I thought I was special to you." I didn't expect that you'd rather turn into Irene to please Tracy than fulfill such a small wish of mine. Shut up, Klein interrupted her, unable to bear it any longer. Where did you learn those lines from again? Alice dropped her fake act, thought seriously for a moment, and tilted her head, saying, TV show. Or a novel. After a pause, she added. It might also be Song Shu. Klein suddenly understood why parents would report TV shows, cartoons, and games. However, this also indirectly reflected that the main problem indeed lay with the child. Klein looked at Alice, rubbed his temples with a headache, and remembered the phrase that had astounded him, the taste of a primordial demoness is really good. Never mind, at least it wasn't the taste of a fool is really good. Klein comforted himself with a few words, took a deep breath, and tried to reason with Alice. I can't actually turn into a woman, I can't even match the figure. How about this, when I can really do it, I'll transform for you, okay? Alice stared at Klein for over 10 seconds before breaking into a brilliant smile and saying, I'll remember that, Mr. Fool. Consider this the reward for your current commission, all right. Klein felt his heart skip a few beats. He realized that now he might really not be able to go back on his word. At 6 p.m. 2 days later, Klein arrived at the Sweet Lemon bar again. Upon seeing the adventurer as promised, Bilt breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he nervously scanned his surroundings, and before he could speak, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Are you looking for me? A light, girlish voice asked. Bilt froze on the spot. He watched as the girl from that day emerged from behind him. After a moment of stunned silence, he still couldn't help but ask. Your clothes. An angel acting like a child is one thing, but is wearing a sack a local custom. Alice tugged at the school uniform she was wearing and replied seriously, wearing this makes me feel like I'm doing something important. Ah. Bilt subconsciously nodded. Although he didn't understand Alice's meaning, he still rationally chose not to comment on it. You can pretend she doesn't exist. Klein reiterated his previous suggestion, can we leave now? 7:30 p.m., Olivie Governor's mansion. Klein, transformed into Sotos, wearing a black tailcoat and matching bow tie, followed Bilt into the banquet hall. Inside, it was warm as spring, with huge crystal chandeliers hanging from the dome, sparkling with countless candlelights, illuminating the entire venue as if it were daytime. In the right corner, a band in vests and bow ties played a lively melody, while on the left, long tables were laden with delicious dishes such as roasted spring chicken, pan-fried foie gras, stewed lamb, Backland-style roast goose, and cream cheese baked Olivie lobster. Even from a distance, Klein seemed to smell their aroma and was about to go get a plate to fill with food. At this moment, Bilt, a little constrained, tugged at his cuff, turned his head, and lowered his voice. Remember the etiquette for this kind of banquet. Our current goal is to observe Your Excellency Admiral's behavior, so just one glass of wine is enough. Here we have Misty Champagne, Ormir wine, and Southwell red wine, all rare and famous wines. You can have a little, but not too much. We must remain sufficiently clear-headed. When drinking, try to just put on a show. Klein withdrew his gaze, nodded, and then they heard another voice, can't I eat either? Bilt had already given up trying to find out where this elusive excellency currently was. He calmly replied, can you avoid being noticed by others? The owner of the voice, who was doing who knows what, asked, so, as long as I'm not noticed, I can do anything. Before Bilt could speak, Klein called out in a very warning tone, Alice. A few seconds later, a displeased Alice appeared beside Klein, holding a plate of Backland roast goose, with a glass of alluring golden champagne, its fine bubbles like mist, held in her mouth. She opened her mouth, and the champagne glass dropped from her lips, landing steadily on the edge of the roast goose plate in an incredible way, without even disturbing the bubbles. Under Bilt's shocked gaze, Alice turned her head and asked Klein, can I drink alcohol? I can do that too. Klein admired Alice's acrobatic performance, made a satisfactory self-assessment, then looked at the champagne glass and asked with an uncertain tone. You just want to drink alcohol. You know, Alice blinked, minors can't drink alcohol. Chapter 268 Chapter 142 The correct use of the cycle of fate. Klein looked at Alice, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked, will you still grow up? Alice paused, remembering the terrifying thought of not growing any taller. Have I ever told you that I can now return my body to a state from a while ago? Which meant, in a way, growth had already lost its meaning. Klein hadn't had time to seriously analyze it when he heard Alice add, but in some sense, yes, I can. I can be reborn and grow up again. If you're willing, maybe one day I could call you father, or mother. Bilt began to hesitate whether he should cover his ears. Alice blinked, then suddenly turned her head and said, I can also make you go back a few minutes, so you won't remember what I just said. Bilt's hesitation changed to whether he should run away now. Klein controlled the muscles around his eyes and mouth to avoid showing too strange an expression, then curiously asked Alice, it seems I don't need to worry about you getting drunk then. Alice looked at him and blinked twice, suddenly remembering the expression of the hanged man Alger several months ago when she asked if she would get seasick. She always felt there was an indescribable similarity between these two things. Alice frowned slightly, gave up on analyzing it, and turned to Bilt, asking, can we only glance at that person at the banquet like this? Klein also looked over. Of course not, Bilt smiled. After the banquet, Your Excellency Admiral might want to meet the two of you. Alice stared at him, frowning slightly, and asked somewhat uncertainly, did you not report my situation? Bilt fell into contemplation. After more than 10 seconds, Alice gave him a surprised look, then looked at Klein, and said in a tone that was hard to tell if it was sarcasm or praise, it seems you really did act as if I didn't exist, just as he said. Bilt lowered his head. This action made Alice tilt her head. After all, she had seen too many scenes of people lowering their heads and playing dead at the tarot club. Alice looked down at the plate in her hand, then at the richly varied dining table, and after a moment of hesitation, decided not to pursue the matter, instead waving her hand and saying, I hope your next dinner party will have more ice cream or other desserts. She disappeared without waiting for Bilt to respond, leaving the space entirely to Klein and Bilt, and began to do the most important thing for her, eat. After tasting each dish in turn, Alice felt as if she understood a little why some animals became protected species. For that inexplicable sense of guilt in her heart, Alice silently lowered her head. A few seconds later, she raised her head again, her eyes once more firm. Why should she feel guilty? These animals here weren't protected species. And what did human laws have to do with me, a sealed artifact? Alice began to search for her next target at the dining table with a clear conscience. Out of respect for the entrusted task, Klein merely took a glass of champagne from a passing waiter's tray and began to observe Admiral Emlin's every move. Under the ability of the Faceless, his brain operated at high speed. During this time, he only sipped the champagne, not even tasting it. Once he had gathered enough information, he shifted his attention to his hungry stomach, looked at a waiter not far away, glanced down at the wine glass in his hand, hesitated for a second, but still placed the glass on the tray, preparing to get some food. Just then, Bilt approached and said, I received Your Excellency Admiral's signal. Is that His Holiness present? You're not a child anymore, you're a mature adult. Klein advised himself internally, reining in his gaze from the roasted spring chicken and indifferently sweeping his eyes over Bilt. Bilt suddenly felt the air around him turn cold. He shivered, instinctively wanting to say something, but then saw Gehrman Sparrow lower his head, place his hands over his chest, and chant in ancient Hermes language. The eternally innocent child. The embodiment of luck and miracles. The origin of disaster and chaos. Honorific name. 3-stage. Bilt clenched his molars to avoid trembling too much. He stared at Gehrman Sparrow until the familiar figure fully appeared in the air, then he calmed down again. The first thing Alice did after appearing was hand Klein a golden brown, richly oiled roasted chicken leg. This was truly not something an angel on earth should do. Bilt momentarily forgot his fear until Alice turned her head and asked him blankly. Do you want one too? I'll go pick one for you too. What kind of church style is this, exactly? Bilt looked at Alice, who was earnestly asking for his opinion, and then at Gehrman Sparrow, who had only been silent for a moment before taking the chicken leg without changing his expression and biting into it. He suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. Alice's image was too far removed from Bilt's impression of an exalted being. Thinking of the phrase, the eternally innocent child, from the 3-stage honorific name just now, and then looking at Alice before him, he suddenly realized that this description was truly most apt. She was like a child teasing ants on the ground. At this moment, they were the ants that had caught her interest. After recognizing his place, Bilt calmly replied, "That would be too much trouble for you. You are truly too kind." After staring at him for more than 10 seconds, Alice snapped her fingers, and Bilt suddenly realized that the hunger in his abdomen quickly disappeared. He was stunned and hadn't had time to speak when he saw Alice rub her chin, murmuring thoughtfully to herself, "Can I set up a loop of fate, trapping people forever in the state of having just eaten their fill? That way he won't be able to eat anything else." Bilt's eyes became completely blank. Although he didn't quite understand, but this usage seemed a bit strange. In contrast, Klein, who knew more about this, obviously thought of more. He had to stop what he was doing, free his mouth, and then, with a complex mood, said to Alice, "Do you know how many things this ability, which is almost like a freeze frame, can do?" Alice looked at Klein, thought seriously for more than 10 seconds, then clapped her hand, suddenly realizing, "I know. I can trap you in a chicken leg gnawing loop, making you gnaw this chicken leg continuously, hundreds of times." End of chapter. Chapter 269. Chapter 143. You Can Call Me Miss Destiny. Klein suddenly felt a profound weariness from within. He looked at Alice, who was earnestly attentive, and gave a kind smile, offering a concise comment. Psychopath. Well, it seemed this wasn't what Klein intended to convey either. Alice sighed, lowering her head to seriously reflect on her problem. Klein wisely chose not to comment on it. He finished the remaining chicken leg and asked Alice, "Any drinks?" Bilt's mouth dropped open in surprise. Alice didn't comment on it. She reappeared after disappearing for a few seconds, holding a bottle of grape juice, and proudly lifted her chin, saying, "Look, I searched for a long time to find this juice. Why do all adults like to drink alcohol so much?" Bilt began to wonder if he shouldn't be standing here. After barely filling his stomach, Klein turned to look at Alice. After they stared at each other for a few seconds, Alice's figure disappeared from where she stood again. Then, as Klein handed the task of disposing of the trash to the waiter, he turned to Bilt and asked, "Where are we meeting Admiral Emlyn?" Good question. Bilt's thoughts returned to normal. He realized they had wasted too much time, but he dared not comment on it. After a moment of panic, he led Gehrman Sparrow into the garden. After they had walked along a secluded path for about a minute, Bilt paused, reached out, and pointed at Klein's face, saying, "You can transform into Your Excellency Admiral now. Just pretend you're that vagrant who looks a lot like him." Now both Alice and Klein understood why he hadn't reported Alice's presence. But neither of them exposed the other. Klein looked around, confirming that he truly couldn't locate Alice's current position. Then he raised both hands, covering his entire face. Klein recalled that Alice had shown clear aversion to the disgusting things that might appear on one's face when transforming, such as polyps or tumors. Of course, if she wasn't disgusted, that might be even more terrifying. Recalling Alice's excited expression after hearing about red-haired Elaine, Klein inwardly hissed. He completed the transformation while lost in thought. When he lowered his hands, Bilt saw a middle-aged gentleman who bore an 8 or 9/10 resemblance to Emlyn Livett. Bilt was satisfied with Gehrman Sparrow's professional skill. He took a few steps forward to the door of the utility room and pushed open the slightly ajar door. Emlyn Livett, dressed in an admiral's uniform, stood with his side to the entrance, by the window, admiring the garden view. At this moment, he half turned his head, casting his gaze upon the guest who resembled him greatly. An indescribable sense of majesty and oppression swept over them. Before Klein could fully experience it, the oppressive feeling vanished. Your Excellency Admiral's demeanor became cautious and vigilant. He looked towards the doorway and asked in a deep voice, "Esteemed stranger, do you not intend to reveal yourself?" Bilt felt his sweat glands had never been as active as they had been these past few days. Amidst the three people's breathing, Alice's voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, appeared before her figure. "You should call me Your Excellency. Also, I don't like the tone you use when speaking to me, it's very disrespectful." She didn't enter the room but appeared by the door. After saying those two sentences, she paused, took half a step back, then reached out and gently knocked on the door twice, asking in an inquiring tone, "May I come in?" This behavior was quite peculiar. Even as a demigod, Emlyn had never encountered such an existence. He looked at Alice and cautiously replied, "Of course, please come in. Is there something you need, Your Excellency?" Alice tilted her head, moved behind Klein, then pulled on Klein's sleeve with one hand, as if no one else was there, and said, "His expression is too serious. I don't want to talk to him, you speak." As a shield, Klein was dutiful. Not only did he not move his body, but he also added a voice broadcast function. "As you can see, she came with me." At the same time, before Alice could try to pull off his cufflink, he silently pulled his sleeve free from Alice's grasp. Alice, whose intention had been discovered, silently retracted her hand. This scene made Emlyn's demeanor even more serious. He fixed his gaze on Bilt and asked in a deep voice, "Where is the vagrant you mentioned earlier?" Cold sweat dripped from Bilt's forehead. Under that majesty, he instantly dropped to one knee with a thud. Alice watched this scene in surprise and blurted out, "Why don't you kneel when you see me?" Bilt's brain briefly crashed for a moment, and Emlyn also hesitated. Only Klein, long accustomed to such things, reacted quickly, turning to Alice and saying, "Shut up." The words were short and forceful. Alice skillfully covered her mouth, took a few steps back, and stood against the wall, as obedient as a student being made to stand in the corner. Especially since she was wearing a school uniform. Klein silently averted his gaze, nodded to Admiral Emlyn, and said without much emotion, "I apologize, you may continue." Emlyn Livet hesitated even more. In the eerie silence, Bilt, surprisingly, calmed down after the pressure disappeared and began to explain the whole story. "Your Excellency Admiral, the previous vagrant suddenly fell ill and died. I had no choice but to find another adventurer who could change their appearance. As a result, this Your Excellency suddenly appeared, and I had no choice." Emlyn glanced at Bilt, temporarily not pursuing his fault, but also not allowing him to rise. Instead, he cautiously said to Alice, who was still covering her mouth, "Your Excellency, could you introduce yourself?" He emphasized the word, "Your Excellency." Alice blinked twice, covering her mouth, and looked at Klein. Klein, forced to become the center of attention, immediately felt a sense of immersion as Mr. Fool. He responded to Alice's gaze with an unchanging voice. "You never asked for my opinion when you caused trouble." Alice lowered her head for a 1-second reflection, then looked up, lowered her hand, and looked at Admiral Emlyn, opening and closing her mouth repeatedly before finally saying weakly, "Can you really not change your expression? Otherwise, you really look like a homeroom teacher." That genuinely weak expression made Emlyn pull at the corners of his mouth to reveal a smile after a few seconds of silence. Alice, on the other hand, gasped, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately gave up and closed her eyes, saying, "You can call me Miss Fate. I do not represent anyone's will, I only represent fate itself." End of chapter. Chapter 270. Chapter 144. Secret. Bilt wished he could faint on the spot. These words, combined with the address of, "Your Excellency," were enough to make him lose the courage to flee. Emlyn wasn't doing much better. Representing fate itself. Among the 22 pathways, there were many abilities related to fate, but if it came to fate itself. Emlyn seemed to recall something, and his expression relaxed. He looked at Alice and tentatively asked, "The prophecy about the Saint Fuerin at the ticket company in Byam, was it left by you?" Ah. Alice suddenly remembered this matter. She guiltily restrained herself from glancing at Klein and blinked twice, feigning innocence. This was as good as admitting it. Emlyn seemed completely reassured by this. He asked in a declarative tone, "Are you a soothsayer?" Alice tilted her head slightly, looking at him thoughtfully, and asked curiously, "Even if it's a poor one, a soothsayer is still an angel, right? Why do you seem not to be afraid?" Or rather, Alice felt that he even somewhat disdained a soothsayer. Emlyn frowned slightly, as if he finally noticed something, or perhaps remembered something, and his tone suddenly became hesitant. Are you a soothsayer?" Alice suddenly recalled the rumors mentioned by Hermit Catlia. She narrowed her eyes slightly, tilted her head, and showed a smile, but the emotions in her eyes were completely hidden. She asked in an emotionless voice, "Have you ever seen a soothsayer? What was the soothsayer you saw like?" Emlyn seemed to finally confirm something and said to her, "Miss Fate. No, Your Excellency. I wonder why you have come to visit me." Alice observed his changing attitude with great interest, and asked with unconcealed curiosity in her voice, Judging by your expression, the high sequence of the fate pathway isn't doing so well now, huh? It feels like even an angel can't make you take it seriously. This doesn't sound like. Alice's voice suddenly stopped. She remembered the core ability of a soothsayer. It was obvious that prophecy was more likely to be believed and realized when its truth was not known. It was obvious that only the dead could keep secrets, but a soothsayer was alive, so would those soothsayers know this secret? Alice's smile gradually disappeared. If that's the case, I was really lenient with the mid and low sequence beyonders in the past. At least, the mid and low sequence beyonders still knew what their beyonder abilities were. Yes, Alice suspected that in the high sequence, for example, the soothsayer potion, the description of the beyonder abilities, in a better scenario, it disappeared. In a worse scenario, Alice suspected it might be false. Or rather, it might be a kind of misleading. After all, directly deleting the ability description would definitely be problematic. It's better to only tell part of the truth and make people ignore the inconspicuous but very core part of the ability. Clearly, Alice was extremely skilled at such things, like downplaying and misleading the truth. After all, the Storm Church's wanted poster for Eamon had not been revoked to this day. While Alice was deep in thought, Emlyn remained silent. Mid and low sequence beyonders of the fate pathway were not uncommon. Even without counting a certain pathway that had already been eaten as a snack, the mid and low sequence beyonders of the fate pathway were actually quite numerous. Especially many mid-sequence beyonders. This wasn't because promotion to high sequence was difficult, it was because high sequence beyonders were not as useful as beyonder items. As a pathway lacking direct combat ability, beyonders of the fate pathway were clearly more suitable as support in high sequence battles. However, this pathway was suspected to have been affected by an extremely malicious high sequence beyonder, to the extent that the high sequence beyonder abilities couldn't be said to be non-existent, only that their effects were rather random. Instead, they performed better when used as beyonder items. And the reason for all this? When she came back to her senses, Alice saw Emlyn's serious expression. She blinked her eyes, making her expression appear innocent. Emlyn suddenly remembered why Alice didn't want to talk to him at first, and the sense of incongruity in his heart grew stronger. He carefully replied, "The situation of the fate pathway is not a secret among high-sequence beyonders. I don't think it's entirely a secret among mid-sequence beyonders either, I've met those who know." Alice muttered softly. After pulling at her clothes, Alice glanced at Bilt, who was still kneeling on the ground, and couldn't help but remind him. "I just wanted to confirm something, and now that I have, you can continue to deal with your own matters. Your subordinate is still kneeling. Kneeling for so long isn't good for the knees." Klein, who was already accustomed to all this, was immensely grateful that he was still a clown. Emlyn's face showed unconcealed surprise. Alice tilted her head, then her eyes suddenly darted, revealing a somewhat mischievous smile, and she said to Bilt, "If you kneel for too long, even a beyonder will fall due to numb legs." With that, her figure disappeared directly from the spot, giving no one a chance to speak. The atmosphere in the room was awkwardly silent for a few seconds. Then, Emlyn obediently began to care for Bilt on the ground. "You made 3 errors in total. The positions of ordinary people and beyonders in this world are different, and as a practitioner of order, I can clearly confirm this. The first error directly led to the second error. Your Excellency tried to visit me, and you concealed this matter. I think the main problem here might be me." Alice carefully reappeared, quietly raising her hand. "He seemed to think I was threatening him at the time." Bilt wanted to ask, "Aren't you?" Even Emlyn felt this was a bit too absurd, because she didn't need to do anything, she just needed to stand there and state her thoughts, and that was the most powerful threat. This was the invisible deterrence brought by strength. Klein only realized belatedly at this moment that Alice, who would cautiously apologize to him, was regarded as a capricious god by others. Klein looked at Alice's pleading eyes and suddenly felt an inexplicable sadness. He smiled reassuringly at her, then explained to Admiral Emlyn, "She just wasn't at ease with me, which is why she came with me. When I went to see Bilt, she didn't originally plan to appear. She should have just been too surprised that a tramp could impersonate a demigod." End of chapter. Chapter 271. Chapter 145. Contract. Everything about this matter felt utterly preposterous. From this perspective, Bilt's experience might have been even more profound. Alice's words and actions were like those of an immature child. At certain moments, she seemed more human than Emlyn, but only seemed so. But Emlyn looked at Alice, restraining his instinct to interrogate and lecture, and said humbly, "It seems you care deeply about your dependents." Alice frowned uncomfortably, instinctively wanting to retort, but recalling Evelyn, her voice circled in her throat, changing into another sentence. "I'm just looking after him for someone else." Emlyn was momentarily stunned. He looked at Alice, recalling her displayed personality, and finally asked carefully, "You know, I am an admiral. Situations like yours, I should report to my superiors. And, you probably don't know, just today, news of the St. Fouren's shipwreck has reached us, and many passengers and crew are still missing." A hint of obvious guilt leaked from Alice's eyes. She thought for a moment and asked, "Have you made public that prophecy from the ticketing company?" Emlyn shook his head. "Even if it were made public, most people would probably just think I'm creating a myth." Alice hesitated for a moment, then carefully said, "You can tell your superiors that I am, that a grade 0 sealed artifact from the life school of thought going out of control caused this incident." Emlyn finally couldn't help but show a look of shock and fear. Alice ignored his gaze and continued, "Remember to publicize that prophecy. This time, it's truly a threat." After a pause, Alice glanced at Bilt again, and couldn't help but ask one more time, "Are you really not going to let him get up?" Emlyn remained silent for a full minute before speaking to Bilt in a voice devoid of emotion, "You can get up now." Bilt cautiously glanced at Alice, then at Emlyn, hesitatingly trying to stand up from the ground. Then, his legs gave out, and he knelt back down. Klein looked at Alice almost immediately. "Alice." Alice quickly vanished from her spot, pretending she had never appeared. "Never mind, let her be. This isn't a big deal, or is it?" Klein secretly peeked at Emlyn out of the corner of his eye, then awkwardly met Emlyn's gaze, who was looking at him. After a few seconds of relative silence, Emlyn tentatively asked, "What is your name?" Klein replied calmly, "Gehrman Sparrow." Emlyn couldn't help but glance at Bilt, who had knelt back down. Bilt's head was buried even lower. Emlyn then looked at Klein again before saying to Bilt, "Your third error was not being cautious enough. The hobo, who spent a great deal of effort, suddenly died, and then an adventurer who could change his appearance appeared before you. Don't you think this is too much of a coincidence? Moreover, an adventurer of pirate general level was actually willing to act as a stand-in." Thinking of this, Emlyn couldn't help but glance at Klein again. "Yes, it is quite a coincidence." Klein subconsciously nodded, almost repeating the other party's words. Watching this scene, Emlyn inexplicably recalled Alice's words and actions just now. Honestly, some parts were quite similar. This thought merely passed through his mind. He looked at Bilt's constantly changing expression, realizing that Bilt had understood his error, and then continued. "My father, the late old Earl Livet, once taught me a saying. He said, 'Forgive your subordinate's first error.' Bilt, you should thank his benevolence." Alice hesitated for a moment, abandoning the idea of appearing to applaud. Her eyes flickered, and she suddenly had an idea. With his tense nerves momentarily relaxed, Bilt felt a touch of weariness and a strange sense of emotion. His tear ducts seemed particularly active at this moment. He was so moved that tears and snot streamed down his face, and he excitedly said, wiping his tears, "Your Excellency Admiral, I." Klein watched this scene, always feeling that something was amiss. Emlyn also hesitated. Before he could say anything, he saw Bilt straighten his back, clench his right fist against his left chest, and say, "Only loyalty to your Excellency Admiral." Emlyn nodded hesitantly. Such a dramatic ending did not satisfy Alice. She began to regret not having influenced Emlyn as well, but as things stood, she could only actively make her presence known and ask aloud, "Why don't you go forward and help him up?" After 2 seconds of silence, Emlyn walked forward and helped Bilt up from the ground. Klein took this opportunity to give Alice a warning glance. Emlyn, who was forced to perform, didn't notice their eye contact but said to them, "The plan proceeds as usual. But a contract needs to be signed." "A contract?" Klein and Alice looked at Emlyn in confusion. Emlyn didn't explain anything. He picked up the paper and pen that had been placed on the windowsill and began to write swiftly. Each stroke of his pen seemed to emit a golden light, creating a solemn and sacred scene, as if he were drafting a law. Alice watched this scene intently, slowly narrowing her eyes. That uncomfortable feeling he gave off, was it because of the pathway, or rather, the authority? Alice tilted her head. The moment Emlyn stopped writing, just as he was about to speak, she clapped her hands and exclaimed admiringly. "Wow, how amazing." Emlyn suddenly didn't feel like talking. Klein silently looked at Alice. Alice blinked twice and obediently reached out to cover her mouth. Emlyn watched this scene in silence for a moment, then, holding the piece of paper, said to Klein, "Sign your name at the end. If you're not satisfied with the terms, you don't have to sign." Alice blinked and moved to Klein's side, her meaning very clear, "I want to see too." Bilt consciously took the paper and pen and handed them over. Alice leaned over to read the contents of the contract. The terms on that paper were very simple, only a few of them, roughly restricting Gehrman Sparrow's behavior when impersonating Emlyn Livett, including but not limited to, not actively exposing problems, not using the Admiral's identity to do things detrimental to Emlyn himself, not having overly intimate contact with Miss Cynthia, and so on, and so forth. These are all very normal things. Alice blinked, raised her hand, and asked, "What about me? Do I also need to sign a contract?" End of chapter. Chapter 272 Chapter 146 I'm not a child anymore. The scene was silent for 2 seconds before Klein turned his head and asked sincerely, "Is this thing really useful to you?" Alice hesitated slightly, then said with some uncertainty, "I'll sign it and see." She looked at Emlyn with innocent eyes. "I trust your credibility." Emlyn's voice was very calm. "General, you're quite the smooth talker." Klein tried hard to stifle his laughter inwardly. This time, it was Alice who hesitated. She remembered Katlia, who had praised her approachability not long ago. After a moment of silence, she squeezed out a dry word from her throat. "Thank you." The matter ended there. Klein glanced at Alice, pondered for a moment, and then asked in a tone and manner of discussing an academic problem. "What if Miss Cynthia wants to have intimate contact with me?" Alice, as expected, did not focus her attention on him because of this, but frowned and thought about his question, which made Klein breathe a sigh of relief. But Emlyn's words quickly interrupted Klein's good mood. "It doesn't matter. During the contract's validity, you will either have no desire when facing her, or your body will lack the necessary capabilities." Alice began to examine Klein with an enthusiastic gaze. Klein shivered uncontrollably, feeling as if he were completely naked. But Alice said nothing, so Klein could only reread the contract carefully under her eager gaze, then signed the name, Gehrman Sparrow. Does a pseudonym also work? Seeing this name, the question naturally popped into her mind, but she swallowed her words and didn't ask. "I'm no longer the child who blurted out everything," Alice thought proudly, trying to find a few arguments for this matter. "Oh right, Klein's messenger summoning ritual also used Gehrman Sparrow. Perhaps, what's important is the person signing the contract, not the name. Then what about the name of a true god? Why do the names of true gods carry power? If a true god has had many names, will each name have an effect? If not, which one would be considered the true name?" Alice's thoughts spun in a circle and returned just in time when Emlyn spoke. "This is a high-level charm I made using my own blood, an ancient codex from the 4th epoch, and the royal family's O-grade sealed artifact. It's called the 9th Law, and can, with a small amount of spirituality, manifest a sense of majesty similar to mine. Even ordinary people can do this. Without it, you would find it very difficult to truly impersonate me." Alice glanced at the golden charm in Emlyn's hand. It bore symbolic patterns like the Sword of Judgment, and dense magical markings, appearing restrained and profound, giving the impression of a codex. Alice instinctively frowned and moved a little further away from it. Does she instinctively dislike order? This was noticed by Emlyn, who was secretly observing Alice. He continued as if nothing was amiss. "With your current strength, you should be able to withstand its use. By using it, you can impose necessary restrictions on a target, forcing him to endure extremely unfavorable conditions. This way, even if a demigod truly tries to probe, you can scare him away, though you might not need it much." As he said this, he glanced at Alice next to him before continuing. "If nothing unexpected happens in the end and it doesn't need to be used, it will belong to you afterwards. Its validity period is 1 year. Klein felt a little surprised, but he didn't show it, merely reaching out silently to take the charm. After handing over the charm, Emlyn glanced at Alice, then placed his hand on the belt at his waist and began to unbuckle it. Klein froze for a moment, his body reacting faster than his brain, letting out a sharp sound. Wait! This intense reaction far exceeded Emlyn's expectations. He looked at Alice, who seemed puzzled, and Klein, who reacted so strongly, and slowly frowned. She herself doesn't seem to care much about this is normal, but why? Emlyn didn't ask out loud, only looked at Klein with Alice in confusion. Klein gritted his teeth and said to the oblivious Alice, "Get out." Alice blinked twice, bit her lip lightly, and lowered her eyelids slightly to appear wronged, then said in a cautious tone, "I just wanted to." "Don't even think about it," Klein interrupted her decisively. After Alice and Klein stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, realizing that she couldn't closely observe the difference between Klein's transformed figure and Emlyn's actual size, she had no choice but to leave the room. Alice, like a child who had just argued with a parent, reached out, pulled the door, and slammed it shut with force. The fragile door swayed twice, on the verge of collapsing under the strain. Before the door fell to the ground, Alice restored it to its original state, then glared fiercely at Klein before gently closing the door. This was clearly an expression of her displeasure, but it seemed a bit too restrained. After watching Alice close the door, Emlyn looked at Klein. But for Klein, who was already used to this, it was hardly a big deal. Although he noticed Emlyn's observation and scrutiny, after a brief hesitation, he maintained an unchanged expression. After all, it would be useless for him to act. Alice would surely expose him. Anyway, as a dependent of Mr. Fool, it should be quite normal to help Mr. Fool teach a child, Klein thought, while he and Emlyn began to exchange clothes. After exchanging clothes, Emlyn led Bilt out of the utility room and, as expected, saw Alice at the door. Seeing them come out, Alice waved at them, then stood on tiptoe and peered through the ajar door. Although she saw nothing, she still turned her head and asked, "Are you leaving now?" Bilt looked at Alice somewhat absently. If it weren't for the too obvious aura of a high sequence, he would have almost mistaken her for a young child. Emlyn had a similar experience. He hesitated and nodded in response, so Alice naturally waved goodbye to them. "Bye-bye." Emlyn and Bilt looked at each other. Alice looked at the two of them, who hadn't left yet, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Oh right, next time you have a banquet, could you add more desserts? Like ice cream or something? Is it impolite to talk to the host like this?" "I don't think you're supposed to say that." End of this chapter. Chapter 273, Chapter 147, People and Items. Emlyn finally realized the source of the incongruity surrounding Alice. She was merely imitating human behavior patterns and learning these etiquette and customs, she herself felt nothing about them. Or, more accurately, she was learning how to be a person. Looking at it this way, she truly resembled an out-of-control grade 0 sealed artifact. As for the reason for the loss of control, it was simple: she became a person. However, if she was that high-level existence who had influenced the fate pathway in the past, that would mean she had lost control once before. But was sealed that time. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Emlyn's expression remained largely unchanged. He simply nodded and said, "I will consider your suggestion." Alice instantly forgot about the dilemma of whether it was polite or compliant with norms, and happily waved her hand, saying, "Thank you very much then." To prevent his expression from losing control, Emlyn nodded and quickened his pace, leaving the area. Alice immediately pushed the door open to see what Klein looked like now. Neat, slicked back black hair, deep azure eyes, slightly downturned lips, a clean-shaven face, a stiff and serious demeanor, deep blue clothing adorned with sashes, medals, and epaulettes. What a perfect Admiral Emlyn! Alice stared at Klein in surprise. After more than 10 seconds, she offered her assessment under Klein's expectant gaze. If this era had an entertainment industry, you could definitely become a movie king. While Klein stared blankly, Alice approached him, circled him once, glanced around, and then tugged on Klein's sleeve, asking, "So, did you just compare bodies to see if they match?" Klein imagined the scene of him and Emlyn facing each other honestly, comparing their bodies to ensure consistency, and shivered in horror. Meanwhile, Alice looked him up and down, then side to side, and posed the next question. Speaking of which, if Emlyn hadn't restricted you from sleeping with Cynthia, and something actually happened, would Cynthia recognize you? I don't mean by body shape, I mean. Klein, unable to bear it any longer, reached out and covered Alice's mouth. Alice didn't try to struggle, but she glared at Klein, waiting for him to provide an explanation. Klein gave her a helpless look, withdrew his hand, and asked. First of all, Admiral Emlyn and I did not take off our clothes to confirm whether my transformed body matched his. Don't you think that scenario is too strange? Alice shook her head and said, but you're the stand-in he paid for. Don't you need to inspect the goods carefully? Alice's habitually strange choice of words made Klein's mouth twitch. He had to remind her, I am not goods, I am a person, Alice. Alice looked at him confusedly. After staring at her for a few seconds, Klein slowly lowered his face and asked in a serious tone. Alice, you know that people and items are different, right? Alice cautiously glanced at him, subtly retreated half a step, assuming a posture ready to run, and said carefully. I know now. I know now, indeed. Klein took a deep breath, telling himself not to get angry, as the child was young and ignorant, but at the same time, he asked Alice, confused and hesitant. How old were you exactly when you transmigrated? I feel like the high school students I remember are quite different from you. Alice opened her mouth and whispered. I'm not sure. Maybe all those subsequent memories of mine are false. I don't seem to just be underage, I possibly, am only a few years old. Damn it, now he's really babysitting. Klein looked at Alice, speechless for a long time. If the teenage Shen Yinghuan could barely be considered a younger sister, Huan, in the single digits age range was truly a generation gap. So did your fate pathway allow a child of single digit age to become a god? Klein looked at Alice, suddenly feeling a strong sense of absurdity. He sighed, pinched the space between his eyebrows, and told her. Alice, people and items are different. You cannot treat people the way you treat items. Do you understand? Alice nodded with slight hesitation. She was pretending to understand, wasn't she? Klein's mouth twitched, recalling the scene in class when the teacher asked, do you understand? And everyone nodded. He helplessly continued to explain. To give you the simplest example, you can do anything you want to an item without considering the item's thoughts, just like Admiral Emlyn and I didn't need to ask the clothes if they agreed when we changed them. But you can't do that to people. It's fine for enemies and strangers, and it's unrealistic to demand such high standards from you, but for people you know, you should at least consider their feelings, right? It's like you wouldn't decide something for me without my consent, right? Alice was speechless. Recalling her suggestion to give Saphira Castle to Eamon, she remained silent for a moment before tentatively asking. If I did that, I would be very angry. Klein looked at her seriously. An apology might not be enough. Alice bit her lip, lowered her head, and spoke in a voice so low it was almost inaudible. I understand. When that time comes, I will tell you. Klein looked at Alice in astonishment and asked hesitantly, what matter? Alice stared at him, suddenly fell silent for a moment, and then murmured. That's not right, this is clearly a paradox. If you don't reach Angel, I can't tell you, but if you reach Angel, you risk losing your humanity. Actually, it's best not to even advance to demigod. But, Alice bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then asked softly. If you knew this world was facing an apocalypse, and the savior would emerge from either you or Eamon, what would you do? This was not the whole truth, but the part Klein needed to decide on seemed to be limited to this for the time being. After all, Mr. Dorr was not yet among the candidates. Amen. Savior. Klein repeated the two words, puzzled. Are you sure you haven't named the wrong person? Alice fell silent, avoided his gaze, turned her head to look out the window, and asked, what if, hypothetically, it was only you or Eamon? Klein shook his head and said to Alice. If an apocalypse truly exists, I will try my best to do something, but your question about the savior, I cannot answer. That is too far removed from me. End of chapter. Chapter 274 Chapter 148 Your pants fell off. Alice paused, suddenly realizing that Klein hadn't even reached sequence 5 yet. Her gaze flickered, and she quickly began to shift the blame. You asked first. All right, Klein nodded reluctantly. From now on, don't just pop up in front of others. Can you do that? Alice nodded solemnly. Alice's displayed trustworthiness wasn't enough for Klein to truly believe her, but her serious attitude at least gave Klein some psychological comfort. At least for now, she was genuinely taking this to heart. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Alice decided to do something to make up for her earlier mistake. Do you want a fate pathway charm? Klein was stunned, while Alice, calculating in her mind, said, if you can use sequence 1 level charms, I can make a few for you. But only for your own use. Gifts can't be given to others casually. Okay, Klein nodded, both amused and exasperated, but remembering Alice's previous strange request, he didn't fully agree. I know. I'll find you when I need them. Although he said that, Klein secretly swore in his heart that he would never take charms from Alice unless absolutely necessary. Who knew when she might suddenly come up with a strange request on a whim. Alice looked at Klein's expression and said thoughtfully, so, can I interpret what you just said as, next time for sure? ... Indeed. Klein choked, starting to debate whether he should admit it, but Alice stared at Klein, gave him a chilling look, and then vanished from the spot. After a moment of hesitation, Klein touched the 9th law charm in his pocket, readjusted his height and facial details, and then left through another door in the utility room. Klein walked along the quiet corridor towards the main building of the governor's mansion. Occasionally, servants and maids passed by, and upon seeing the admiral's uniform, they all stepped to the sides, bowing their heads in salute. Alice thoughtfully glanced at the bowing servants and maids. On the silent path, a soft, clink, sound was heard. Your Excellency Admiral's belt had come undone. The good news was that his pants hadn't fallen to the ground yet, but were precariously hanging on his waist. That subtle sensation made Klein fully understand the meaning of Alice's last look. She was crazy. Klein nervously felt his sagging pants. On one hand, he didn't think Alice would let things end so simply, that wasn't her character. On the other hand, he thought Alice might really suddenly change her mind and let his pants fall. Fortunately, no one had noticed his abnormality yet. He kept his eyes straight, maintained a serious demeanor, and walked at a steady pace towards the black-tiled passageway. He didn't even need to think to know that Alice must be looking at him with an amazed expression right now, and probably wanted to applaud. Elegant and beautiful music drifted from the ballroom, but Klein was not in the mood to appreciate it. His face showed nothing, but inwardly he was eager to find a lounge. As he approached a lounge, the door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man walked out. The man had black hair and blue eyes, with facial features 5 or 6 points similar to Emlyn, but his forehead was higher, his eye bags slightly swollen, and the corners of his mouth had not yet drooped. Klein immediately realized he was Austin Livet, Emlyn Livet's younger brother. He seemed to have been waiting for a long time. After confirming that no one was around, he asked Klein, "Have you considered that matter?" His words were cut short because something neither of them wanted to see happened. Klein agilely but expressionlessly pulled up his pants, quickly fastened his belt, the entire process taking no more than 5 seconds. After completing this series of actions, he asked in an emotionally calm voice, "What did you just say?" Austin's gaze dropped slightly, and after a few seconds of pause, he said, "No, nothing." With that, he left without waiting for Klein's reply. Klein watched Austin's retreating figure, gritting his teeth, suddenly feeling a desire to drag Alice out and give her a beating. He walked indifferently to the dining table, lingeringly glanced at the roasted spring chicken, Backland-style roast goose, and other foods, and took a little steak, pan-fried dragon bone fish, and creamy cheese sautéed olivey lobster. Admiral Emlyn likes fish, beef, and lobster. Klein silently recited this while averting his gaze, carrying his plate away from the long table. He took advantage of no one noticing to pop a piece of steak into his mouth, pleasantly surprised that it was still warm. This was truly. Just as Klein was feeling moved internally, a small portion of Backland-style roast goose and a glass of grape juice suddenly appeared on his plate. He looked up in astonishment, quickly realizing that he wouldn't find Alice even like this. After a few seconds of thought, he quickly finished the roast goose and contentedly sipped the grape juice. Klein happily decided not to dwell on what Alice had done earlier. Although it wasn't enough to fill his stomach, Klein was no longer hungry. He carried his plate, conversing with various people to maintain Admiral Emlyn's image, while subtly eating some food. During this time, Klein noticed a young man in a formal tailcoat constantly following not far behind him. The man had neat, slicked-back blonde hair, a slightly high hairline, and a pair of slanted blue eyes. His appearance was refined and scholarly. Consistent with the photo, Emlyn's secretary Lurin. Klein controlled himself, not scrutinizing the other party to prevent any anomalies from being discovered. Leaving the governor's mansion, Klein boarded the carriage protected by the general's guard, sitting to the side of the liquor cabinet. The blonde secretary Lurin followed inside, his leather boots silently moving across the thick, soft carpet to sit opposite Klein. He turned his back to sit down, a movement that should have been incredibly practiced, only 1/3 of his bottom touching the seat, showing respect to his superior while being able to quickly stand up. This was the standard secretary's sitting posture, but today, Lurin unexpectedly missed the seat and landed on the floor with a thud. There was a carpet on the floor, so even an ordinary person wouldn't get hurt from falling. But the point of this matter was clearly not here. Klein secretly gritted his teeth again, directed at Alice, who was hiding somewhere unknown. On the bright side, at least it wasn't me who fell because I missed the seat. Klein used his clown Beander power to control his expression, looking at Lurin on the floor without a change in his demeanor, saying nothing. End of chapter. Chapter 275. Chapter 149. You're in big trouble. Lurin awkwardly stood up and bowed in apology. General, I am so sorry, His expression was uneasy, and his tone wavered. It was clear he was very worried about losing his job because of this. The error was not Lurin's, Klein understood that. He suppressed the urge to question Alice and said in an unemotional voice, "Continue your report." This, instead, made Lurin breathe a sigh of relief, but he did not try to sit down again. Instead, he remained in a bowed posture, bending at the waist, and took out a stack of documents from the black briefcase he was carrying. Your Excellency Admiral, these are the summarized accounts for the year 1349 submitted by the Olivi Naval Base. Klein reached out and took them, casually flipping through a few pages and browsing them. A roll of toilet paper costs £1. The naval base's bathhouse was renovated 20 times in 1 year. Alice secretly glanced at the bill. Without much thought, the robot's Beander ability calculated some absurd figures. Admiral Emlyn's subordinates are truly, strictly disciplined. Alice averted her gaze with a complex expression, feeling her understanding refreshed, but she ultimately remembered Klein's warning and did not reveal herself to startle Lurin. As for what just happened, what did that have to do with her? That was Lurin's own bad luck. Alice nodded without a trace of guilt, then watched Klein finish flipping through the documents and said expressionlessly, "Put it on my desk." Alice blinked twice. She felt Klein's non-committal reaction was brilliant, as the important figures she remembered seemed to be like this, just like the goddess who was unwilling to say anything at first. Alice decided to learn this. "Yes, Your Excellency Admiral." Lurin's expression remained unchanged. As if he had long anticipated it, he put the documents back into his briefcase and straightened up. With no more matters to report, Lurin looked back to confirm the position of his seat before sitting down. Klein secretly used the clown's Beander ability to control his facial muscles, leaned back against the carriage, and half closed his eyes, pretending to be deep in thought. Lurin also remained silent, not speaking first. Alice secretly observed the two of them, hesitated for a moment, and finally gave up the idea of letting Klein fall asleep like that. Still mess with others. Alice secretly glanced at Klein, nodded, and silently looked at Lurin. Although he found nothing, Lurin still shifted uneasily twice, looked left and right, and then began to stare in the direction of the door, his expression gradually becoming anxious. Tall, iron-black gas lamps quickly receded. The carriage drove near the naval base and turned into a house with a garden and lawn. Klein got out of the carriage and walked up the steps. Lurin finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling his mood become calm. The butler opened the door, and servants stood respectfully on both sides. The living room of the house was elegantly furnished, with landscape oil paintings hanging, and plaster statues, simple vases, and other items placed. A faint but lingering fragrance permeated the air, refreshing the mind. A beautiful lady in a house dress came to greet them. Klein instantly tensed, but the hidden Alice's eyes lit up, this was clearly the legendary Miss Cynthia. She was probably in her early 20s, with the same golden hair and blue eyes as Alice, but her hair was not as dazzling as Alice's, its color softer, and her eyes deeper and more complex. She was in between the mature charm and youthful innocence of a maiden. As she walked slowly, her swaying figure suddenly made Alice feel a desire to capture her with a paintbrush. She should be the protagonist of some painting. Such a thought flashed through Alice's mind, and she re-examined Cynthia. Cynthia possessed both feminine grace and the unique youthful feeling of a maiden. In a trance, Alice felt as if she saw a swaying tree. On that tree were beautiful flowers, some already in bloom, some about to bloom, and layers of fleshy tumors, some already cracked and turned into flowers, some still in their original state, fleshy tumors. Alice recoiled in horror, pulling her gaze from Cynthia and forcing herself to look down at the floor. She wouldn't be corrupted by that glance, of course, but Alice immediately remembered why she was standing there now, that incomplete revelation. She clearly remembered the sense of crisis the dream brought her, and thus she deeply understood one thing, the one behind it, she could not afford to provoke. Klein did not know what Alice had discovered. While hoping Alice would not make any strange moves, he made Emlyn's serious face break into a smile, then opened his arms. Cynthia threw herself into his embrace, stood on tiptoe, and whispered with her cheek pressed against his. "General, I have already prepared hot water for you and put it in the bathtub." Alice couldn't help but look at the two of them again. In that instant, a scene appeared before her. It was a tall, pale body covered in fleshy tumors and flowers, with brown branches extending from it. Those tumors were constantly cracking open, forming flowers. Klein was in front of that body. By comparing their height difference, Alice was certain that the owner of this body was 3 meters tall. A head turned at the top of that body. It was a woman's face, with long golden hair and azure eyes, a high nose bridge and full lips. Clearly, this was Cynthia. The branches were still waving, and the flowers opened and closed, but Alice was not in the mood to pay attention to these. She watched Cynthia show a shy expression, her cheeks flushed, as she looked down at Klein and said, "General, I want to have a child with you." A mixture of fear and joy enveloped Alice. She realized that this was probably the scene she wanted to paint, but it was also caused by the owner of that dangerous dream. Danger was so close to her. Alice gritted her teeth and refocused her attention on the current scene. Looking at Klein, whose cheek was pressed against Cynthia's, she had no intention of teasing him. "Very good," Klein praised, then pushed Cynthia away, which made Alice breathe a sigh of relief. "Perhaps I should thank Emlyn for that contract, though it probably wouldn't be of much use in that scenario." Following Klein into the washroom, and after confirming Cynthia had left, Alice did not hesitate to lock the door and set up a spirituality barrier. After doing all this, she looked at Klein, took a deep breath, closed her eyes twice to calm her expression, and said in an unemotional voice, "Congratulations, you've got a big one on your hands. A wicked god wants to have your baby." End of chapter. Chapter 276, Chapter 150, Mr. Fool, I think. The first thing that came to Klein's mind when the topic was brought up was Amen. He quickly realized this was impossible. Not to mention whether Amen would suddenly have such a thought one day. If the evil god here was Amen, Alice's attitude would not be so serious. She would definitely mock him fiercely. If it wasn't Amen, then who could it be? Klein only thought for a moment before remembering why he had called Alice here. The divine authority in the revelation seemed to be related to fertility and reproduction. No, that's probably not appropriate. The correct interpretation should be that the god wants to have a child with him. Wait, why would Alice say something like that? Klein looked sharply at Alice, who easily read the question in his eyes and explained. "There's something wrong with Cynthia. If you had your own church, the scene I saw in the prophecy would definitely make a great religious painting. When you first descended upon the world, your divine charm was already evident. The unknown God, sensing the great power within you, specially sent down an avatar, eager to build a new life with you. No, Cynthia probably isn't qualified to be an avatar. At most, she's an evil god's believer. An avatar would at least have to be." Alice suddenly stopped speaking. She remembered her old jest, a true god walking on earth. In that case, wasn't she also a form of divine avatar? This logic was incredibly smooth. Alice followed this slippery logic and came to the reasonable conclusion that Cynthia's lines should be spoken by her. Open black lens bracket note 1 close black lens bracket. She adjusted her expression, her eyelids lowered, her lip half bitten, a subtle curve appearing at the corner of her mouth, and a blush spreading across her cheeks. Then, she lowered her head, fanning her eyelashes, her eyes looking up at Klein without fully lifting, her voice soft and barely concealing her shyness. Mr. Fool, I want to have a child with you. Thanks to the robot's meander ability, imitating Cynthia's expression and tone was not difficult for Alice at all. To this, Klein only had one thing to say: "Are you sick?" It was clear he didn't take Alice's words seriously at all. His voice was full of fear and doubt, and he looked at her as if she were a mental patient, or perhaps someone with a contagious disease. This made Alice incredibly sad, at least on the surface. She lowered her eyes, tears welling up, and she looked utterly dejected. Klein didn't take her seriously at all. He stared at Alice in silence for 2 seconds, then said with mixed feelings, "Your acting is getting better and better. What's the use? I still can't fool you, Mr. Fool." Alice wiped away her fake tears, sighed theatrically, and lamented in a world-weary tone. Klein watched her in silence, deciding not to engage her until she started speaking properly. Alice pouted, put away her exaggerated expressions, and reminded him, "Stay away from Cynthia. I can't be too obvious about this." Klein reached up and pinched the bridge of his nose, walked to the bathtub, paused, and then looked back at Alice, who had no intention of leaving. After they stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, Alice came to a conclusion with her perplexing logic: "Are you inviting me to bathe with you?" Klein's mouth fell open in surprise. He murmured, "I think, given our relationship, I shouldn't make such an invitation no matter what." "I think so too," Alice nodded. "That's why I had to confirm. So, should I praise you for that?" Klein stared at Alice with wide eyes. Alice looked back at him in confusion. After they stared at each other for more than 10 seconds, Klein was the first to look away, saying in a cold voice, "Get out." Alice glanced at the floor and the closed door, then hesitantly confirmed, If I roll, I can't roll out, can I?" Klein's recently serious expression crumbled. He looked at Alice helplessly and sighed. "I'm not, forget it, no matter how, just get out." Alice obediently vanished from the spot. Klein controlled himself not to think about the possibility that Alice hadn't actually left. He just pretended there was nothing there, took off his clothes, and immersed himself in the hot water. And in fact, Alice had indeed left the washroom. Alice was currently peeking at Cynthia. At that time, Cynthia had already changed into a pure silk nightgown. Alice's spirituality discovered a peculiar necklace in the neckline of the nightgown before her eyes did. As for Alice's eyes, she stared at Cynthia's wide-open nightgown neckline, swallowed with difficulty, and then looked away. "So beautiful, just a little longer. No, Alice, you have important business, no more looking." Her eyes had betrayed her not long ago and were currently admiring the beauty. Everyone appreciates beauty, but this occasion was not appropriate. Alice gritted her teeth and decisively used her meander ability to extract the extraneous emotions. This time, she successfully shifted her gaze and carefully observed the peculiar necklace. The necklace resembled a black rhinoceros horn, shrunk to the length of a finger joint. Cynthia took off this necklace and tucked it under her pillow. Alice looked at Cynthia's back, hesitated for 2 seconds, then walked over and pulled out the necklace. Spirituality told her that doing so was not dangerous, and she was confident Cynthia would not discover it. So, if she used this necklace as a medium to glimpse Cynthia's fate, spirituality pulsed slightly, bringing back feedback similar to before, a little more danger, but not much. Thus, on the scales of judgment, the side of inquiry won, and Alice's spirituality spread to the necklace. A series of images flashed by rapidly, like a fast-forwarded film. When it reached a certain point, Alice slowed down the playback speed. She saw Cynthia scrape some powder from it with a thin metal piece and sprinkle it into a white glazed porcelain teacup filled with hot water. Was it because she ate this? Alice pursed her lips and continued to search forward. The images flashed quickly, and one scene caught Alice's attention again. Cynthia in the image stood in the bedroom, holding the necklace in her palm, and prayed devoutly. "Great Mother Tree of Desire, please make me even more charming, make Admiral Emlyn even more infatuated with me, Let him experience the utmost pleasure from me, and give me a child. Mother Tree of Desire. Alice withdrew from those images, looking at the necklace in her hand thoughtfully. This name sounds like the focus isn't on fertility, but rather on desire. She frowned, recalling Cynthia's prayer, and realized that in this matter, the core factor was perhaps lust. End of chapter. Chapter 277. Chapter 151. Who will be reborn? Alice thoughtfully stuffed the necklace back, restoring everything to how it was before she touched it, trying to replicate every crease and every strand of hair. After doing all this, Alice stared blankly at the closed room door for a moment, ready to flash to the washroom, but then suddenly felt something was wrong. Klein, is he done washing? After 2 seconds of daze, Alice appeared at the washroom door. Maybe she shouldn't go in. Speaking of which, where's Cynthia? Alice blinked, looked at the empty corridor, hesitated for a moment, then stayed put. Actually, I think I can leave now. After all, with the contract signed, Klein can't possibly really, with Cynthia. Wait a minute. Alice leaned lazily against the wall, lost in thought, and then suddenly, she jumped up. If I remember correctly, Cynthia said, I want to have a child with you, right? This statement would be fine under normal circumstances, but considering that the person opposite was an evil god, Alice had to start thinking about who would be giving birth. Exciting. As she marveled at this, Klein walked out, wearing a bathrobe and with steam still rising from his hair. Alice looked at the extremely tight belt tied outside the bathrobe and fell into contemplation. She watched for a long time, but found that Klein remained standing still. After several seconds of serious thought, Alice finally realized, he didn't know his way around here. Alice's gaze drifted for a moment, but after thinking about it, she decided it wasn't her problem. She was considering whether or not to give Klein directions. Just then, the door of the room diagonally opposite creaked open, and Cynthia, wearing only a silk nightgown, walked out. Her golden hair fell slightly disheveled, with a few strands even fluttering in front of her azure eyes and vibrant red lips, half obscuring her gaze and making her lips seem to open and close, appearing extremely alluring in the dim, ambiguous environment. The neckline of the silk nightgown was very wide. Alice's gaze was drawn to it, and after more than 10 seconds, she suddenly turned curiously to Klein, who was supposedly unable to react. Klein was scrutinizing Cynthia with a playful gaze. Alice looked at the specially tightened belt on the bathrobe and gnashed her teeth. Watching Cynthia become increasingly shy under Klein's gaze, Alice realized that, if one disregarded the element of performance, at least for now, Cynthia was still a human. But neither of them cared about this, especially Klein. Although he hadn't yet realized the thought-provoking question of, who would actually give birth to the child, he also had no intention of having a child with Cynthia. He calmly replied, "Prepare coffee for me and put it in the study. I have a lot of things to deal with tonight. You don't have to wait for me." "That's too unromantic, Mr. Fool." Alice suddenly felt like laughing. She shook her head and sighed in her heart. Klein currently looked like those boys who invite girls to a hotel to play games all night. Cynthia indeed raised her head blankly, unable to understand this response. This clearly wouldn't satisfy Cynthia, and Klein knew it. But thinking of Alice's previous behavior, Klein felt an innate aversion to interacting with Cynthia. Klein did not touch Cynthia, but instead offered a comforting smile and said gently, "I'll spend time with you in a few days." Perhaps embracing her and kissing her would have had a better effect, but Klein cursed Alice vehemently in his heart. He felt that even if he hadn't signed that contract, he would have difficulty developing interest in similar matters for a while. Cynthia's face showed obvious disappointment, but she would not go against Emlyn's wishes. She quickly composed herself and forced a smile, saying, "All right, General, your pajamas are in the room. A bathrobe is not suitable for handling matters." She's smiling so insincerely. Alice glanced at Cynthia, recalled the final scene in the Revelation, and suddenly chuckled softly, murmuring in a place where no one could hear, "It's all right, from now on you won't need to smile so insincerely at others. When one is dead, one no longer needs to smile insincerely, right?" Alice curved her lips, watching Klein walk into the bedroom, then emerge wearing a dark red pajama set. Why isn't it bright red? Alice disappointedly withdrew her gaze. Cynthia diligently opened the study door, which made Alice incredibly sad. After the bedroom, she also missed the scene of Klein being unable to find the study. Alice sighed, ignoring the fawning Cynthia, and snuck behind Klein, browsing through the documents and materials with him as he turned the pages. So, after Klein turned a page, Alice looked at the seemingly very professional Klein and fell into contemplation. Does he understand it? Data and design concepts related to various ships, ironclads, sailing battleships, and miscellaneous vessels, slid across Alice's smooth brain, leaving no trace. Watching Klein seriously browse through them, then sign with an admiral's handwriting, Alice saw Klein write, re-examine, on some of the documents, realizing that he had actually been pretending just now. Watching Klein pretend to review documents, Alice pondered for a few seconds, then stole a chair from another room, brought it with her to Klein's side, and appeared silently. She half turned to face Klein, her eyes filled with a smile as she called out. "Mr. Fool, I think." "Shut up," Klein said expressionlessly. At the same time, the pen in his hand snapped. Alice stared at the pen in silence for 2 seconds, then the two broken halves reconnected, forming a complete pen. Klein finally turned his head to look at Alice for the sake of the repaired pen. Alice shrunk her neck as she looked at his expression, raised her right hand in a not-so-standard oath gesture, and then said, "I won't say anything out of line for the rest of today, I promise." Klein swept him with an emotionless gaze and continued to review the documents. Alice stared at him for several minutes, but he didn't look up. She gritted her teeth, deciding to drop a bombshell. "What I said earlier was originally Cynthia's words. I want to have a child with you. Tisk tisk, tell me, will the child be born by you or by Cynthia?" Klein turned his head almost in horror. He suddenly remembered Alice's playful remark in front of Bilt. "Perhaps one day in the future I can call you father, or mother." One must know, although this was a joke, it was Miss Fate who said it. End of chapter. Chapter 278, Chapter 152, Both ends of the scale. "Alice," Klein called out to her weakly, "no matter who gives birth, I don't want this to happen, do you understand?" Alice withdrew her gaze in disappointment, then thought for a moment and leaned closer to ask, "Have you heard of the Mother Tree of Desire?" The Mother Tree of Desire. Klein shook his head, it wasn't within his scope of mystical knowledge. "Even you don't know." Alice rubbed her chin. "Cynthia has a necklace, and she was praying to the Mother Tree of Desire with it. She also ground it into a powder and ate it." Klein frowned and began to ponder. Alice stared at him for 2 seconds, then adopted the exact same expression as him before saying, "That necklace looked like a black rhino horn, but it was very small. Hey, is there any medical basis for this? For example, eating powdered rhino horn can be an aphrodisiac. Are you sick?" Klein cursed angrily. "So, can it?" Alice was still fixated on her previous question. After a few seconds of silence, Klein had no choice but to answer Alice's question first. "I haven't heard of such a claim, and I'm not sure." "So why are you asking this?" Alice said, before continuing, "because Cynthia prayed to the Mother Tree of Desire to make her more alluring." Klein was silent for a good 10 seconds before saying, "Then you should be asking if rhino horn can make one beautiful and youthful, right?" Alice rubbed her chin, nodded seriously, and said, "That sounds reasonable. So, can it? I don't know." Klein leaned back weakly in his chair. "What else did you see?" "Nothing more for now." Alice shook her head. "I put that necklace back. If you want to see it, you'll probably have to wait until something happens to Cynthia." "Wait a minute," Klein suddenly became alert. "What happens?" Alice stared at him for a few seconds, then lowered her head slightly, revealing that shy expression from before. Before she could speak, Klein interrupted her. "Enough. You don't need to do that again." Alice began to look at him with the disappointed expression she had just learned. Klein stared at Alice in silence for a few seconds, then suddenly recalled how she had been curious about the Red Theater earlier. Fortunately she didn't actually intend to go in and see. Klein sighed, feeling a heartfelt sense of relief. He had already realized that Alice was very good at imitating others' expressions and actions. He pinched his brow, glanced at Alice, and suddenly had another idea in his mind. "Alice, I'll show you something interesting. Will you help me with something?" "What?" Alice tilted her head in confusion. Klein smiled. He half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, pressed it over both eyes, and pulled them down sharply, moving them to the sides of the middle of his nose bridge. Immediately after, Klein split 2 slits in the original position of his eyes, creating a pair of fake eyes with flesh and blood. Alice's mouth dropped open in surprise. She instinctively raised her hand to applaud, but Klein, who had anticipated it, held her hand down. "I'm going to sleep for a bit. If there's anything unusual, wake me up, okay?" Klein asked, looking at her with all 4 eyes. Alice silently shifted her gaze from his face, then nodded. Although the performance was indeed brilliant, this appearance was a bit lacking in aesthetic appeal. Alice sighed, watching Klein, with his real eyes closed and fake eyes open, looking at the documents as he fell asleep. After a few seconds of thought, Alice's eyes blinked slightly. Faint, interlocking gear patterns of varying sizes flashed across her eyes, and then her gaze became confused. Why was his probability of falling so low? Alice watched this scene with amazement, feeling that her understanding of the clown had deepened. Looking at Klein, who remained balanced and motionless, sleeping with his eyes open, Alice hesitated for a moment and ultimately did not try to make him fall. He's quite diligent. With an inward sigh, Alice cautiously suppressed the urge to give Klein a large dose of good luck, to be replenished when used up. The 2 ends of the scale don't necessarily have to be equal, but there must be something on both. Alice mumbled softly, withdrawing her gaze. This was not a requirement written in the uniqueness, but it had always been Alice's principle. Speaking of which, why exactly do I have such a persistence? Alice blinked in confusion, suddenly realizing that she didn't actually remember when she started adhering to this principle. It probably also came from her lost memories. Alice shook her head, decisively gave up the search, and propped her chin to watch Mr. Fool sleep. She quickly regretted agreeing to Klein's request, because it was truly boring. After an unknown number of long sighs, Alice finally encountered something interesting. Her gaze fell on Klein, and a mischievous smile played on her lips. Someone had invaded Klein's dream. Clearly, although the domain of mind and dreams was not the primary authority of the fate pathway, fate was not without control in this area. At least, she had no problem going into Klein's dream to take a look. Note 1. After an unknown amount of time, Klein suddenly woke up in his dream, sensing a power attempting to pull him into a deep sleep and invade. Who? I haven't recently. No, could it be Cynthia? No, has the mother tree of desire pursued me into my dream? Klein's mind trembled, but out of professional integrity, he quickly changed his appearance, maintaining the guise of Admiral Emlyn. I'm so dedicated, he mused inwardly, and at the same time, made a slight attempt, immediately discovering that he had no ability to break free from the dream. Why is this? This isn't a nightmare. As he pondered, a blurry white mist filled his vision, condensing into an indiscernible figure. Klein's eyes narrowed. Before he could react, the figure suddenly swayed, seemingly struggling desperately. She could seize control, but she couldn't hide it from the other side at all. And if he wanted to run, he should still be able to. After briefly observing the future scenes, Alice rubbed her chin, her eyes darted, and she dove into Klein's dream. After she snatched control, the elusive demigod indeed became extremely shy, not daring to show herself, and hastily tried to escape. You can't escape, Alice said calmly. This was a prophecy. As the protagonist of the prophecy, the demigod on the other side didn't need to fully believe. As long as he had a certain degree of wavering, escaping would become almost impossible. End of chapter. Chapter 279. Chapter 153. Adam's new title. In fact, this is the truth behind why most prophecies come true. Faced with a soothsayer, and a soothsayer with an unshakable attitude, as the protagonist of the prophecy, who dares to say that he can remain unmoved. Such people are too rare, so after the protagonist of a prophecy learns of the prophecy, it usually comes true. Just like now, Alice's firm attitude made him feel a hint of doubt, but he mostly regarded it as a threat, struggling without hesitation, wanting to escape. Alice chuckled softly, saying nothing. This was very normal. Alice hadn't expected him to be immediately convinced. In fact, the real wavering should occur after the initial attempts fail. And unfortunately, his initial attempts were destined not to go smoothly. And the less smoothly things went, the longer he struggled, the more he would doubt the matter, the more he doubted the matter, the harder it would be for him to escape, and the harder it was, the more he would doubt. Clearly, this was a negative feedback loop. The fulfillment of a prophecy is never achieved overnight. Alice watched as the blurry figure swayed twice, then solidified again, and with a slight curve of her brows and eyes, she said, "You see, I told you, you can't run away." Klein controlled his impulse to look at Alice with a shocked expression. He always felt that Alice at this moment gave him an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity. Not showing malice, even leaning towards conversation, the blurry figure paused for a moment, then temporarily gave up on a second attempt, and asked tentatively, "Who are you?" Alice blinked, and retorted, "When you visit someone else's dream, shouldn't you first greet the host?" After speaking, she took the lead in demonstrating, turning her head and waving to Emlyn, saying, "Hello, Your Excellency Admiral." It seems she doesn't intend to admit knowing me. No, she probably doesn't intend to expose my identity. Realizing this, Klein maintained Emlyn's serious expression, nodded, and said, "Who are you?" Alice blinked and said, "I just happened to be nearby, felt some movement, so I came to watch the excitement." After speaking, she excitedly turned her head to look at the blurry figure, blinking and asking, "What about you? What are you here for? Why don't you show your face?" Not lying, indeed came in after sensing movement nearby, not showing malice, more curiosity, likely a passing demigod, possibly an angel. The blurry figure quickly made a decision, looking at Alice and probing. "This, Highness, is the customary address people use for angels." Alice touched her chin, thoughtfully saying, "Although I think you should call me Your Eminence, calling me Highness should also be fine." Your Eminence. Compared to Highness, the meaning of Your Eminence is clearly more special. As an address for the representative of a God Almighty's will, it is not a word that can be casually spoken among high-sequence beyonders. Of course, whether Alice was lying, or which God Almighty she specifically represented, was temporarily irrelevant to him. The blurry figure only thought for a moment before continuing. "Your Eminence, I am here to deliver a warning." "What warning?" Alice asked curiously. "He is much more lively than any angel or even demigod I've met. His humanity seems too active, completely devoid of any traces of being influenced by divinity. No, this might not necessarily be humanity. It could also be." The blurry figure recalled the "Your Eminence" from just now, not daring to think deeply, and answered according to her meaning. "I came to warn the Weaver, Emlyn, not to get involved in the matters of Austin and his group." Alice blinked twice, asking in confusion, "What matters?" The blurry figure choked, and before he could speak, he heard Alice continue to ask, "You still haven't said who you are, or who sent you?" After more than 10 seconds of silence, the blurry figure finally organized his words. "That's not important, Your Eminence. As an angel, you should be well aware that everything has its destiny, and so does every era. To defy the destiny of an era, to go against the tide of an era." "Wait a moment," Alice couldn't help but interrupt him, "you're talking about destiny with me." The blurry figure hesitated. "The tide of the era." Alice looked at him with a surprised expression and continued, "That phrasing, did Adam send you?" The blurry figure found it difficult to control his emotions for a moment, even his shadow rippled twice. This was an answer, even if not Adam, then at least from the Twilight Hermit Order. Alice glanced at him thoughtfully, murmuring to herself, "I called his name, Adam should be able to see here, right? Am I that insignificant to him? It's one thing for him to send a saint, but he actually talks about destiny with me. Or is it that you're not paying attention to me at all?" Alice's voice suddenly paused. She quickly grasped that fleeting inspiration. "Or is it that you don't care about this matter at all, and he and the people behind him came here on their own accord?" Adam was watching here. Alice actually knew this. Perhaps because Adam didn't intentionally hide it, the feeling of being spied upon wasn't very subtle. From the moment she called out his name, Alice could clearly feel the gaze. But after the quiet atmosphere in the scene lasted for over a minute, Alice realized that Adam seemed to be merely watching. He had no intention of responding to her. So Alice could only vent her anger on this blurry figure who hadn't even shown his face. Scram. These brief words, however, were like a pardon for the blurry figure. After all, his mission was merely to warn. Since the warning had been delivered, there was no need for him to remain here. He obediently scrammed. Alice was momentarily stunned before realizing that this was precisely what the other party was aiming for. She gritted her teeth and couldn't help but curse. "What are you looking at, you peeping Tom?" The gaze fixed on her had not disappeared. Alice gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, recalled the moment she made eye contact with Adam in her memory, and imitated Adam by showing a gentle smile, while also making her eyes clear. After adjusting her expression, she mimicked the tone of a priest from her memory and said, "God Almighty created all things in the world in 5 days, and on the 6th day, He created Adam. Adam was the first human in the world, and also the first peeping Tom in the world. He darkly curled up in a corner, peeping at all the beautiful things in the world." The gaze that had been fixed on her moved away. End of chapter. Chapter 280. Chapter 154. Delicious breakfast. Klein woke up with a blank expression. "Alice," he called out to Alice, his eyes hollow, his emotions complex, "what were you thinking?" Alice thought for a moment, then turned her head to look seriously at Klein and said, "I think it should have listened to me finish, that was just the beginning." Klein was silent for a moment, pinched the space between his eyebrows, gave up on reasoning with her, and instead said helplessly, "Shouldn't I be glad you still remember I'm Admiral Emlyn now?" Alice waved her hand and said, "Probably not, since you paid for it." After watching the magnanimous Alice and pondering for a few seconds, Klein reached out and mercilessly tapped her on the head. Alice looked at him in surprise. Before she could even well up tears in her eyes, Klein cut off her act. "Don't act. I don't think I can hurt you." Alice had no choice but to swallow the words that had reached her lips. She glared at him before asking, "Are you still sleeping?" Klein glanced at the sky, shook his head, and resumed, "Work." After staring at Klein for over 10 seconds, Alice lay down on the table and began to sleep. When the sky was mostly bright, Klein reached out and woke Alice, signaling her to quickly return the stolen chair. A little while later, Cynthia indeed came to the study. Klein changed his clothes with Cynthia's assistance and headed to the dining room. As Klein sat at the dining table and picked up the pristine silver cutlery, his eyes fell upon the exquisite sideboard in the corner of the dining room. It displayed various porcelains and crystal wine glasses, shimmering under the light, each gleam exuding the allure of wealth. Klein reluctantly averted his gaze and began to taste this breakfast with a critical mind. Waiters in neat uniforms stood by, respectfully awaiting to serve, and the beautiful Cynthia also spared no effort in being attentive, but Klein's attention was more focused on the delicious food. First to arrive was a steaming fish soup. Klein inhaled the tempting aroma and suddenly thought of Alice. Her expression must be particularly delightful right now, only able to watch me eat what she can't. She must be furious. Thinking this, although Klein still maintained Emlyn's serious expression, he showed a hint of intoxication when faced with the delicious food. The taste of the fish soup did not disappoint him. His taste buds bloomed under the stimulation of the fish soup, and Klein began to anticipate the next dishes. Next, fried eggs, bacon, and sausages, along with other meat dishes, were served. These meat dishes were incredibly fragrant, and Klein couldn't help but feast. Following that were his and Alice's shared favorites, various crispy, tender, sweet, and delicious breads and pastries, along with jams, cream, and honey to accompany them. But Admiral Emlyn was not fond of sweets, so Klein could only cautiously taste a little, comforting himself inwardly. "It's okay, at least you ate a little. Alice can't have even a bite. It's fine to secretly take food from the long table at a large banquet, but here, it's very easy to be discovered." The drink served with breakfast was black tea with milk and sugar. Although Klein still missed the taste of sweet iced tea, he understood that it would be inappropriate, so he could only grudgingly accept the black tea. After eating and drinking his fill, Klein leaned back contentedly in his chair, closed his eyes, briefly relaxed his body, and then opened his eyes again. Before him was the dining table covered with a pristine white tablecloth and the dazzling sideboard, and the waiters were serving fish soup. Klein's smile vanished. "I can trap you in a chicken leg gnawing loop, making you gnaw this chicken leg over and over, hundreds of times." Alice's expression when she said those words was still clear in Klein's memory, and precisely because of this, his first reaction was that Alice did it. "No, I can't be so arbitrary. Maybe, haha, besides her, which other angel would be so bored?" Klein secretly gritted his teeth, looked up, and said to a waiter beside him, Go prepare a breakfast and put it in an empty room. We have an invisible guest who also wants to taste today's breakfast. This sounded like a horror story. The faces of the waiter and Cynthia were somewhat pale, but the experienced waiters still followed Emlyn's instructions. Cynthia adjusted her emotions shortly after the waiters left. After looking around, she cautiously asked, "General, that guest." "Don't worry," Emlyn reassured, "in its eyes, we are probably less valuable than a breakfast." Cynthia's body stiffened for a moment. Even though she wasn't a Beander and didn't understand the Beander world well, she understood the meaning of that pronoun. She stopped asking, forcing herself to focus on the food, but it was clear her appetite was significantly affected. After repeating the same eating behavior as before, Klein closed his eyes to relax his body. When he opened his eyes again, he breathed a sigh of relief. No waiter was serving another fresh bowl of chicken soup. It seemed he had guessed Alice's thoughts correctly. After this lengthy breakfast, Klein took a carriage, surrounded by the general's guard, and entered the Olivy Naval Base. In the morning, accompanied by commodores and captains, he inspected the condition of the ships, ammunition reserves, visited the newly built training ground, and the bathhouse that had been repaired 20 times in the past year. After lunch at the Naval Mess Hall, Klein, according to the schedule in his diary, summoned officers of the rank of major and above to hear their reports. During this process, a thick, black-bound notebook was always open before him, containing some questions specially prepared by Admiral Emlyn. Alice glanced at the diligently reporting captain and Admiral Emlyn Livet, who was drawing turtles, octopuses, and dragons on paper, and fell into thought. "It feels just like me in class, but I draw much better than him." Alice glanced at Klein's notebook and proudly puffed out her chest. Next, Alice found Klein starting to do the second thing she often did in class, drawing grids on paper and playing Gomoku. However, at that time, Song Shu played with her. Song Shu, thinking of Song Shu again, Alice pursed her lips and fixed her gaze on the reporting captain. "Within the last 3 years, cough, cough, cough." The reporting captain suddenly choked on his saliva and coughed violently, interrupting Klein's train of thought in his game. Klein looked up curiously at the captain, watching him cough for quite a while before stopping, his face flushed. Then, he apologized and continued his report. Klein was silent for a moment, then wrote a sentence on the paper. "You did it." Chapter 281 Chapter 155 Adolescent Girl Alice. Alice refused to answer the question. She settled down, watching Klein pretend to listen attentively, and finally delivered a long-winded speech from the script. Listening to the familiar, "There are still a few points below," and "I'll talk about a few more points," Alice finally realized that the reason why Lita's speeches seemed especially long was not due to the leaders but to the secretaries who wrote the drafts. She cast a resentful gaze at Lurin. Lurin was listening to Emlyn's speech nearby, diligently performing his duties as a qualified secretary, when suddenly, his spirituality pulsed, and he felt a sense of crisis. It wasn't fatal, but, before he could react, he fell to the ground. The chair he was sitting on collapsed. Klein looked at Lurin, who had fallen to the ground, then at the speech script in his hand, and began to consider the possibility that Alice had grown impatient. After a moment of chaos, Klein chose not to finish the remaining half-page of the speech, hastily summarizing and concluding today's address. When the meeting ended, it was already approaching evening, and Klein, accompanied by Secretary Lurin, left the Olivy base to attend a dinner at the mansion of a naval agent. During the dinner, they chatted about the price fluctuations of port supplies, while Klein, imitating Admiral Emlyn, occasionally told an outdated Backland joke, eliciting enthusiastic responses from everyone, who praised Your Excellency Admiral for his humor. Alice watched this scene, finding it increasingly familiar, and after the dinner ended, she finally had a sudden realization and slapped her head. It was just like this when everyone spoke to her at the Tarot Club. "Oh, this." Alice lowered her head and seriously reflected on her behavior, and decided not to change it. After the dinner, Klein finally faced the most difficult task of his day, dealing with Cynthia. However, after a day, Klein finally figured out a way to handle Cynthia. He pretended to have an abnormal physical reaction to avoid intimacy with Cynthia, and secured a private room. The next day was still an unchanged day, a boring routine for Alice, and a day of trials and tribulations for Klein. After all, Besides dealing with official duties, he also had to deal with Alice. After a difficult day, Klein lay on his bed, regretting his decision to bring Alice along, and then drifted into dreamland. In his dream, he took a comfortable bath, put on a bathrobe, and walked out. Cynthia emerged from the master bedroom diagonally opposite at that moment, wearing only a silk nightgown. Her golden hair fell slightly disheveled, with a few strands even fluttering before her azure eyes and vibrant red lips, half obscuring her gaze and making her lips seem to open and close, appearing extremely alluring in the dim, ambiguous environment. The neckline of the silk nightgown was very wide, and Klein's gaze was involuntarily drawn to it, then slowly moved upwards, seeing Cynthia's shy face. This familiar expression made Klein pause, and a certain sentence echoed uncontrollably in his mind. "Mr. Fool, I want to have a child with you." He woke up from his dream in terror. Before he could react, a sharp pain came from the top of his head. Klein instinctively turned his head and saw Alice holding a few strands of his hair. He was stunned for a few seconds, and Alice, taking advantage of his delayed reaction, destroyed the evidence by using restart to put those few strands of hair back in place. Then, he saw Alice looking at him with a surprised expression and asking, "You're awake. It's very lively outside now, do you want to go see?" As everyone knows, lively, in Alice's mouth was not a good word. Klein instantly lost the idea of arguing with Alice, quickly rolled out of bed, and put on his general's uniform. He didn't ask Alice what was going on. After all, having a proper conversation with Alice was simply too time-consuming. Klein took Ninth Law, and creeping hunger, his face grim, and carefully walked to the door, reaching out to grasp the handle. "You don't have to be so careful," Alice reminded him, "at least this room is safe." The meaning of these words was self-evident. Klein frowned slightly and turned back to ask, "The others?" Alice stroked her chin and said, "Although the problem originated with Cynthia, still, no one escaped, did they?" After a pause, she sighed again. "Gluttony, pride, sloth, envy, lust, so, when desires are exposed without reservation, this is what humans are like, not what I have always seen, justice, compassion, courage, sacrifice, and love. Humans don't only have these beautiful things, do they?" Klein's movement paused. He gently turned his head and looked at Alice. He suddenly realized that Alice at this moment was not the same as he remembered. She looked no different from usual, but her eyes were not as lively as usual. Instead, they were cold and indifferent. She was clearly looking at him, but Klein felt that he was not truly in her eyes. Perhaps it should be it. He hesitated for a moment, withdrew his hand, and looked at Alice, cautiously calling out, "Alice, you're worried about me." Alice looked at him and murmured, "Why aren't you afraid of me? Or hate me? I watched them get corrupted, but I didn't care about them. If only justice were here." Klein massaged his temples, feeling a headache, and looked at Alice, saying, "If we go by your principles, I was the one who hired you as a bodyguard, not those people outside. It's normal for you not to care about them. I've always known you're this kind of person. I've never asked you to be like me. Besides, Alice, if something happened to me, wouldn't you worry about me?" Alice was silent for a few seconds, then that cold and indifferent state receded from her like a tide, and then she glared at him fiercely and disappeared from the spot. Klein hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally couldn't resist asking the air, "Alice, you're not crying, are you?" No one answered him, only his belt suddenly loosened. Klein pressed his hand to his forehead, headache-stricken, gave up on counseling the teenage girl, and re-gripped the door handle, preparing to open it. At that instant, he seemed to finally regain interaction with the real world, hearing chaotic and jumbled sounds from outside the door. Among them were distinct chewing sounds, angry roars, and sharp urging sounds. What exactly happened? Everything was normal before. Klein swallowed, using meditation to maintain the necessary calm. Wait a minute, was he tricked by Alice? Had Alice mentioned that she had an ability to detach emotions and make herself calm? 3 chapters left. Chapter 282, Chapter 156. This is for your own good. Though he really wanted to question Alice, Klein knew it wasn't the right time. He touched the Ninth Law charm with his right hand and, at the same time, twisted the doorknob with his left hand, opening the door. The first thing that caught his eye was a red-vested waiter across the hallway, along with many familiar and unfamiliar foods in front of him. Steak, dragonbone fish, lamb, olivey lobster. Klein was counting the types of food when he saw the waiter pick up a large fish that had just stopped struggling, look up at him, and say with a vacant smile, "General, I've always envied your food." Klein's gaze fell to his abdomen, which was heavily distended, as if there was an already formed fetus inside. Gluttony. Klein successfully matched him with the word Alice had listed. Just as he was about to step forward, he heard Alice's voice. "Don't you want to save him?" He turned his head. Alice had, at some point, leaned against the corridor wall, looking down at the waiter. The waiter, however, seemed not to notice her. He raised both hands and took a savage bite of the raw dragonbone fish. Bright red blood streamed down the corners of his mouth, yet he seemed oblivious, chewing and swallowing rapidly and greedily. Klein watched this scene with a shiver of disgust. He averted his gaze, ignoring the waiter on the floor, and cautiously walked towards the master bedroom, answering Alice's question. "If the root cause of the problem isn't resolved, nothing we do will be effective." Alice lightly followed him, asking from behind, "So, you actually still want to save them?" This question was no different from the previous one, and Klein had no choice but to emphasize to her again. "Alice, I really wasn't angry that you didn't care about them. Or rather, I was already surprised that you remembered to watch me. I always felt you wouldn't mind giving me some trouble." Alice fell into temporary thought at this remark. They continued forward and saw two maids. One was constantly yawning, while the other sat on her, clutching her neck and craving praise. Alice looked at the two of them and said faintly, "I really don't mind giving you some trouble, or even making you look a bit foolish, but this is a bit different. The level of contamination here has already exceeded what I can handle." Klein turned his head in astonishment. Alice walked past him, leading the way, her voice ethereal. "A star has seen this place." As Klein stood in a daze, Alice placed her hand on the slightly ajar master bedroom door and murmured, "Do not gaze at the cosmos. Don't think about what that means, don't think about it, just remember it." This timely interrupted Klein's desire to ponder deeply. He asked Alice with a serious expression, "Have you considered asking for help?" After a few seconds of silence, Alice said evasively, "The reason I can't clear the contamination here is because I have a premonition. If I were to act, there's a chance I might be one more person who has to give birth. Anyway, the mother tree of desire was already planning to have a child with you. At worst, it's just having one now." Klein didn't want to comment on this hypothesis, and Alice didn't wait for him, pushing open the door. A scent and sound of revelry surged out. Klein felt his heart rate accelerate, blood rushing downwards, and then his heart rate began to accelerate again, and blood rushed downwards again. After repeating this twice, Klein cursed, unable to bear it any longer. "Alice, are you sick?" Alice looked at him with an innocent expression and said, "This is for your own good." During their conversation, this process repeated once more, which successfully made Klein give up talking to Alice and enter the master bedroom. The blonde secretary Lurin by the door seemed normal, but with just one glance, Klein determined that he was the pride Alice had mentioned. Beyond saving, next one. Klein continued forward, his expression unchanged as he felt his heart rate begin to accelerate again, and saw the legendary lust. On the bed in the center of the master bedroom lay a 3-meter-tall, pale body. Its surface was covered with brownish-green tumor-like growths, some of which had already split open, transforming into flower-like organs. Some members of the general's guard and the male waiters in the house were gathered around, interacting with those organs in different poses. Damn it! He had started a new cycle again. Ignoring the decadent scene in the room, Klein, unable to bear it any longer, looked at Alice and cursed, "Get rid of this thing, quick." Alice ignored Klein's words, looked at the reveling people and the branches, and said with a hint of mockery in her tone, "Before you came, Emlyn was still worried about Miss Cynthia's chastity. Now he doesn't need to worry, because everyone here, except for you, who can't, has participated in the feast hosted by Miss Cynthia." Klein was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the tall, pale body, and murmured, "You mean this is Cynthia?" Cynthia seemed to have heard their commotion. Her head turned from the 3-meter-tall body, and she looked down at Klein, her cheeks flushed. Klein suddenly remembered where he had seen that expression before. No, not quite similar. If it were Alice, her hair's gold would be brighter, and her eyes blue would be lighter. And Cynthia was clearly much more mature than Alice. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, Cynthia, as he expected, let out a demon's voice. "General, I want to have a child with you." Klein breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't Mr. Fool. He subtly glanced at Alice, recalled Alice's words, pulled out the ninth law, charm, and uttered an ancient Hermes word. Law. As the activation incantation echoed, the dark gold charm in Klein's palm suddenly turned ice cold, making him even calmer. He continued to issue the decree according to his previous deduction. No interaction with the outside world is allowed here. The mysterious ancient Hermes language instantly spread, and the scattered dark gold light suddenly intertwined into countless symbolic characters and magical sigils like laws, merging into the void. Buzz. A faint hum suddenly sounded in Klein's ears. He seemed to see invisible light filled with a sense of desire being repelled outside the room. Immediately, a phantom yet brilliant cosmos appeared before his eyes, and a star emitting bright light emerged. Pop, pop. Klein's two eyeballs burst instantly, and fluid mixed with blood flowed out, gruesome and terrifying. The intense pain lasted only a moment. He quickly returned to his state before activating the charm. With the influence of desire gone, he no longer had to face that awkward situation. "You see," Alice's voice carried a faint smile, "I told you, this is for your own good." End of chapter. Chapter 283. Chapter 157. Stargazing Sect. Clearly, Alice's main goal was to prevent him from being too severely injured to be treated in time. She truly meant well for him. She had already broken the cycle. She was doing it on purpose. Klein glared angrily at Alice. During this process, the tall, tree-like Cynthia disintegrated into a puddle of flesh covered in brownish-green tumors. The surrounding members of the general's guard and male attendants all collapsed to the ground. Alice was encouraged by this scene. She pointed at the ground and said, "See. I told you I was doing it for your own good." Her voice was self-righteous, resonating with Cynthia's head echoing from within the puddle of flesh. "General, I want to have a child with you." Klein instantly felt an immersive fear again. To prevent Alice and Cynthia from repeating the same line, he decisively changed his appearance, transforming into Gehrman Sparrow. At the same time, he used the creeping hunger to twist Cynthia's desire, changing, "General, I want to have a child with you," to, "General, I only want to have a child with you." The branches that were entangling Klein paused for a second, lost their target, and waved wildly in all directions, as if trying to grasp something. Cynthia's line finally changed. "General, where did you go? General, where did you go?" Excellent response. Alice didn't stingy her applause, successfully interrupting Klein's train of thought. Klein glared at Alice. Alice silently withdrew her hands, along with the smile on her face, and only after glancing at Cynthia did she say, "Purify her." This was pretty much a death sentence for Cynthia, which Klein had already anticipated. He looked pitifully at Cynthia's head in the puddle of flesh, and the creeping hunger was dyed with pure and brilliant light. Klein spread his arms to both sides, and a bright pillar of light, entwined with holy flames, descended from midair, engulfing the monster that had collapsed into flesh. Watching the light from the sun domain burn Cynthia, Alice vaguely recalled a joke she had made long ago, promoting cremation in this era. Cremation can effectively prevent plagues and various infectious diseases, and it can also prevent corpses from reanimating. From this perspective, the purification of the sun domain seems very suitable for opening a crematorium, until Klein's voice pulled her thoughts back. "Don't touch strange items or religions again in the future." Alice hesitated, glanced at him, then at Cynthia on the ground, and finally couldn't resist saying the atmosphere-breaking remark. "She doesn't have a future, does she?" Cynthia finally realized her predicament. Tears suddenly welled up from her head, dripping onto the pile of flesh, successfully making Alice pause for half a beat. "So disgusting, no, if it's too obvious, she'll be sad, right?" That faint hint of softness gained the upper hand. Alice ultimately didn't try to retreat, nor did she let an expression of disgust appear on her face. Instead, she showed a gentle smile tinged with pity. She had just learned it from Klein. Cynthia's desperate voice rang out. It's the mother tree of desire, it's the celestial church, General, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Save me, Mother Tree of Desire, Celestial Church. Alice's expression shifted slightly as she looked at Klein. With a merciful gaze, he spread his arms again and spoke in a low voice. Death is not the end. You will find salvation by the side of the divine. Alice resisted the urge to remind them both that Cynthia had prayed to the Mother Tree of Desire, watching another pure and clear pillar of light descend. Cynthia's body rapidly melted under the sun's illumination. Alice watched the scene, exhaled a long breath, and then said, Celestial Church, could this be the legendary, stargazer sect? Klein's carefully cultivated emotions were once again shattered by Alice. Stargazer pie, as a famous dark cuisine in Great Britain, was a name Klein was not unfamiliar with. This is a traditional food originating from Cornwall, known for its unique appearance and symbolism. The main feature of this dish is that multiple types of fish, traditionally 7, are skinned and deboned, then placed in a pie, with their heads exposed on the surface of the pie, resembling fish gazing at the cosmos. If he had to say, it wouldn't be impossible for the Celestial Church to change its name to the Stargazer sect starting today. Are you sick? Klein ultimately failed to convince himself and blurted out. Alice lowered her head and sincerely admitted her mistake. I just suddenly thought of it, since the Celestial Church sounds like it's researching the stars. However, speaking of which, it's a good thing you weren't an astronomer before, and I'm not interested in that field either. After all, the stars here are very dangerous. After a moment of silence, Klein asked Alice, are the cosmos and stars you mentioned what you previously said, content that one cannot know until they reach the angel level? Alice nodded. Klein glanced at Alice, didn't press further, looked around, confirmed that those who were dead couldn't die anymore, and those who weren't dead weren't in immediate danger. Then, he began to carefully examine the room. At this moment, Alice ran forward, picked up a necklace from where Cynthia had disappeared, then hesitated, glanced at the torn clothes on the bed, and turned to ask, do you need Cynthia's clothes? A question mark slowly appeared above Klein's head. Alice tilted her head and explained, I thought you seemed to like her a lot. Shut up. Klein quickly interrupted her. I don't think I'll ever like anyone with blonde hair and blue eyes as long as you're around. Alice looked at Klein in surprise, instinctively wanting to feign tears, but then remembered that this trick had failed several times. She decisively changed her approach. Then you're finished. What I look like after I restart is something I can decide myself, my appearance, gender, and if I wanted to, I could even experience being intersex and asexual. If I were particularly curious, it wouldn't be impossible to restart as other creatures, but that would be no different from seeking death. Klein, if that's the case, then in the future, when you want children, it seems you'll only be able to find the Mother Tree of Desire. Klein closed his eyes in pain. Alice, having stimulated Klein, was in a good mood and began to examine the necklace in her hand. It was the same one she had seen last time, but the rhinoceros horn pendant was no longer smooth and lustrous. Instead, it was covered in cracks and extremely dull on the surface. After staring at the necklace for a few seconds, Alice raised her head with a serious expression and said to Klein in an encouraging tone, Klein, come on, divine its origin like you divined the blood of the eternal blazing sun. End of chapter. Chapter 284, Chapter 158 Investigation Results. Klein was greatly shocked by this. You don't even dare to divine it, and you want me to. Alice's gaze drifted. She shoved the pendant in her hand to Klein and blurted out a sentence. I'll go wake your secretary up for you. Klein was slightly stunned, then saw Alice's figure flash, appearing beside Lurin, and kicking him. Watching Lurin slowly awaken, Klein quickly walked over, simultaneously transforming back into Admiral Emlin's appearance. Seeing his change in appearance, Alice understood his meaning and silently vanished from the spot. When Lurin woke up, Klein had just stopped beside him, looking down at Lurin with a serious and composed expression. Your Excellency Admiral. Emlyn clearly had no interest in explaining this. He coldly commanded, wake up all the lightly injured here. Have some treat the remaining people, and some immediately investigate the Celestial Church on Olavi Island. They worship an evil god called the Mother Tree of Desire. Start by investigating the people around Miss Cynthia. I will await your report in the study. After speaking, Klein, holding the broken rhinoceros horn pendant, entered the study. Alice did not follow him but instead followed Lurin. He was clearly a competent secretary. His confusion lasted only a moment, and soon he began working in an orderly fashion. As more and more unconscious people were awakened, the chaos gradually subsided, and order slowly returned. Lurin also began his interrogations. How strange, he showed no trace of his previous pride now. Alice glanced at him thoughtfully, then went back to find Mr. Fool, who was currently acting like a lonely old man. Klein hadn't noticed Alice's disappearance. After entering the study, he dutifully refrained from thinking about matters related to the cosmos. He deduced from the images after the ninth law took effect that the mother tree of desire was indeed Ashtar, in the cosmos. Given Alice's very rare warning, Klein didn't delve deeper into this information. Instead, he pondered why the mother tree of desire would want to have children with him. Undoubtedly, the answer must be related to Saphira Castle. However, the mother tree of desire seemed even more dangerous than a true god in Alice's eyes. She dared to steal from the Lord of Storms' church, but she didn't even dare to divine the mother tree of desire. If a true god is sequence 0, then, is there really a sequence -1? His mouth twitched at his self-amusing cold joke. Before he could react, a pair of hands covered his eyes, and a charming voice rang out. "General, guess who I am?" Almost as soon as she spoke, Klein dropped his guard and his desire to attack. It must be Alice if it's this boring. He reached out, trying to pull down the hands covering his eyes, but Alice's hands didn't budge. After 2 attempts, he gave up. He used the Faceless's Beyander ability, performing the difficult feat of rotating his head 180 degrees, then smiled at Alice, who looked horrified. "You're still afraid of this?" Alice withdrew her hands and retreated several steps before saying, "If a creature that looks very human does something clearly not human in front of you." Her voice suddenly stopped. They looked at each other, lost in thought. After more than 10 seconds, Klein hesitantly asked, "Are you talking about yourself?" Alice looked at him with a ghost-seeing expression. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard footsteps coming up the stairs. She gave up the urge to retort and instead reminded him, "Lurin is here." With that, she vanished from the spot without waiting for Klein's reminder. Klein had just put his facial features and hair back in the correct positions, his head not yet having time to return to its normal shape, when he heard a knock at the door. "Come in," he responded in a deep voice while secretly adjusting his head to its normal shape. Lurin didn't notice this scene. As soon as he entered, he lowered his head and calmly reported, "Your Excellency Admiral, the Celestial Church has been found, and their leader has been apprehended. This lead was provided by Miss Cynthia's parents. This sect has been quite active in Olivi in recent years, advocating for shedding clothes, returning to nature, and indulging one's instincts, believing that humans can achieve spiritual liberation in this state." No clothes. Alice lowered her head, tugged at her sack-like school uniform, and fell into thought. For her now, clothes had become skin. As she had jokingly said, she could now conjure different outfits. But even so, she didn't run around without clothes. She still dressed normally. "What are you Celestial Church people doing?" Lurin didn't know what Alice was thinking, nor did he consider her feelings, continuing. "Reproduction is a byproduct of this philosophy. Their leader is a Beyander, a sequence 8 lunatic. This is, the Rose School of Thought." Alice quickly recalled the affiliation of this sequence. She still remembered Klein hiring a wraith from the Rose School of Thought as a bodyguard. "Oh, right, the Rose School of Thought has 2 factions, the Indulgence faction and the Moderation faction. If it's the Indulgence faction, it's indeed possible. No, not wearing clothes is still a bit too much. Even if it's an illusion, it should at least look like clothes." Alice found this incomprehensible. However, if one pathway of the mother tree of desire is prisoner, what are the other one or several? Devil must be one of them, and desire apostle sounds closely related. Klein's voice interrupted Alice's thoughts. "Bring him over." Lurin soon returned with the leader of the Celestial Church, a man named Flet Ken, in his 30s. Flet's thin, narrow face had a brown full beard, and there were sinister blue tattoos on his neck. Alice was disappointed to find that he was actually wearing clothes. "He doesn't look too good. Is it an aftereffect of the interrogation?" Lurin's report quickly answered Alice's question. "Your Excellency Admiral, during his arrest, he continuously exchanged his sanity for power, and his mind is close to collapse. Exchanging sanity for power. Hearing about the lunatic's fighting style for the first time, Alice was astonished. She thoughtfully observed Flet Ken on the ground, suddenly wanting to restore him to his normal state to see him do it again. To avoid actually doing such a thing, Alice stood a little closer to Klein, reminding herself to be careful not to get hit. Klein clearly can't beat me, though. Alice licked her lips, looking at Flet Ken with longing. End of chapter. Chapter 285, Chapter 159, Quick, grant his wish. Alice even thought of a way to solve Klein's anger problem. It was simple, just use restart to erase the memories of that time and the traces at the scene. The idea was too tempting, and Alice couldn't help but take half a step forward when Klein's voice rang out. Do you know Miss Cynthia? That's right, he knew Wraith and Zombie, so it was entirely possible he also knew Lunatic. Even if he didn't, it didn't matter, the abilities gained from lower sequences didn't just disappear after promotion. Alice finally succeeded in finding a reason to convince herself, and she also finally realized that wanting to see a lunatic fight was just an excuse she made for herself. Her desire hadn't diminished much. She just wanted to cause some big trouble. Alice lowered her gaze, trying to find a second reason to convince herself. At least listen to the interrogation first. This was successful, the craving still hadn't disappeared, but it was within Alice's manageable range. She quietly waited for the interrogation to continue. Klein raised his right hand, letting the miniaturized rhinoceros horn-like black pendant he held in his palm slide down and sway in midair. What is its purpose? Alice's eyes were fixed on the swaying pendant, and she suddenly felt an urge to pounce and snatch it. Calm down, this isn't a cat toy, and you're not a cat. Flet Ken didn't have the leisure to play with a cat toy like Alice. He slumped his head and stammered. I know her. Miss Cynthia wanted to have a Beander child with your excellency Admiral, with you, and her parents introduced her to me. That is the fertility necklace, made from the aura bestowed by a deity. As long as you consume its powder and wear it for a long time, it can make your excellency Admiral unable to resist. Alice rubbed her chin, thinking she should thank Admiral Emlyn, or the one who made the Admiral make this decision. Wait, it couldn't be Adam, could it? Alice, who had just been slandering Adam, guiltily lowered her head. Unlike Alice, who believed everything outright, Klein remained half skeptical, at least not fully convinced of the fertility necklace's effects. Alice didn't know this. She quickly shifted her attention from Adam to Flet's words. The Celestial Church people are still terrible at naming things. Fertility necklace doesn't sound good at all. If it were me, I'd call it, can't think of anything for now. Alice, who was briefly stuck, gave up her plan to continue criticizing the Celestial Church's naming ability and heard Klein's second question. What other uses does this necklace have? It took Alice 2 seconds of blank staring to realize that Klein suspected this wasn't the necklace's full purpose. This. Alice covered her face with her hand, embarrassed by her credulity. At this moment, she suddenly thought of Eamon. Eamon likes me because I'm easy to trick, right? That possibility seems quite high. After all, who wouldn't like someone foolish with lots of money? Wait, where do I get money from? Alice fell into deep thought. The money here, of course, wasn't money in the worldly sense, but even so, Alice didn't understand what Eamon wanted from her. It couldn't really be to pursue Klein, could it? Flet Ken collapsed to the ground under Klein's seemingly all-knowing demeanor, shouting almost frantically. It can also corrupt you. As long as Miss Cynthia consumes the powder ground from it and devoutly recites the honorific name of the Mother Tree of Desire, she can corrupt any male who has relations with her and successfully conceives a child. You can become a believer of the Mother Tree of Desire. Become her favored one. Alice almost revealed herself to interrogate Flet Ken directly. It wasn't for Klein, she just realized that she had almost brushed past danger. When she held the necklace, she saw Miss Cynthia taking the scraped-off powder from the necklace, and she also saw Miss Cynthia praying to the Mother Tree of Desire, but the part where Miss Cynthia recited the honorific name was skipped. What if it hadn't been? What if she had seen it? What if she recited the honorific name in ancient Hermes language? No, a normal prayer shouldn't be recited that way. But it made no difference. Alice dared not imagine what would happen if this scene appeared in the prayer vision. She hadn't forgotten Adam's gaze at her through the dream. If such a crucial step for establishing a connection appeared in the revelation, Alice suspected that the mother tree of desire might indeed have one more target for bearing children, herself. It seems that contraception, no, sterilization methods for mythical creatures must indeed be put on the agenda. Alice remembered the ninth law, charm, and began to seriously consider its feasibility as a second option for contraception. Although the optimal solution is still a high-sequence apothecary, legislating a ban also seems like a good method. If feasible, when the mother tree of desire comes, I'll sterilize her and then teach her about family planning, Alice nodded confidently. While Alice was lost in thought, Klein had already figured out the course of events and silently glanced at Lurin. Lurin also roughly understood the whole matter, immediately lowered his head, and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency Admiral, this is our error. We only monitored Miss Cynthia and the servants here, without extending to their families, relatives, and friends. I am willing to accept any punishment for this, even if you send me to a military court. Quick, grant his request, fulfill his wish." Alice almost jumped out to speak in excitement for the second time. Her last bit of reason stopped her, but she still transmitted her wish through the stable channel established by Klein's many prayers. Klein refused to comment on the divine oracle that suddenly appeared in his mind. He said with no change in expression, "We'll discuss this matter later." Alice was extremely disappointed. She couldn't help but transmit her question to Klein again. "Why don't you grant his wish? Hurry and agree to him, look how disappointed he is." Klein looked at the stunned Lurin. Although he really wanted to ask Alice how she read disappointment on his face, as Emlyn, he obviously couldn't do that. He closed his eyes, slightly alleviating the stimulation brought by the not very informative but exceptionally noisy divine oracle, and at the same time said in a low voice, "My father, the late Earl Livet, once taught me a saying. He said, forgive your subordinates for their first mistake. Lurin, you, and those guard members, should thank his benevolence." End of chapter. Chapter 286. Chapter 160. Klein, the Four Families. Alice pondered for 2 seconds, then repeated her trick, causing Lurin's legs to buckle and him to fall to his knees. But he didn't bother to get up. Instead, he choked out in a sobbing voice, still in that position. Your Excellency Admiral, your magnanimity fills me with admiration. You will be my. He couldn't continue, bursting into tears on the floor. Klein finally couldn't watch anymore, and he started cursing Alice in his mind. "Alice, what are you doing again? So, as long as the intensity of the misfortune tide is controlled, one can make people's emotions fluctuate violently. This could perhaps be considered a form of mental daze." Alice tilted her head, suddenly realizing the scene seemed to have awkwardly stalled here. Even Fu Lai Ken was looking at Lurin in surprise. "This great task of saving the day is entrusted to you, Mr. Fool." Alice irresponsibly averted her gaze. Although Alice said nothing, Klein understood that asking her to clean up the mess was impossible. After a few seconds of thought, he said without changing his expression. There was a second half to that previous sentence, severely punish their second error. "Your Excellency Admiral, you don't need to come back, someone is more like you than you are." Alice took a small breath, looking at the unperturbed Klein, and silently increased the probability of Lurin's emotions stabilizing a bit. "Please, let him recover faster." Under Alice's prayer, Lurin's emotions gradually calmed down. He still hadn't fully emerged from that feeling of emotion, but at least he wasn't wailing on the floor anymore. Thank goodness. Alice watched Lurin apologize and then adjust his emotions to the side, feeling relieved. This meant Klein wouldn't dwell too much on this with her, probably not. After this interlude, Klein, with an unchanged expression, had Lurin leave, then looked back at the dazed Fu Lai Ken and asked calmly. "What is your relationship with the Rose School of Thought? What is the relationship between the Mother Tree of Desire and the Bound God?" Alice pricked up her ears. Fu Lai Ken's expression suddenly turned into one of suppressed fanaticism, and he said with barely concealed excitement. We are a branch of the Rose School of Thought. My mentor is Saint Zadwin of the Rose School of Thought. The Bound God is an avatar of the Mother Tree of Desire. The Mother Tree of Desire is the true, the only, the God who transcends the 7 gods and the true Creator. Your Excellency Admiral, you are a chosen one of her. Then he's about to become a chosen one of 4 gods. Alice emerged faintly, but the name, Bound God, no matter how you hear it, sounds like he was kidnapped by the Mother Tree of Desire. Fu Lai Te Ken looked in terror at Alice, who appeared from the air, watching her walk with light steps to stand before him, then squat down to meet his gaze, tilting her head and asking. Your Mother Tree of Desire wouldn't have tied up the bound god to have children with him, would she? Fu Lai Te Ken collapsed onto the floor under her curious gaze. Why are you so easily scared? Alice mumbled softly. Alice. Klein called out to her with a frown, interrupting her. This forced Alice to turn her head and ask, don't tell me you were planning to let him go. Klein was silent for a moment, then walked closer, grabbed her by the collar. Alice didn't resist at all, rising from the floor with his pull, then taking 2 steps back. Don't get so close. Klein didn't look back at Alice, but kept his eyes fixed on Fu Lai Te Ken. Alice blinked twice before realizing what he meant. He was reminding her not to get too close to an enemy, unless she was sure they were completely dead. No, according to his style, even if they were completely dead, he probably wouldn't touch them himself. Alice subtly glanced at Klein's glove, quickly recalling this detail, but she corrected him. I know about things like death throes. It's just that even if he did retaliate, he couldn't do anything to me. Alright, I can barely be considered a chosen of fate. Klein couldn't be bothered with her, but he didn't suppress his smile. Instead, he allowed himself a refined smile that definitely didn't belong to Emlyn, and asked, lowering his head. What things have you done that violated the kingdom's laws and social customs? Fu Lai Te Ken hesitated. He should have been relieved by this, but the smile gave him an indescribable sense of unease, and he looked at Alice hesitantly. The suddenly appearing Alice had revealed a lot of secrets in just a few sentences, each one seemingly indicating that his life was short. From Alice's attitude, it was clear she didn't intend for him to leave this room alive. Alice noticed his gaze, her eyes shifted slightly, and she asked in a light tone, do you think your crimes deserve death? Are you willing to repent for them and pay the price? These words seemed to imply a hint of letting him go, at least giving him a chance for atonement. Fu Lai Te Ken lowered his head in thought, trying to make himself appear as remorseful as possible. I once, in order to seize someone else's family property, tortured their entire family for a night and then killed them, discarding them in the jungle. Then, using forged documents, I successfully obtained a considerable fortune. I deliberately misled many believers to indulge their desires, watching them, in the emptiness and regret that followed, gradually become nourishment for the Mother Tree of Desire. I have seduced many ladies, under the pretext of helping them liberate their nature and gain spiritual salvation, and possessed them. I have done many wrong things. I truly deserve to die. Then go die. Alice cheerfully accepted the matter. Fu Lai Te Ken's voice suddenly caught in his throat, his faint expression of repentance still frozen on his face. Klein finally couldn't hold back and smiled, cooperating with Alice's performance. Since you have prayed and repented devoutly, I shall also obey the will of my Lord and grant you death. He raised his left palm in Fu Lai Te Ken's disbelieving gaze, a terrifying mouth split open there, 2 rows of illusory teeth stark white and cold. No, no, a shrill, terrified scream rang out. Alice, while he was still conscious, quickly said, no one will hear you even if you scream your throat out. Klein, unable to bear it any longer, raised, creeping hunger, and aimed it at Alice. This would pose no danger. Without involving authorities, a true angel is very difficult to injure. But Alice still obediently reached out and covered her mouth. Klein glared at her, then asked irritably, which 4 gods am I a chosen of, exactly? How come I don't know? Chapter 287 Chapter 161 General, I miss you so much. Alice blinked twice, counting on her fingers for him. The Mother Tree of Desire, me, the fool, and... She paused, then extended a finger and tapped her chest 4 times, drawing the symbol of the scarlet moon. Counting them like that, it really did seem to be 4. No, when did I become a goddess's favored one? Klein suddenly reacted and asked in confusion, when did I become a goddess's favored one? Alice lowered her head, thought seriously for a moment, then stroked her chin and asked, which goddess are you referring to? Klein once again raised the creeping hunger. Alice stared at the creeping hunger for a few seconds, then licked her lips and asked. What if I now make the creeping hunger revert to its state before it was full? I wouldn't mind feeding you to it, Klein replied expressionlessly. Tears welled up in Alice's eyes. Stop faking it, Klein ignored her, bending down to pick up the gray-white light cluster on the ground that looked like a brain. A sequence 8 Beander characteristic. It can't even buy one auxiliary material, Alice pouted. High sequence, money really is just a number. After a pause, Alice murmured again, you reminded me, I haven't finished my previous manga. She disappeared silently amidst her mumbling. Klein was deeply shaken by Alice's professionalism. Although his question remained unanswered, he didn't try to call Alice out again. Instead, he snapped his fingers, burning the fragments of clothing on the ground. He sat back behind the desk, watching all traces disappear in the flames, then pulled the rope, making the bell outside the door ring. Lurin removed the seal and walked in, instinctively scrutinizing every corner of the room. Fu Lai Ken's disappearance didn't elicit any reaction from him. He quietly accepted Klein's orders and went to arrange the arrest operations targeting the Celestial Church and the Rose School of Thought. After making an excuse of injury to cancel all appointments for the next 2 days, Klein finally had time to press Alice on his earlier question. So, when exactly did I become a goddess's favored one? Alice held a lively large lobster by its tail, casually tearing off its 2 claws, and said indifferently. Everyone crawled out of a cemetery, we even lived next door. There's no way the goddess only saw one of us. Klein looked at the dying lobster, wanting to speak but holding back. Alice noticed his gaze and silently reattached the claws. The words he had prepared were swallowed back by Klein. His expression suddenly became serious, and he asked Alice with a frown. Alice, you wouldn't do that to humans one day, would you? Alice's hand, which was on the lobster's antennae, suddenly stopped. The lobster's claws took the opportunity to pinch her finger. Although it didn't even leave a red mark, Alice frowned immediately and unhappily threw the lobster to the ground. Alice, Klein's tone became grave. He wasn't asking this question on a whim, it was just that Alice's gaze towards humans was often no different from how it was now. Alice bit her lip, staring at the dead lobster on the ground and said, You can't ask me to view humans as my own kind, that's very unrealistic. So, would you do it? Klein didn't take her bait. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Klein didn't speak first, so several minutes passed before Alice's voice finally sounded. I don't know, maybe sometimes, and sometimes not. After a pause, she looked up and said with slight hesitation. Actually, now, compared to before, the times when I wouldn't seem to have increased. Klein was slightly stunned. Alice turned her head at this moment. He looked at Alice's wistful expression and, after hesitating for 2 seconds, couldn't help but say. How about you just scold me? Are you sick? Alice fulfilled his wish without hesitation. Klein looked at Alice, whose expression had become lively again, and said with a smile, That's right, that's how it should feel. Alice glared at him, feigning ferocity. Even though Alice's previous words were clearly not the truth, Klein gave up on pressing her about how he became a goddess's favored one and instead asked. Alice, there's actually one thing I've never asked you, and I wonder if you remember it. What happened with the Saint Fuerin? This was a delayed judgment. Alice's movements suddenly stiffened. She lowered her head, glancing out of the corner of her eye towards the window and the door, praying for someone to come in or for something to happen outside. She succeeded. A figure in a formal tuxedo appeared by the window. He had black hair and blue eyes, with a slightly downturned mouth, and carried that annoying aura Alice remembered. It was Emlyn. Alice ran over as if seeing a loved one, quickly opening the window for Emlyn, then said with tears in her eyes. General, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Emlyn almost fell. Klein gritted his teeth, walked forward, grabbed Alice by the collar of her clothes, ignored Alice's pitiful gaze, and pulled her aside to make way. Then, he looked at the clearly startled Emlyn and asked, Your Excellency Admiral, perhaps you should come in first. Although Alice was mostly unreliable, Klein had full trust in Alice's spirituality and intuition. Emlyn silently entered the room through the window. At this moment, in this situation, he completely lost the desire to test Alice and Gehrman Sparrow, and asked directly. Has anything happened these past few days? Before Alice could speak, Klein reached out and tugged at her oversized school uniform, successfully making her shut up. Emlyn clearly noticed this scene. His authoritative gaze fell upon Klein. Klein resisted this authority and picked out the easiest thing to mention. Your secretary made a mistake and suffered some injuries. And what else? Admiral Emlyn nodded deeply and reservedly. Klein tried hard not to avert his gaze, looking directly at the other party and saying, your brother was removed from his governor's post, and a new governor has already taken office. Your Miss Cynthia transformed into a monster and was purified by me. Some members of your guard and your attendants and servants have suffered some infection and are currently receiving treatment. Alice watched Emlyn's expression become increasingly uncontrollable and gradually turned to shock, then delivered the final blow. General, I want to have a child with you. Chapter 288 Chapter 162 Epilogue. Klein swore he had intended to stop her. But when he opened his mouth, air rushed into his respiratory tract, and he suddenly began to cough violently and uncontrollably. So he could only watch Alice finish that sentence with shy timidity while coughing. As expected of you, Fate. No matter what, Emlyn wouldn't take that seriously. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Gehrman Sparrow. Klein recovered from his coughing, met Emlyn's gaze, and replied without changing his expression. This is Miss Cynthia's last wish. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Emlyn turned to Alice and nodded, saying, thank you. This, in turn, choked Alice. She realized Emlyn's thanks were sincere. No matter her purpose in doing what she just did, she had indeed brought back Cynthia's last wish. Such feedback suddenly made Alice feel a bit bad. It was a stifling feeling deep in her heart, and Alice knew what it represented. It was guilt. She opened her mouth but found she couldn't apologize as naturally as she did when facing Klein. Alice bit her lip, then lightly kicked Klein's shin. In Klein's incredulous gaze, she dryly dropped a sentence to Emlyn. You're welcome. Alice's figure vanished from the spot. Klein subtly flexed the muscles in his calf, restraining the urge to grimace at Alice. It actually hurt less than when his eyes exploded, but it was already her very unreserved way of venting. Klein sighed inwardly and asked Emlyn, is there anything else you wish to know? Emlyn's gaze had just retracted from the two of them. The subtle hint of melancholy completely disappeared from him. He spoke in a deep but authoritative voice. What exactly happened? Klein did not conceal too much, starting from when his pants fell down in front of Austin, then mentioning the mysterious person's warning in his dream, and finally recounting Cynthia's anomaly and everyone's reactions. Klein did not describe the specific details of the battle, only mentioning that the ninth law, charm had isolated external influences, and he attributed everything else to Alice. He also described the subsequent investigation results to Emlyn, as well as Alice's pranks on others. Of course, he avoided mentioning that the Mother Tree of Desire's actual target was him, and he did not mention Alice's slandering of Adam. Emlyn's expression went from initial shock and hesitation to gradual numbness, and finally, he spoke in a deep voice. The mysterious person who invaded your dream emphasized the destiny of the era and the trend. Yes, replied Klein, who had already resumed Gehrman Sparrow's appearance. Emlyn glanced at Klein, then confirmed, you maintained my appearance in the dream. Yes, Klein affirmed this, but did not elaborate. Emlyn likewise did not press the matter. After pacing silently within a small area for a few steps, he looked at Gehrman Sparrow again and said, your choice is without issue. 5-star rating. Infected by Alice's strange ideas, Klein excitedly felt the feedback of potion digestion and suddenly had new whimsical thoughts. Hey, if I were to act as Alice. Alice's voice interrupted Klein's thoughts. Did you intend to sign a contract with him from the beginning? Emlyn's gaze naturally fell upon Alice, who had already adjusted her emotions, and he said emotionlessly. I originally didn't intend to sign a contract with the substitute, but rather to inform Cynthia that there were signs of losing control and that I couldn't be intimate with her for 5 days. However, some reasons later made me change my mind. Someone helped me. Klein keenly realized this and subconsciously asked, what reasons? Before Emlyn could answer, Alice turned her head and said, it's useless for you to ask. A good author doesn't leave their name. Klein immediately understood Alice's suspect. This was indeed one of the suspicious candidates, and Alice had indeed clarified a core issue. If the other party helped him but didn't say anything, it was highly likely they didn't want to reveal themselves yet. Klein didn't press further but took out the broken pendant and handed it to Emlyn, saying, This is the reproduction necklace from the mother tree of desire. Alice added half a sentence for Klein. You can try to. Force came from his sleeve. Alice silently closed her mouth and pulled her sleeve out of Klein's hand. Emlyn did not participate in their conversation. If he had any insights to share, a grade 0 sealed artifact with complete vitality seems easier to seal than under normal circumstances. Emlyn subtly glanced at Alice and made his judgment. He took the reproduction necklace, lowered his head, and looked at it, saying, "You may leave. Go to Bilt to collect your reward." Alice suddenly stopped, looked at Klein, then at Emlyn, and asked Klein, resting her chin on her hand. "Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been silenced?" Klein was silent for 2 seconds, ignored the remark, turned to Emlyn, and pointed at the tailcoat he was wearing, saying, "Clothes." Emlyn suddenly realized that perhaps Alice wasn't the only abnormal one here. He very presciently did not proactively take off his clothes but instead looked with Klein at Alice, who was trying to sneak away unnoticed. Alice blinked twice. After staring at them and thinking for a few seconds, she opened the window and jumped out. Emlyn felt a faint bewilderment. Klein watched this scene in surprise, then turned to Emlyn and explained. "I think she probably did that because you came in through the window." Note 1. This non-reason only deepened Emlyn's confusion. He finally confirmed that Alice's way of thinking was beyond his comprehension. He silently took off his clothes. In this silence, Klein exchanged clothes with Emlyn, then stood up and went to the door. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he turned back and tentatively asked, "Your Excellency Admiral, can we leave together? When she first came in, she came in with me." Emlyn confirmed once again that Alice wasn't the only abnormal one here. "No, perhaps they aren't the abnormal ones, but I am." Watching Klein's disappointed back as he left, Emlyn fell into intense self-doubt. End of chapter. Chapter 289. Chapter 163. You are becoming more and more like a human. When Klein pushed open the door, he didn't see Alice as he expected. He was a little surprised. After a brief thought, he went out and walked around to the window. Alice was indeed waiting for him there, and as soon as she saw him, she happily looked up and extended a hand towards him. Just like a child waiting for their parents to pick them up from kindergarten. No, ordinary children aren't as tormenting as she is. Klein shook his head and reached out to take Alice's hand, but an ice cream suddenly appeared and was grasped by him. Klein took it in confusion, looking at Alice questioningly. "Happy Valentine's Day, Mr. Fool," Alice blinked, "although it should really be chocolates. Roses are out of the question, you'll have to ask someone else for roses." "Right, today is February 14th, Valentine's Day." Klein, who hadn't been in a relationship in 2 lifetimes, fell silent for a moment, took the ice cream, and then hesitantly asked, "How did you find ice cream so late at night?" After they stared at each other in silence for over 10 seconds, Alice hesitated and asked, "If I told you this was actually what I ate a while ago, would you think? This is something I ate and then threw up." Klein suddenly had an urge to smash the ice cream in his hand onto her face. He assessed the power difference between them and the trouble of placating Alice, and finally gave up on the idea. "Alice," Klein looked down at Alice with a kindly smile, satisfied to see her entire demeanor become docile, "have you been doing something bad behind my back?" Alice pressed herself against the wall, then looked up and said resolutely, "No, I didn't do anything." Is there any difference between this reaction and outright admitting it? Klein rubbed his temples with a headache and extended a hand towards Alice, saying, "First, get up off the ground." Alice didn't grab his hand, she climbed up from the ground herself, then stood against the wall, lowering her head obediently. Klein stared at Alice for 2 seconds, then suggested, "If you're going to stand in punishment, facing the wall is more appropriate." Alice thought his words made a lot of sense. She obediently turned around, and after staring at the wall and floor for 2 seconds, she frowned and turned back, asking in confusion, "Why should I be punished? I didn't do anything wrong." Klein maintained his gentle smile and asked, "What happened with the Saint Fuerin?" Alice silently turned back around. Klein, quite speechless, turned Alice back around. Alice followed his force, turning her body, then cautiously looked up at him, pouting, saying, "I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know there would be such serious consequences, and I've already tried my best to compensate." Klein kept his smile unchanged. After a minute-long silence, Alice, maintaining a teary-eyed expression, was the first to lose patience. She put away her feigned repentance and tears, and lowered her head, saying, "Before arriving in Byam, I was too bored, so I casually added a misfortune to the ship. But nothing happened for the next few days, so I thought everything was fine. Then after I retrieved the uniqueness, I saw that ship. Alice bit her lip, not continuing to speak. She isn't truly repenting, there might be a little guilt, but it's more about being afraid of me getting angry. However, this is already much better than at first." Klein drew a conclusion from Alice's attitude. He shook his head, pondered for a moment, then reached out and ruffled Alice's hair. The texture was indeed good. He subtly withdrew his hand and looked at Alice, who was looking up in a daze, and softly asked, "You said you made compensation. He doesn't seem too angry." Alice straightened up a bit. The explanation about leaving a prophecy lingered on her lips for a moment before she changed it to another sentence. I ensured that the people on the ship wouldn't be harmed. This way, the shipwreck will still happen, but only the ship itself will be damaged. Everyone on board will ultimately be fine. This should be fine, right?" Alice looked up at Klein, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately did not try to make him believe her by manipulating probability. "If I make decisions for him, he'll be unhappy." Alice pursed her lips, lowered her head, and said with downcast eyes, "The prophecy Emlyn mentioned was about this. This way, after the prophecy comes true, it should count as a legend, right?" The entire explanation was reasonable, and Alice's salvage plan had no issues. As for the Storm Church, forget it, Alice hasn't finished spending the money she snatched. And since she's already split the spoils with the goddess, then let the goddess handle this matter. Klein shook his head, and as if inadvertently, reached out to Alice's hair again. Alice dodged his touch, glaring at him warily. Klein was silent for 2 seconds, then suggested, "You can write about me touching your hair in the holy book later." Alice immediately decided to go back and draw Miss Cynthia's confession scene to give to him. Klein was unaware of Alice's resolve. After thinking for 2 seconds, he decided to freeload off Alice one last time. "Can you send me back to the hotel?" This wasn't an excessive request. Alice grabbed him and sent him back, but she showed no intention of leaving. So Klein, who was preparing to sleep, had to continue dealing with Alice. "Do you have anything else?" Alice blinked twice, a little hesitantly, saying, "Although I know you probably didn't mean it that way, but..." Enough. Klein suddenly remembered what happened in the bathroom that day. He quickly interrupted Alice, "I wasn't trying to invite you to sleep together." Alice stared at him and said, "But your question really makes it easy for people to misunderstand." Klein was silent for a moment, then tactfully reminded her, "I think maybe only you would think that." Alice's mouth dropped open in surprise. Klein glanced at her and continued to remind her, "Just like I think a normal person would absolutely not have climbed out the window just now." Alice closed her mouth, a little hesitant. Klein continued, "Perhaps you could say what else you have on your mind, so I can see if that thought is normal." Alice hesitated, glanced at him, and said, "You haven't received your payment yet. I don't think this matter is completely over." "All right, that's still normal." Klein nodded, smiling as he encouraged Alice. "Keep it up, your way of thinking is becoming more and more human." End of chapter. Chapter 290. Chapter 164. Do you want to go to the God-forsaken land to be Amon's toy? Alice stared at Klein in surprise, and she said sincerely, "Do you know? I feel like I can understand Amon now. I really want to hit you, but I'm afraid I'll accidentally hurt you. Can you please advance quickly and become the real Mr. Fool tomorrow?" Klein gasped in horror. This reaction made Alice very displeased. She glared at Klein fiercely for a while, then suddenly smiled. "It's late. Get some rest, Mr. Fool." That tone of voice wasn't Alice's usual tone, but Klein wasn't unfamiliar with it. After all, he had heard similar tones many times these past few days. "Cynthia. Forget it, just let her vent." Klein helplessly watched Alice's figure disappear, then prepared to sleep. He didn't have the habit of not being able to sleep in a new bed. Although he had been away from the hotel bed for several days, upon contact, he still felt that familiar warmth and smoothly entered a dreamland. Klein opened his eyes blankly. The sleepiness he had just cultivated receded from him like a tide in an instant, and he became sober again. Alice. After staring at the ceiling for more than 10 seconds, Klein finally couldn't hold back and shouted, his defenses broken. The room was quiet, no one spoke, and no one suddenly appeared, as if Alice really wasn't there. But Klein didn't believe it at all. He gritted his teeth, sat up from the bed in his pajamas, and asked, pinching his temples. What do you want to do now? With a creak, the door quietly opened a crack, and a golden head peeked out from inside, blinking and saying, Actually, I just wanted to see you get up and go back to sleep. Klein was speechless. He was silent for a long time, then answered with a universal reply, 6. Alice silently retracted her head. But since the sleepiness he had cultivated was gone anyway, Klein called out to Alice. Wait a moment, do you think I can digest the faceless potion by role-playing as you? Alice, who had retreated halfway, hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and entered the room, locking it from the inside. She said with a slight hesitation under Klein's puzzled gaze, You really won't hit me after you're done role-playing, right? You know you're asking for a beating, don't you? Klein glared at her. Alice raised her head and began to look at the ceiling. Klein gave her a speechless look, then continued. I think I've gotten used to it. If you spoke properly, I'd actually feel a little uncomfortable. Alice looked at Klein in surprise, and just as she was about to speak, she heard his familiar voice, Shut up. She obediently covered her mouth, swallowed the questions like, Are you a masochist? And then put down her hand and asked another question. But, if you role-play as me, what would you do? Go to the forsaken land of the gods to be Amon's toy. Klein fell into deep thought. He suddenly realized that role-playing as Alice seemed a bit too dangerous. No, even if it wasn't originally too dangerous, if he wanted to role-play in character, it would definitely become too dangerous later. Remembering all the troubles Alice had caused, big and small, Klein fell silent. Alice looked at Klein, and finally couldn't help but retort. Actually, if you want to be Amon's toy, you don't have to pretend to be me, after all, you two are. Klein looked at Alice expressionlessly. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Alice blurted out, So you like body double literature? Get out, Klein said concisely. Alice looked down at the ground, then hesitantly turned to look at Klein. Before she could speak, Klein had a flash of inspiration and rephrased his words. Out. Alice obediently went out. She saw Bilt Brando again at noon the next day. Alice and Klein came to the Sweet Lemon Bar with a strange sense of ritual. Alice didn't hide her figure. While concealing the special aura of a demigod, the strangely dressed but well-behaved girl attracted a lot of attention. Many gazes fell on her, and then were met with the gaze of the crazy adventurer beside her. Alice seemed oblivious to the exchange of glances. Her figure flickered, and she appeared at the bar counter. She half leaned on the counter and asked the bartender, who was startled. What's the most popular drink here? This flash, which didn't reveal the slightest spirituality fluctuation, successfully made everyone withdraw their gazes. Klein's footsteps paused for a moment, then he naturally walked towards the bar counter. The bartender calmed down a bit after hearing Alice's question, revealing a smile, and said with a hint of pride, Of course, it's the most popular sweet lemon in all of Olivie. Give me. Alice took out a £1 banknote from her person, looked back at Klein, and then continued, Give me 2 glasses. Klein stopped his steps. After admiring the wonderful bartending moves, Alice, holding the change from the bartender and 2 glasses of sweet lemon, skipped to Klein and handed him one of them. Klein stared at the liquid sloshing around in the glass but not spilling, lost in thought. Alice ignored him and took a small sip of the sweet lemon. This cocktail called sweet lemon was overall pale yellow, with a subtle green tinge intertwined within it, adding a fresh touch to the overall color. Mint leaves and lemon slices adorned it as decoration. Alice stared at the glass for a few seconds, thinking that a straw should be added here. Alice lowered her head, preparing to take a sip to taste it, but suddenly heard someone enter. She looked up at the door in confusion. The newcomer was a black-haired, blue-eyed man with meticulously styled hair. He was wearing a tailcoat, formal suit and leather shoes, but the buttons on his cuffs were unbuttoned. His expression seemed a little nervous and anxious. He ignored all the gazes in the room, quickly scanned the pub, and then successfully found his target. He walked straight ahead, but with the same arm and leg movements, to the vicinity of the underground boxing ring, slowly exhaled, a slightly stiff smile appeared on his face, and he stared intently at the stage. Just a new gambler, nothing worth paying attention to. Alice lowered her head again and took a sip of the sweet lemon in her hand. As she leaned closer, a refreshing lemon scent spread out. Alice narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and took a sip of the sweet and sour drink. Klein would definitely like this taste. However, a crazy adventurer having a sweet tooth would ruin his image too much. Alice licked her lips and glanced at Klein, who was currently cosplaying as Gehrman Sparrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 291 Chapter 165 Messenger Summoner. The matter is concluded, huh? Bilt looked at Gehrman Sparrow with a hint of surprise, his smile stiffening when he noticed Alice following him in and closing the door. Alice looked up at Bilt in confusion, then hesitated before asking Klein, "Should I go out?" A drop of cold sweat trickled down Bilt's forehead, soaking into his eyelashes. He instinctively blinked, and the sweat got into his eyes, causing an indescribable discomfort. But he didn't dare to wipe it, closing one eye halfway as he said, "No need. You've come at just the right time." It seems the matter concluded smoothly. Alice looked at Klein. Klein nodded. "Admiral Emlyn is back. What about the remaining payment?" Bilt's smile lightened a bit. He personally went to the safe, took out £500 in gold coins and a sapphire blue cufflink, and secretly wiped his eyes. Alice thought for a moment but still didn't expose him. Staring at the cufflink, her mind stirred, and her spirituality merged with the spirit world. The cufflink's function was completely revealed. Alice stroked her chin, then turned her head and asked, "Are you going to see?" This question was asked in Chinese, which Bilt didn't understand. Even if he had understood, he wouldn't have grasped its deeper meaning. Klein, deeply influenced by internet culture, realized that the phrase, "going to see," had a hidden meaning. He glanced at the discerning Bilt, who had remained silent, then turned to Alice and said, "I have long since dedicated my body, mind, and soul to you, Miss Fate." This was also in Chinese, so Bilt continued to cooperatively remain silent, as if he didn't exist at all. After watching Klein for a full 10 seconds, Alice's gaze fell on his waist. Thus, this war without smoke ended with Klein's voluntary surrender. Klein turned to Bilt without changing his expression, took the final payment and the cufflink, and asked, "What does it do?" Bilt calmly introduced, "This is a mystical item made from the merman swim bladder you provided. It can provide illusory scales hidden beneath your skin, making you as difficult to catch as a fish, and helping you withstand a certain amount of damage. Besides that, it also allows you to dive at least 15 meters without protection and move freely underwater for 10 minutes. Its negative effect isn't significant, it just makes you more prone to fatigue than normal in hot or dry places." Dried grilled fish. Alice's eyes lit up. This. Bilt subconsciously looked at Gehrman Sparrow. Clearly, this phrase was meant to describe the crazy adventurer. Klein turned to Alice with an expressionless face, revealing a calm smile, then said in a gentle tone, "Get out." Alice, receiving the command to get out for the third time, still hesitated, glanced at the ground, then obediently walked out the door and closed it. Bilt watched this scene in astonishment. After Alice closed the door, his gaze towards Gehrman Sparrow became incredibly reverent. Just as he was about to speak, Klein reminded him, "She can see and hear." Bilt swallowed the admiration that had risen to his lips and instead brought up another topic. "It doesn't have a name yet. You can name it." After 2 seconds of silence, Klein glanced in the direction of the door and replied, "Dried salted fish. A good name, very vivid," Bilt responded with a dry laugh, also subconsciously glancing in the direction of the door. He paused, then added, "That artisan said he can solidify the ritual for summoning spirit world creatures onto a material with spirituality. It can last for up to a year and a half, but you need to provide detailed information." "Heh, as agreed, I will pay for this. You don't need to worry." Klein thought for a moment, then turned towards the door and asked, "Do you have any suggestions regarding the appearance?" Alice, who was eavesdropping, silently opened the door, slipped back in, then tentatively offered Klein an answer. "A pokey ball. That way, when you need it, you just throw it out and the messenger appears. It's very fitting." "Shut up." Klein mercilessly rejected the proposal. Alice obediently covered her mouth, then lowered her hand and offered another suggestion. Then you could also try an Ultraman transformation device. This time, Klein didn't wait for her to finish, gritting his teeth and saying, "Shut up." Although he didn't understand a few of the nouns, Bilt still deduced from Gehrman Sparrow's reaction that these were probably not reliable suggestions, so he tactically remained silent. Alice, under Klein's threatening gaze, covered her mouth again, simultaneously taking half a step back to show sincerity. Klein withdrew his gaze and, as if nothing had happened, said to Bilt, "Make it a harmonica." "So you like musical instruments?" Alice suddenly realized, "Why don't you try a screaming chicken? Get out." Klein turned his head and shot back a single word at her. Alice silently covered her mouth and retreated a few more steps. Thus, Bilt understood that a harmonica was the final result of their negotiation. He took out paper and pen and had Gehrman Sparrow write down the ritual for summoning the messenger. After receiving the note, Bilt glanced at it and said, "A messenger. This is quite rare. It's difficult for Beyonders outside the death pathway to find a suitable messenger. If a messenger is accidentally summoned during production, she needs to be given a gold coin. What happens if she isn't given one? Spirit world creatures always have some strange quirks. I've seen some who particularly love music, and others who linger near excrement. Spirit world creatures have so many strange hobbies." Alice murmured, if not given, ah." She remembered the angel carrying 4 heads and said tactfully, "If not given, he might come back carrying 5 heads." Although he didn't understand the latter half of the sentence, Bilt still questioned Alice's pronoun. Alice blinked and replied, "That's right, it's he. Having an angel as a bodyguard and another angel as a messenger." Bilt took a deep breath, not daring to look at Gehrman Sparrow, and forced a smile on his face, saying, "Thank you for informing me." "You're welcome." Alice waved her hand magnanimously. Klein reached out and pulled her, and only after she sensibly quieted down did he say, "The third item's creation, we'll talk about that later." Bilt nodded, then glanced at the two of them, asking somewhat curiously, "Mr. Gehrman, how did you manage to evade Secretary Lurin, Governor Austin, and Miss Cynthia, all of whom Admiral Emlyn specifically mentioned? Especially with this one in tow." He subtly glanced at Alice. Chapter 292 Chapter 166 According to human standards. "Of course, kill them all." Recalling the fates of the 3 people Bilt mentioned, Alice instinctively wanted to blurt it out, but then her peripheral vision caught Klein beside her, and she closed her mouth. Klein didn't notice this scene, he was struggling to control his facial muscles to prevent any unusual expression. "Study the information carefully," he said calmly. After speaking, he stood up, took his hat, and bowed, saying, "I should take my leave." "Pleasure working with you," Bilt responded with a smile. Alice looked at Bilt, then at Klein, and after 2 seconds of thought, she extended her right hand and placed it in the middle of the 3 of them. After exchanging glances with her for a few seconds, Klein also stacked his right hand on top. Then, they both looked at Bilt. Bilt, who had no idea what was happening, looked bewildered as he also placed his right hand on top. "This isn't some strange ritual, is it? What are they doing?" Bilt watched in astonishment as Alice and Klein simultaneously shouted, "Pleasure working with you," and then forcefully swung their hands down. Now only his hand was awkwardly suspended in midair. He really wanted to subtly withdraw his hand and pretend nothing had happened, but after a moment of hesitation, he still mimicked Alice and Klein, swinging his hand down forcefully and shouting in an excited tone, "Pleasure working with you." Alice smiled contentedly. She waved at Bilt and said cheerfully, "Bye-bye." With that, she didn't wait for Bilt to respond before turning around and pulling Klein away. As they walked down the stairs, a cheer suddenly erupted. Alice looked over curiously. Oh, it turned out a bare-knuckle boxing match had just ended. Alice suddenly remembered the person she had seen before going upstairs. Her gaze swept through the crowd, and she easily found her target. The young man with black hair and blue eyes couldn't hide his excitement in his smile. Alice tilted her head, realizing he had probably won. Alice withdrew her gaze, uninterested, and turned to Klein, asking, "Mr. Adventurer, are you interested in gambling? What do you say, could we go to a casino and win a lot of money, get rich overnight, you know?" In that case, the casino wouldn't give you the money, would it? Klein subtly reminded her. Alice stroked her chin, then turned her head and asked. Wouldn't that be just perfect? They would be the ones breaking their promise first, and then we'd have a reason to rob the casino. Hey, would that count as winning a casino back? Klein glanced at her, revealing a gentle smile, but before he could continue, he saw Alice scream, clutching her head. I know I was wrong. I won't do it, I swear. She successfully drew all the attention from the entire first floor of the Sweet Lemon Bar. In terms of shamelessness, Klein clearly couldn't compare to Alice. He wasn't so comfortable being the center of attention, so he silently withdrew his hand, lowered his head, and said with a faint smile. Shut up. Alice silently took her hands off her head and covered her mouth. Klein shot him a cold glance, then turned and left indifferently. Alice stood there in a daze for a while, only reacting when Klein was almost at the door. Her figure instinctively vanished from her spot, then reappeared there again. Wait for me, she called out, trotting to catch up. Klein and the others around him began to look at her with puzzled and bewildered expressions. So Alice stopped beside Klein, blinked, and explained. By human standards, a jog seems more sincere, though in terms of efficiency, it's not as good as a brisk walk. By human standards, a considerable portion of the onlookers withdrew their gazes. Well, it does seem to be that way, but is jogging faster than a brisk walk? Klein's thoughts were briefly sidetracked, but he remembered the occasion and didn't ponder it deeply or make a comment. He just glanced at Alice and left. Alice then lowered her hands, tugged at her clothes a couple of times, and followed. After they were out of sight of the people in the tavern, Klein turned his head and suggested, Alice, why don't you go to class after all? He was genuinely worried about all the wild ideas in Alice's head. This wasn't the first time Klein had made such a suggestion. Alice's attitude had gradually softened with his continuous suggestions. This time, she didn't even refuse directly, but after a moment of thought, asked. Do you think Iceberg Admiral Edwina might know the main ingredients for my Sequence 4 potion? I think they're called Doomshade and Raven Shadow Serpent. Perhaps, Klein gave an ambiguous answer. Actually, it's fine to go take a look and run if it doesn't work out. After all, when students skip class, schools usually call the parents. Alice subtly glanced at Klein. Klein diligently searched his knowledge of mysticism for any trace of these two monsters, finally confirming he knew nothing about them, and then suggested. You could ask at the Tarot Club. Or I could help you write a letter to Mr. Ojik, or... His voice paused. Remembering Rhodes's mechanism, he introduced with slight hesitation. The machinery hivemind has a sealed artifact, 2-111. It's a magic mirror that can answer your questions. However, as a price, you must truthfully answer one of its questions, and there must be someone watching. These questions might be very profound knowledge, or they might. Klein suddenly stopped. Alice then looked at him curiously and asked, or might what? Or they might be quite socially embarrassing. Klein added the rest of his sentence. When he saw Alice's eyes suddenly brighten, he had an, I knew it, feeling. Truth or dare? Alice exclaimed excitedly. Does the mirror have to tell the truth too? Oh, it seems there's no dare part. Klein felt his hanging heart finally die. He took a deep breath and continued to explain. There is. You both must tell the truth. If you lie or are unwilling to speak, you can choose to complete a task or accept a punishment. He didn't emphasize blurring the main points through clever phrasing. In his opinion, Alice had already reached the pinnacle in that regard. It was clear she must have often gotten into trouble before. Alice tensed her body, unable to hide her excitement, then relaxed into her usual nonchalant posture, sighing. But it's in the machinery hivemind church. Her first reaction wasn't to steal or snatch it, or to go in and borrow it herself. Klein felt a surge of relief at the success of his education. End of chapter. Chapter 293. Chapter 167. Do you need a messenger? Discovering that Alice genuinely intended to give up on this proposal for now, Klein's smile became a bit more sincere. I have a way for you to talk to it. However, can we try other methods first? For example, I'll write a letter to Iceberg Admiral first. Alice hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. The letter to Edwina wasn't difficult to write. After all, Klein had previously mentioned Alice's schooling to Edwina, and now it was just bringing up an old matter to finalize it. The real variable appeared after Reynard Tinecare showed up. Alice clearly remembered the messenger lady whom she had asked why she didn't have a head on her neck. Upon seeing Reynard appear with 4 heads in hand, she nervously retreated a few steps. This, in turn, attracted Reynard's attention. 4 pairs of red eyes simultaneously fell upon her. Alice thought for a moment and quietly moved behind Klein. Klein moved aside, exposing Alice to her incredulous gaze, then said to Reynard Tinecare, "Just deliver the reply to her." Reynard Tinecare gazed deeply at Alice before biting the envelope and leaving. As soon as it left, Klein turned to Alice and asked, "If you were so scared, why did you say those things then?" Alice covered her face with her hand, weakly replying, "My mouth moved on its own." After a pause, she lowered her hand and emphasized, "I'm not afraid of it. I'm an angel too. At most, we're evenly matched." Klein offered no comment on this. Like punching cotton, Alice instantly lost interest in talking and waved her hand, saying, "I'm going back first, call me if you need anything." With that, she fell backward, plummeting towards the ground in Klein's stunned gaze, then vanished before hitting the ground. Alice's body landed heavily on the bed under the force of gravity. She lay motionless, closing her eyes without any struggle. 10 minutes later, she reopened her eyes and looked at Reynard Tinecare, who was holding 4 heads. "You can just put it down," Alice said, looking at the reply clutched in Reynard Tinecare's mouth. Reynard Tinecare indeed put down the letter but did not immediately disappear. Instead, it asked Alice, "Do you need a messenger?" Alice was momentarily stunned. She had indeed always been eager to acquire a messenger, or to be precise, she hoped for a special messenger. A messenger carrying 4 heads and being an angel certainly met the standard of special, so. Alice stared at Reynard Tinecare. After more than 10 seconds, she curved into a gentle yet distant social smile and, in a soft voice devoid of emotion, asked it, "What do you wish to gain?" This was too straightforward. Reynard Tinecare did not speak immediately, seemingly pondering, but Alice had no intention of waiting. She maintained her smile and said, "Go back. When you've thought clearly about what you want to gain and what chips you can offer, come find me again. I am not him. I wouldn't accept an angel of unknown origin as a messenger, although he didn't know you were an angel at first." Reynard Tinecare disappeared from the spot after a moment of silence. After confirming there was nothing else in the room, Alice breathed a sigh of relief and lay back on the bed. The social smiles of nobles are sometimes quite useful. Alice murmured to herself, falling into a deep sleep. At 3 in the afternoon, the Tarot Club arrived as scheduled. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Justice Audrey's cheerful greeting rang out. Alice sat in her seat, blinking twice, and finally remembered what she had forgotten. "The taste of an iron-blooded knight is really good hasn't spread yet. I should sell a bit more before I get dragged off to class." Alice nodded with satisfaction, listening to Audrey complete her greeting. The content of this tarot club seemed unremarkable. No one had acquired a new Rosal's diary, nor did anyone propose new transactions. Only Alice raised her hand and asked, "Have you heard of Doomshade and Raven Shadow Serpent?" Traces would be even better, but right now I mainly need to know what exactly these things are." Half-god level monsters seemed temporarily beyond the scope of the Tarot Club's abilities. Everyone exchanged glances, and only Hermit Catlia spoke. "I know a little, but it should not be complete. The body of a Doomshade is composed of unfathomably black mist, capable of passing through walls and obstacles, and physical attacks cannot harm them. Raven Shadow Serpent is a type of winged snake. It is said that this creature possesses the power to directly attack a person's spirituality, causing them to become disoriented and even produce some hallucinations. These are probably not complete information. The only thing I can confirm is that both of these monsters are extremely powerful and bizarre, with overall strength approaching the half-god level. Not complete, but at least not completely ignorant." Alice exhaled, smiling at Catlia. "Thank you for the information, Madam Hermit." After a pause, she remembered the matter of mythical creature blood and hesitantly asked, "Madam Hermit, do you have a container for mythical creature blood?" Catlia nodded, then added, "Miss Fate, you don't have to rush. I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill your request for a while." She didn't finish her sentence, but Alice rubbed her forehead, understanding what she meant. Such evangelism with nothing to show for it, probably no one would believe it. However, Alice lowered her gaze and smiled. One thing might be of some help. She leaned back casually, her gaze sweeping over everyone, finally resting on Catlia, and spoke as if chanting. Although the Saint Fuerin will encounter a shipwreck during this voyage and eventually sink, everyone on board will be fortunate enough to be rescued. No one will lose their life due to the shipwreck, nor will any family be torn apart by it. Everyone will be safe. As she spoke, Alice's gaze swept over the Tarot Club members in turn. Justice Audrey, Magician Furs, and Moon Emlyn's eyes were slightly dazed, and Son Derek was even more so. But the expressions of Hanged Man Alger and Hermit Catlia were clearly moved, and Alger even said, "I met a tourist from the Saint Fuerin. He drifted on the sea for an unknown amount of time, clinging to a piece of wood, and nothing unexpected happened. Is this matter related to you?" End of this chapter. Chapter 294. Chapter 168. Substitute Literature. Alice turned her head and chuckled, saying, "That prophecy was left by me." "Hermit, is that enough to be called a legend?" With the guess confirmed, Catlia lowered her head and cautiously replied, "Even if you are publicized as a resurrected deity, this can only serve as a record of your deeds after your return." Alice looked at her, her eyes half closed, reaching up to cup her chin, and tapping the table twice nonchalantly, saying, "Then what should I do? I can't really publicize that the night in the past was my dependence. This kind of thing, I should still ask for her own divine will." Alger, at this moment, displayed his well-honed quick reaction, lowering his head swiftly the moment Alice spoke her first sentence. Catlia lowered her head, her lips moving twice, but she said nothing. Mr. Fool in the Grey Fog chuckled, leaning back in his chair and asking, "Since that's the case, why don't you ask the knight?" Alice was silent for more than 10 seconds before raising her hand to cover her face and replying, "The last time I saw her, I asked her if she could transform into her mythical creature form so I could touch her." This was a euphemistic phrasing, but Audrey immediately recalled Alice's gaze towards Susie and understood the sentence without any difficulty. "So, is the goddess's mythical creature form a similar creature?" "No, Audrey, stop thinking about it." Audrey struggled to cut off her thoughts. Alger was not much better than Audrey. He remembered Alice's question about whether the Lord of Storms had an octopus head, and deep down, he didn't find the question outrageous when it came from Alice. Of course, this did not prevent him from being severely startled. Derek, who had been reprimanded for blasphemy by Alice, looked at Alice with slight hesitation. He found that Miss Fate had unique experience when it came to blasphemy. Furs sat there in a daze, wondering why she had to listen to this. She was just a pitiful low sequence. Emlyn's wisdom, for once, took the high ground today. He learned from two experienced successful individuals, Alger and Catlia, and lowered his head with them, feeling that it was truly not easy for him to have lived until today. The world, was learning to tactically lower his head with everyone. As for Klein in the Grey Fog, he was thinking about what his mythical creature form truly was. Hopefully, it wouldn't have fur. Alice, from the reactions of the others, once again realized the shocking nature of her words. She lowered her hand, looked at Catlia, and said in a somewhat weak tone, "So, for a while, I don't think I have any previous deeds to offer you. I can't really write about such things, can I? If you dared to write it, I wouldn't dare to read it." Catlia took a deep breath, raised her head, and smiled. "I understand, Miss Fate, I will do my best." The matter concluded there, and Alice looked at Catlia, suddenly asking another question. "Mythical creature blood seems to be very valuable. Can I extract and sell it if I run out of money later?" Catlia reached out and pressed the table, her face looking particularly pale, her expression frozen without change. She wasn't sure what expression she should make. The world's hoarse voice sounded at this moment. "I don't think you should ever be short of money. You can simply walk into any casino in Byam and win it over in a single night." Alice instantly understood his meaning and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say I couldn't do that?" How did she take it seriously? Klein twitched the corner of his mouth slightly in the Grey Fog and continued to manipulate the world, to say, "I am not encouraging you, Miss Fate. Or are you actually more accustomed to hearing, 'Shut up'?" The final words were cold and ruthless, and Alice silently reached out to cover her mouth. Emlyn looked at the world with an admiring gaze, full of respect in his attitude. The actions of the others were not as exaggerated as Emlyn's, but they were not far off. the world, successfully achieved the accomplishment of being the center of attention in the tarot club with a single sentence. Actually, in a sense, Miss Fate was indeed a benevolent deity. After all, the world dared to speak to her like that and she didn't even get angry. Such thoughts flashed through the minds of the others, but no one dared to harbor even the slightest intention of deceiving Alice, not even Alger. After all, they were not the world. When Miss Fate discovered she had been deceived and came to collect her payment, she would not care about their lives. Alice stared at the reactions of the others and thought for a few seconds, belatedly realizing that such a display from a deity in the face of a mortal's reprimand was truly inappropriate. But why did it feel like they were already used to it? Noticing that everyone was only looking at the world with admiration and hadn't produced similar questioning emotions, Alice felt a deep sense of confusion about her image in the tarot club. She decided to correct her image. Mr. World, Alice tried her best to make her expression appear serious and majestic. I think you should show me a little more respect sometimes. She clearly failed. Although she tried hard to imitate the feeling Emlyn brought, it only gave off an incongruous amusement when applied to her. Klein suppressed his laughter and manipulated the world to say, Miss Fate, I don't think such expressions and actions are suitable for you. You are not suited for such a serious expression. If you want to appear more majestic and more intimidating to mortals, you just need to stay as you are. I believe an existence as human-like as you will make everyone feel fear. Alice was silent for a full 10 seconds before saying to the world, the hunter pathway should truly regret losing such a promising talent as you. No, it should be said that you are fortunate you didn't embark on this path. Otherwise, you would have been beaten to death for your excellent provoker abilities before you even became a provoker. Is that your compliment? The world pressed on. Alice was silent for an even longer time, this time before raising her hand and saying, private communication. Although he guessed that Alice might be about to say something shocking again, Klein still blocked out the others and looked at Alice. Alice sneered and said to him, before, when Eamon said I was suitable to be a provoker, I asked him the same question. You say, is it possible that Eamon likes me because he's treating me as your substitute? After speaking, she gave Klein a bright and brilliant smile. End of chapter. Chapter 295. Chapter 169. Creating a character. No one knew what Mr. World and Miss Fate discussed, but from Miss Fate's expression, the argument between the kindergarten child and the adult ultimately ended with the kindergarten child winning. After Alice, no one else proposed a transaction, and they naturally moved into the free discussion segment. During the free discussion, Mr. World introduced several rituals pointing to Alice, such as prayer, sacrifice, and requests for blessings, and also mentioned relevant herbs. It was clear that Miss Fate, or rather, this god, did not raise any objections, so the tarot club members silently noted down these rituals, vowing never to use them unless absolutely necessary. It was only after leaving the tarot club that Alice remembered to check the reply from her future teacher. Alice quickly realized that this letter was not meant for her. This was clearly written for a student's parents. Alice quickly scanned Edwina's letter and unhesitatingly decided to give it to Klein. Edwina agreed to the extra student very easily, but she did not use a personal item as a positioning tool as Klein had suggested in his letter. She only provided the time and place. Bad news, she only had one night of free time left. For a moment, Alice had the thought of keeping the letter to herself. Since that's the case, why don't I just give the letter to Eamon? If Klein asks, I'll just say Eamon stole it. Hey, speaking of which, has Eamon found suitable ingredients yet? Her thoughts drifted for a moment, but Alice quickly remembered the diary stolen by Eamon and Ian. And the taste of a faceless is really good. Alice showed a mischievous smile and transmitted Edwina's reply to Klein through a sacrificial ritual. Out of caution, Alice was not in a hurry to create. The taste of a faceless is really good. What if someone bought that page of the diary in advance and ruined the surprise she had prepared for Mr. Fool? Hey, speaking of which, when is her birthday? The long-forgotten question was brought up again. Alice picked up her pen, wrote, my birthday, on a piece of paper, then put down the pen and attempted to divine. The first scene in her dream was one she was extremely familiar with, that alley. She saw herself waking up in the alley, saw the lucky one fall in terror, and saw herself uncontrollably taking the Beander characteristic. Everything was familiar to her. What about before that? She and Songshu were huddled in a room. Songshu held a tablet showing a bronze chair shrouded in mist, with 4 Chinese characters on it, Lord of the Mysteries. She saw Songshu gently tap it, the white mist dispersed, revealing the clear bronze chair, which then rapidly enlarged, brightened, and transformed into a gate of light. After opening the gate of light, a line of text appeared on the interface: select your birthday. This interface is really nice, Songshu murmured, then turned and smiled at her. Huan, you choose. Shen Yinghuan naturally agreed to the request and gently touched the screen. A scrolling interface appeared with year, month, and day, the year being fixed at 1334. Shen Yinghuan slid her hand and finally chose February 5th as her birthday. Let's go with this, Shen Yinghuan said to Songshu, aren't you the one creating the character? Why am I choosing? Songshu reached out and hooked Shen Yinghuan's arm, then showed an exaggerated expression of sadness, saying, oh my goodness, I thought we were already inseparable, I didn't expect you to be so distant. I consider you a part of my life, and you actually tried to separate from me. Shen Yinghuan then headachedly shifted her gaze and perfunctorily said, all right, it's all my fault, let's continue quickly. As she spoke, she reached out and tapped the screen again. The next interface was for character customization. Shen Yinghuan glanced at Songshu's expression and immediately understood that this task had also been dumped on her. She rolled her eyes and simply used the facial recognition feature to use her own face as a template. After choosing brilliant gold and pure blue as hair and eye colors based on her personal preference, she left the rest for the AI to auto-generate. The next interface, however, left Shen Yinghuan a bit confused. She looked at the text that appeared after the select initial sequence prompt and fell into thought. Open black lens bracket sequence 9. Monster close black lens bracket open black lens bracket sequence 8. Robot close black lens bracket open black lens bracket sequence 7. Lucky one close black lens bracket open black lens bracket sequence 6. Calamity priest close black lens bracket. Note: sequences requiring ritual advancement are not currently available for selection. Shouldn't we choose the pathway first? Shen Yinghuan asked hesitantly, turning her head. Seeing this, Songshu laughed in surprise. Oh, you still remember that. However, although there are 22 pathways, here, I think the initial interface should have been drawn as the key of light instead. Let's just say it's out of respect for that book. After all, art is worth respecting, even if this story, well, no matter what, this should be a tribute. Shen Yinghuan didn't quite understand what she meant, but she generally realized that the initial pathway was probably predetermined. She looked at the 4 names, hesitated briefly, and chose Lucky One, which sounded the most reliable. Once you decide, you can't change it, okay. Songshu watched her make her decision and confirmed one last time. Shen Yinghuan shrugged and said, let's go with this one. Although normally, it feels like the higher the initial sequence, the better. Calamity Priest sounds like something like Lone Star of Misfortune, it doesn't feel like a good term. Let's go with Lucky One, this one sounds the most normal. As she spoke, Shen Yinghuan reached out and pressed the Start Game button. The dream shattered with a crash, and Alice opened her eyes, her face pale. February 5, 1334, Lucky One, she bit her lip tightly, not saying a word. She had no recollection of that character creation memory before, perhaps it had been erased. Alice was particularly certain of this answer. After all, she took a deep breath, got up and went to the bedroom, standing in front of the full-length mirror. The girl in the mirror had brilliant golden hair and pure blue eyes. She closed her eyes, recalled Shen Yinghuan's face from her memory, then opened her eyes and compared it to her own. All this time, she had felt a sense of familiarity with the face of this body. It was only when she retrieved Shen Yinghuan's face, which had been inexplicably overlooked, from her memory that Alice realized the source of that familiarity. It was indeed the low and modified facial features of Shen Yinghuan. Recalling Beryl Rose, whom she had created after obtaining Matilda, by mimicking Songshu's facial features, and Songshu's phrase, inseparable, Alice suddenly felt a chill. She knew that the last time she heard a similar statement was when Adam, the child of the ancient sun god, inherited his father's will. End of chapter. Chapter 296 Chapter 170 Let's Gamble. Alice didn't delve into the meaning of those words. Of course, there was no need to. Some answers were already obvious, and only the specific details remained to be explored. Besides, my own affairs are still a mess, so what does Adam's situation have to do with me? Alice mumbled irresponsibly in her heart, but then fell into contemplation as she looked at herself in the mirror. Treat me as a part of your life. Alice reached out to touch the mirror, aligning the tip of each finger with her reflection in the mirror, then slowly pressed her palm against it. Why do I feel like it's actually making a sacrifice? Her reflection in the mirror had the same confused look as she did, and she didn't suddenly flash a mysterious smile like Song Shu. Alice felt a strange sense of disappointment. She withdrew her hand, pulled out the taste of an iron-blooded night is really good, that she had put down earlier, and headed out to Braveheart's bar. As soon as she stepped out, she attracted the attention of many passers-by. Alice hesitated for a few seconds before realizing it was because of her clothes. School uniforms have become strange outfits here. Alice muttered to herself as she looked for a carriage. Although she could teleport there, humans should really act like humans. Why does that sound like students should act like students? Alice shook her head, throwing the terrifying thought out of her mind, and boarded the carriage. Where's the old man? Inside Braveheart's bar, Alice ignored the stares at her strange outfit, and walked directly to the bar. The bartender was still the familiar bartender. He sized up Alice's attire, his eyes filled with hesitation. Alice thought for a moment, then waved her hand twice in front of his eyes and asked, "Did you hear me?" Is this a popular style somewhere? The bartender finally couldn't help but ask. Oh, yes, Alice replied seriously, these are prison uniforms from my hometown. Many people like to wear them. The bartender's eyes became blank. Especially minors wear them, Alice added. The bartender's expression gradually turned into one of questioning his life. So, where's the old man? Alice looked at the bartender with pity, deciding to let him off for now and not continue to fool him. The bartender was a bit slow to react to the sudden topic change and paused before answering, he's in card room 1. Alice blinked twice at the bartender. The bartender stared back at her blankly. A few seconds later, Alice was the first to ask, where is card room 1? The bartender subconsciously pointed to a room. Alice then walked over without looking back and knocked twice on the door. Come in, she heard a hoarse voice. Alice pushed open the door and walked in. Ian, wearing a long trench coat and a fake beard, was sitting at a table shuffling a deck of cards, his eyes clearly surprised when he looked at Alice. Why was he surprised? He wasn't afraid of me. Oh, wait, he hasn't seen my true form. Alice suddenly understood, then locked the door and sealed the room with spirituality. Despite not sensing the fluctuations of spirituality, Alice's action of locking the door still alerted Ian. He gripped the playing cards in his hand, stood up, and looked at Alice warily. Why aren't you playing cards in the billiard room anymore? Alice tried to state her identity in one sentence. Don't you feel that way as special now? Alice walked towards Ian as she spoke, and by the time she finished, she was standing directly in front of the table, watching Ian fall back into his seat. Have you revealed my secret to anyone else? Alice blinked, pulling over a nearby chair and sitting down without any formality, then asked. Ian shook his head quickly and forcefully. Shaking his head that hard, he could easily twist his neck. Alice rubbed her chin, pushed out the 5 pages of The Taste of an Iron-Blooded Night is Really Good, and asked with a smile. You know what to do, right? Ian took the diary and nodded twice forcefully, and then with a crack, he really did twist his neck. Does it hurt? Alice asked softly. For a moment, Ian remembered his previous superior, Kaspars, who had suffocated himself with a quilt. With such an example, coupled with the impression Alice had left on him, Ian did not consider the possibility that this was an accident. His experience of coming from the bottom made him directly regard this as a threat. This realization, however, made Ian calmer. He realized that Alice had not directly killed him, but had stopped at the threat stage. This meant that Alice had a goal she wanted to achieve through him, and it also meant that he still had a chance to survive. Ian laboriously lifted half of his face, exposing his pale upper face to Alice, then asked. What do you want me to do? There was undisguised pain in his voice. Alice tilted her head, suddenly realizing that Ian had misunderstood her meaning. Actually, I wasn't planning to threaten him. Alice blinked, and simply played along with Ian's misunderstanding. I'm so worried that you'll reveal my secret someday. What do you think we should do? Ian stiffened for a few seconds before saying, I know that people like you have ways to make others keep secrets. But why would I do that? Alice tilted her head. It's clearly easier for dead people to keep secrets, and it doesn't cost anything, right? I need to convince her. Ian realized this. He forced himself to calm down and organized his words. I can help you sell Rosal's notes. Even if I die, new merchants will appear here. If you plan to continue selling Rosal's notes here, you will have to face new merchants again. Even if you sell Rosal's notes through other channels, you still have to communicate with new merchants, and they may still reveal your secret. At this point, Alice finally couldn't help but interrupt Ian. But, killing people isn't hard. Since I'm already putting in the effort to prevent you all from leaking secrets, then, wouldn't killing everyone be a permanent solution? Ian's face was terrifyingly pale, and a dense layer of cold sweat seeped from his forehead, but he still tried to persuade her. This will increase your risk of exposure. Are you threatening me? Alice tilted her head. Ian suddenly felt a strong sense of powerlessness. His hands went limp, and the deck of cards he had mangled fell onto the table. Alice blinked twice, then suddenly smiled. Let's make a bet, shall we? If you win, I'll let you go. How about it? End of chapter. Chapter 297. Chapter 171. Winner. Such a childish decision made Ian's eyes grow vacant again. Before he could react, the cold sweat on his body receded, and the stiffness and pain in his neck completely disappeared. He was healthy again. Ian lowered his head blankly. The deck of cards had, he didn't know when, returned to his hand, looking exactly as it had at the beginning. The last trace of panic in Ian's heart vanished, leaving only a dead calm. This miraculous scene far exceeded Ian's understanding of Beyonders. He realized that it wasn't just a matter of him being unable to resist. In the worst-case scenario, he could die and no one would even know. That's why she could naturally say, just kill them all. Ian had considered begging for mercy, but Alice's displayed personality clearly didn't play by the rules. In Ian's view, begging for mercy would only be counterproductive. Perhaps decisively facing death could pique her interest a little, making her spare my life, huh? Okay. Ian closed his eyes, let out a breath, and then said calmly, what do you want to play? It seems the effect was counterproductive. Alice fell into thought. Things seemed to have spiraled out of control ever since she impulsively made Ian twist his neck. Ian mistakenly believed it was a threat. Alice, who had only intended it as a bad joke, ultimately did not offer an explanation, preserving her image and using it to achieve her goals. But Ian's attitude grew increasingly terrified, even to the point of despair. Alice felt she had left this child with a severe psychological trauma. But, if she suddenly offered comfort, wouldn't she be slapping herself in the face? With this mindset, she made her previous choice, proposing a childish and absurd, let's gamble, as a conclusion, and then used, restart, to heal Ian's sprained neck. But Alice felt that Ian's psychological trauma seemed to have worsened. And it felt like it was completely beyond saving. If I comfort him now, it's unlikely to have any effect and will also damage my image. Alice really wanted to sigh, but she held back. She thought for a moment and replied. Something simple. Draw 5 cards, add up the values, whoever has the higher sum wins. No, let's just draw 1 card, whoever has the higher card wins. Actually, dice would probably be better for this. Never mind, cards it is. It's like 12,345, and JQK count as 11, 12, 13. For fairness, you shuffle the deck. Although it doesn't really matter who shuffles, I can decide who wins. Alice added in her mind, but on her face, she looked at Ian and smiled. Shall we begin? Ian silently began to shuffle the cards. He actually knew a little about card sharping. He wasn't very skilled, but if the other person was an ordinary person who knew nothing, he thought his tricks could still be useful. But this one. Ian glanced at Alice after shuffling, finding that Alice didn't care at all what he was doing or how he was shuffling. Alice was tracing the patterns on the table with her finger, looking utterly engrossed. She doesn't care what I do. Why? Ian pursed his lips, cleared his throat as a reminder, and then pushed the cards forward, saying, for fairness, you deal the cards. Ian had seen such nonchalant people at card tables. Generally, these people had two possibilities: either they were already certain of the outcome, or they didn't care about the outcome. Regardless of the reason, cheating was not a good idea, especially since Ian wasn't confident he wouldn't be discovered. Alice looked at him with slight surprise. She suddenly realized that leaving everything to Ian wouldn't achieve formal fairness, as Ian was also a player, not the dealer. Alice, who had intended to be lazy, didn't argue. She silently took the cards, lowered her gaze to prevent Ian from seeing the change in her eyes, and then reached out and drew 2 cards from the deck. Then, she pushed one of the cards across the table to Ian, inviting him with a smile. "Want to open it?" Ian flipped the card, and his face instantly turned pale. It was a 2. Even if one is prepared to die, when death truly approaches, one still gets scared, right? Alice looked at Ian's expression, a hint of surprise appearing on her face. Then, she revealed an Aemon-like mischievous smile, imitating Amon's tone as she said, "Oh dear, what should we do? It seems you're going to lose, aren't you?" She watched with satisfaction as Ian sat frozen in place, his eyes seemingly losing their light. Alice then reached out and flipped over the card in her hand, revealing the ace, and then, with a smile and a tone of wistful regret, said, "Oh dear, what a pity, it seems I'm the one who lost. It seems one really shouldn't celebrate too early. Anyway, congratulations, you won. Are you happy?" She did it on purpose. Ian read this meaning from Alice's expression. After such emotional ups and downs, his body felt weak and drained, but his mind became increasingly calm. He looked at Alice, remaining silent for a long time. This made Alice impatient. She leaned forward, peering at him and asking, "Are you expressing your anger with silence?" After a few seconds of silence, Ian lowered his gaze to the card in his hand and asked, "Do you still care about a toy's feelings? How could I treat you as a toy?" Alice widened her eyes exaggeratedly. "I'm not. Anyway, I clearly didn't do anything excessive, did I?" After a pause, she suddenly felt a bit unsure. She asked with slight hesitation, "I shouldn't have, right? You weren't really hurt, were you?" Ian opened his mouth, suddenly unsure what to say. He closed his eyes, didn't answer the question, but instead asked, "What do you need me to do?" A blank look crossed Alice's eyes. She was still fixated on the previous question, "How did I treat you as a toy?" I just teased you a little, a few times, that's all." After a few seconds of silence, Ian said softly, "When my life is completely controlled by another person, what she thinks no longer matters. The fact is, I am her toy. Whether I live or die depends on which outcome is more amusing to her." Alice froze for a moment, looking at Ian distractedly. She suddenly remembered the joke she had played earlier that angered Klein. For humans, life is not something to be trifled with. Alice blinked, belatedly realizing this. Yes, life is a very precious thing to humans, and precious things cannot be joked about. Alice pursed her lips, looked at Ian, and her expression suddenly softened. She said gently, "Thank you, and I'm sorry." End of chapter. Chapter 298. Chapter 172. Pray to me. This success clearly surprised Ian. She actually apologized. Alice didn't care what Ian was thinking. After all, she wasn't really sorry. "Thank you" has already been said, and an extra, "I'm sorry," doesn't take much effort. Alice stroked her chin, eager to get the conversation back on track. Then, "Pray to me." Pray. Ian felt a string in his brain completely snap. "Yes," Alice tilted her head, "pray to me, is there a problem?" Ian didn't speak, he just stared blankly at Alice, recalling the miraculous scene from moments ago. Is this an evil god? Ian came to a conclusion with his simple understanding, and while still dazed, a hand waved twice in front of him. "Are you stupid?" the girl opposite him asked curiously. Yes, a girl, both in appearance and demeanor, she was like a child. Slap. Alice gave up waiting for him to recover, reached out, and forcefully slapped the table, drawing his gaze back. "Do you know ancient Hermes?" Alice asked, looking at him. Ian shook his head, so Alice continued, "All right, then just repeat after me, She taught Ian the pronunciation of the honorific name in ancient Hermes, word by word, then jumped up from her chair and said, "Don't forget, if there's real danger, you can also use that honorific name to call me for help. though I might not necessarily pay attention to you." Afterward, she turned to leave without waiting for Ian to speak. "Wait a moment," Ian suddenly called out to her, emboldened. "The honorific name, what does that honorific name mean?" "Huh." Alice turned her head in surprise and glanced at Ian. This wasn't a secret, she was just too lazy to say it, but since Ian asked, she didn't intend to hide it. However, Alice opened her mouth and then stopped. She found it awkward to speak that way, so she silently turned her body around before saying, "The eternally innocent child. The embodiment of luck and miracles. The origin of disaster and chaos." She paused, then asked, "Any other questions?" Ian shook his head. He immediately connected the first description to Alice herself, and he largely understood the latter two descriptions, combined with his own recent experience. Of course, if Alice knew his thoughts, she would probably offer a saying particularly suitable for this situation. Misfortune is what luck is based on, luck is what misfortune is latent in. Luck and misfortune never exist in isolation. But Alice didn't know, so she just stroked her chin and finally reminded him, "Then, remember to help me sell the diary, okay?" Ian nodded. "Then bye-bye." Alice waved at Ian and left without looking back. After she closed the door, Ian slumped into the chair, his body sliding weakly down. As Alice clearly saw her surroundings, she realized she was in a small boat. Ahead was a clean, tidy sailing ship, dozens of meters long, with layers of symbols on its main cannon glowing and flowing. After a brief daze, Alice's body reacted faster than her brain. She raised her hands. Klein pressed her hands down, reminding her amidst her confused gaze, that should be the golden dream. Alice silently withdrew her hands, which had been in a surrendering posture. Their position quickly shifted to the golden dream. Before Alice could get excited, she saw her future teacher and was led into the captain's cabin. Iceberg Admiral Edwina had an oval face, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and long brown hair parted in the middle and tied back. Her blue eyes were as clear as spring water. Alice had to admit that Edwina indeed looked more like a teacher than a pirate, both in temperament and attire. A white shirt, a dark suit jacket, a knee-length skirt, leather shoes, this was a rather modern style of dress. Alice knew that this type of clothing originated from Intis, a creation of Emperor Rosal. Looking at Edwina's clothes and her own baggy school uniform, she couldn't help but ponder a question. Why didn't Emperor Rosal invent school uniforms as well? "Perhaps it's because you can't see a girl's figure clearly that way," she muttered after staring at Edwina's knee-length skirt for a few seconds. Evidently, no one understood what she was saying. Edwina merely glanced at her before asking Gairman Sparrow, "Is this the child you mentioned earlier?" Klein nodded. Alice looked up at Edwina, and Edwina also turned to Alice at this moment, asking her, "What's your name? How old are you this year? Did you go to school before? Why didn't you continue?" Alice wanted to cover her face, but after looking at Edwina, she ultimately gave up, looking up at the sky and answering, "My name is Alice, Alice Kingsley. This year is 1350, and this body's birthday this year has already passed, so I should be considered 16 now. School, I went before, but what I learned before probably isn't suitable for now. As for now, I'm not continuing because, of physical reasons. Well, it wasn't very convenient before due to physical reasons." Some of the wording in this statement was quite peculiar. Edwina frowned as she listened. Before she could ask, Alice looked around, raised her hand, and asked, I have a question. How will he get back?" She pointed at Klein. After Alice sent Klein away and returned, Edwina looked at Alice, frowning, and asked, "Are you a Beander?" Alice nodded. Edwina thought for a moment, then asked, mid-sequence. Alice shook her head. Edwina's frown deepened. She repeated her previous words to Alice. "This body's birthday this year has already passed." Alice nervously swallowed, her eyes flickering, so Edwina agreed so easily because Klein hadn't mentioned her true situation at all, right? "Does this count as concealing a major mental illness to enroll?" "No, I'm not sick, I'm perfectly normal. No low sequence ability would be like this," and her way of speaking, Edwina looked at the evasive Alice, frowning, and asked, "Are you a saint?" She ultimately didn't dare to guess higher, at an angel, but Alice's words shattered her illusion. "Well, about this question, in a sense, you can consider me, having accidentally swallowed a grade 0 sealed artifact." End of chapter. Chapter 299 Chapter 173 Danitz's Catastrophe. Although Edwina didn't say a word, Alice still felt a strong sense of confusion in her gaze. Alice quietly lowered her head. Edwina stared at her for more than 10 seconds before retracting her gaze and slowly said, "If what you say is true, then compared to the outcomes of similar situations I know of, your state is abnormally good." Recalling that the goddess said she claimed to have fished the key of light out of the river of fate, Alice fell silent. She always felt that she might have, accidentally, swallowed the Sephira. No, it's also possible that the key of light delivered itself to her door. Forget it, it's pretty much the same. Alice, Edwina said as she paced towards the door, you can familiarize yourself with the golden dream first, and also get to know the others. I heard you know Dunitz. Alice subconsciously nodded, then remembered that Edwina was facing away from her, and spoke up, yes. After a moment of hesitation, Alice swallowed the thought that Dunitz probably didn't want to see her. You can have him introduce you to the others, Edwina said, opening the captain's cabin door. This caused trouble. 5 or 6 people were pushing each other back at the door, and as soon as they saw them come out, a yellowish-brown head was pushed to the very front. Hi, Captain, he stood firm, raised his head, and greeted them. Ah, it was that provoker, who only stomped his feet. Alice's beautiful blue eyes quickly darted around, then she showed a shy smile and timidly called out. Dunitz, can you show me around the Golden Dream? As she spoke, to match her persona, she even cowered away from the crowd. Dunitz's eyes widened in horror. Compared to the other crew members who knew nothing about Alice, Dunitz, who had met Alice once, clearly fully realized how terrible Alice's personality was, just like now. Feeling those gazes that instantly sharpened, a thought flashed through Dunitz's mind. If translated, it would be 2 words and 6 dots. It's over. He eagerly looked at Edwina, but discovered a fact that made him unsure whether to be happy or sad. Oh, my goodness, his captain had already returned to the captain's cabin and closed the door. Alice, not getting a response, was unwilling to let him off so easily. She took small steps over, casually tugged at Dunitz's sleeve, and asked, with her head half tilted. No, you can't. If you're busy, it's okay, I can walk around by myself. This action successfully made Dunitz feel the gazes on him solidify into tangible blades. He finally couldn't help but shake off Alice's hand and shouted angrily. Are you crazy? You weren't like this in front of Gehrman Sparrow. Alice didn't try to grab him back, or rather, she didn't intend to continue acting. She took 2 steps back to create distance, looked at Dunitz, and began to think about what Klein would do in this situation. He probably wouldn't be much better than Dunitz, at most he'd look a bit calmer. No, not necessarily, maybe sometimes when he's in a good mood, he'd play along with me. Alice suddenly felt a little nostalgic for Klein, whom she had just parted with, but this emotion didn't last long. After all, as a playmate, Eamon was clearly more. Damn it, I would never make such a gesture towards Eamon. Alice, failing at finding a substitute, retreated 2 steps in horror. This, in turn, made Dunitz start to feel insecure. He couldn't help but begin to wonder what virtues he possessed to elicit such a reaction from Alice. Alice seriously scrutinized him from head to toe, coming to the correct conclusion that the provoker was inferior to Eamon. No, perhaps the iron-blooded knight. This might not be enough either. I wonder if this pathway has a king of angels. If so, maybe they could contend with Eamon. Now, Dunitz wasn't the only one who felt that something was wrong. They were winking at each other behind Dunitz, but no one spoke first. Alice thoughtfully glanced at these pirates, then looked back in the direction of the captain's cabin, and suddenly asked. Did you have surveillance installed on your ship before? What do you mean? Dunitz was clearly stunned for a moment, not understanding Alice's choice of words. It means, Alice struggled to organize her thoughts. Did your captain secretly watch what you were doing in the captain's cabin before? The pirates' expressions visibly became horrified, but Alice found that the pervasive feeling of being watched suddenly disappeared. Oh, this. Well, it seems she's still different from a homeroom teacher. Alice looked back towards the captain's cabin again. Anyway, she's not watching now. After a pause, she looked at Dunitz again and asked, Can you show me around the ship? And her gaze fell on each person behind Dunitz in turn, then she smiled and said, I don't know everyone yet. After speaking, she seemed to remember something and asked Dunitz. Oh right, you know my name is Alice, right? I remember Gehrman should have called my name in front of you, 5,500 pounds. Dunitz clearly saw Alice lick her lips when she said the last sentence. He suddenly had a good idea, and his attitude towards Alice visibly became enthusiastic. He smiled warmly at Alice. Let me introduce you to the others. This is. Dunitz led a man about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a monocle, who had been standing at the back, to the very front, successfully making Alice recoil half a step in horror, crossing her arms over her chest, and glaring warily at the two of them. This made both of them hesitate. Are you all right? The man with the monocle asked after a moment of hesitation. Alice was silent for a moment, then pulled out Amon's monocle from her pocket, put it on her right eye, and pushed it up before saying, I have a psychological shadow regarding people who wear monocles, especially those who wear them on their right eye. Huh. The man with the monocle looked at Dunitz in confusion, his gaze as if to say, there's such a thing. I don't know, Dunitz defended himself. It's okay, Alice quietly took off her monocle. I don't think you could ever be like him, haha. Him. This pronoun startled everyone, and they all looked at Dunitz, who was most likely to know. End of this chapter. Chapter 300 Chapter 174 Monogamy in the Old Times. Dunitz was completely unaware of this. What were you trying to say just now? Alice proactively changed the subject. Oh, right, Dunitz slapped his head, his smile becoming enthusiastic again. Let me introduce you, this is our first mate, Gourmand, Brew Walls, worth 6,200 pounds. This unconventional introduction made both Alice and Brew Walls silent. After more than 10 seconds, Alice turned to Dunitz and said in an admiring tone. You have a strong learning ability. After a pause, she turned to Brew Walls again, asking with a sincere expression. Is he usually like this? Don't you guys beat him up? Brew Walls showed Alice a polite and courteous smile, then, while reaching out and pressing down on Dunitz's head, he said in a gentle tone. No, he's not usually like this. I think he's just too excited. He'll be fine once he calms down, right, Dunitz? Alice felt he was about to twist off Dunitz's head the next second. Dunitz apparently thought the same, as he let out two dry laughs. Haha, yes, that's right, I'm too excited. Alice glanced at him, then curled her lip and said, TCH, coward. Dunitz's eyes indeed widened, and he looked at Alice angrily. Seeing this, Brew Walls slowly patted his shoulder twice. Dunitz withdrew his gaze again. Alice glanced at Dunitz, who was on the verge of exploding, and decided to give him some time to cool down. She didn't try to provoke him again, instead turning her attention to the gourmand, Brew Walls, who was worth 6,200 pounds. So valuable, but actually, their captain is still the most valuable. Oh no, I shouldn't think that. Alice tried hard to interrupt her thoughts, and Brew Walls also contributed to this. This is our second mate, singer, Orpheus. Alice followed the direction he was pointing and found that this person had a deeply sculpted face like a stone carving and golden hair as brilliant as the sun. After Alice looked at him, Orpheus showed a faint smile, but his drooping eyelids gave his entire face a melancholic air. Alice looked at his expression thoughtfully. She quietly pricked up her ears, listening intently to Orpheus's melancholic and poetic voice. In fact, I am only praising the sun. It's a pity that sunlight shines equally on each of us, and does not pay more attention to me because of my praise. I've learned a new expression. Wait a minute, who is the sun he's referring to? Alice slowly twisted her neck, her eyes blank, looking towards the captain's cabin, then slowly twisted her neck back, asking. Does the eternal blazing sun know you're like this? After a pause, as if she suddenly remembered something, she turned to Dunitz and asked in an extra loud voice. So you like your captain? The surrounding atmosphere fell into a suspicious silence. Alice scanned the silent pirates one by one, then revealed an expression of sudden realization. You all like your captain. They looked at each other, first with expressions of shock and disbelief, then they all moved away from each other as if they had been betrayed. From their angry and wary attitudes, Alice realized she was probably right. Golden dream. Alice murmured distractedly, she is gold, and also a dream. Singer, Orpheus's eyes brightened for a moment, but then became confused the next moment. I understand. I should like her too. Alice's logic was as inexplicably smooth as ever. After a few seconds of silence, Dunitz finally did what a provoker should do. "Aren't you secretly in love with Gehrman?" Alice fell into contemplation. She had intended to deny the statement, but after thinking about it, she concluded that a furious denial in this situation would only solidify the rumor. So she looked up and said with a serious expression, "In the distant past, in my hometown, where I was born and grew up, we had such a rule. Monogamy, which means one person can have both a husband and a wife at the same time." Her words successfully plunged everyone, including Dunitz, into contemplation. "This is the first time I've heard of such a place." A young man spoke up proactively. "Let me introduce myself. I am the third mate of this ship, Flower Tie, Jordson." Alice looked over and found that this person was the most presentable among this group of pirates. He wore a white shirt, a black vest, and a patterned tie, looking like a somewhat unconventional employee. His appearance was by far the best among the pirates on this ship, with hair that was mostly golden but black at the roots. His eyes were a very clear lake green, his nose bridge was high, and his lips were thin, giving him a trustworthy demeanor. He met Alice's gaze, smiled, and continued, "I am worth 5,200 pounds. Alice blurted out in surprise, "How are you still not as valuable as Dunitz?" Jordson's smile froze on his face, and Dunitz instantly recalled the process of his own increasing value. Alice's puzzled gaze swept between the two of them, finally settling on Dunitz, who seemed to be in the know. Dunitz puffed out his chest and said, "Don't let this guy's face fool you. Even though he's a Sequence 6, his abilities aren't that strong, they're just very strange. Once before, when I was fighting him, battling, I suddenly couldn't use fireballs, while he could imitate my flame abilities. It sounds like his ability was stolen. Maybe it was marauded." Alice recalled the Storm Church's donation box. There was no doubt it had been marauded. Dunitz's next words quickly completed the clue. "Don't be fooled by his face, he's just a wolf fish can, full of stench. He used to be a playboy and a pirate, claiming he would maraud our captain's heart, but he got beaten up and was left behind to be educated." Alice looked at Dunitz, who seemed to regret this, and fell silent for 2 seconds, then turned to Jordson, frowning as she asked the other question she cared about more. "Marauder." Jordson looked at Alice in surprise. Alice understood his answer. She gasped, glanced at Brew Walls, who was wearing a monocle, then at Jordson, and then cautiously took a few steps back, putting some distance between herself and the two of them. Her actions successfully drew the confusion of others, but Alice, after creating distance, merely said to Jordson with a serious expression, "I think you, more than him, you, more than 6,200 pounds, are more suited to wear a monocle. It's best to wear it on your right eye, it can help you quickly advance to a demigod." End of chapter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.